In this video, we are going to build a simple yet powerful video streaming app similar to YouTube completely from scratch. We'll kick off by implementing user authentication, which includes the sign up, login, and authentication persistence. You'll gain a thorough understanding of access tokens, refresh tokens, and the process of token refreshing, ensuring your users stay securely logged in. After that, we'll move into video transcoding and segmentation. We'll dive deep into adaptive bitrate streaming, covering both HLS and DASH protocols with a primary focus on DASH. We'll clarify exactly what these technologies are and why they matter. After that, we'll build a simple front-end using Flutter to seamlessly stream videos. Throughout the tutorial, we'll use various AWS services like Amazon S3, ECS, Fargate, ECR, EC2, Cognito, CloudFront, SQS, and IAM. Throughout this tutorial, we'll carefully understand why and how each AWS service contributes to creating a scalable, performant, and reliable video streaming platform. Additionally, we'll integrate Redis for caching frequently accessed data to accelerate response times. We'll use FastAPI alongside PostgreSQL as our database. On the front end, we'll utilize Flutter with Block for state management. Since our main focus of the tutorial will be backend development, if you're more comfortable with a different front-end framework or just want to follow along purely for backend knowledge, feel free to use your preferred tools. This tutorial is anyways divided into two sections, backend and later on frontend, both kind of independent of each other. The prerequisites for following this tutorial include basic Python knowledge and familiarity with Flutter and Block. Now let's get started. So to get started, what we're going to do is go to the desktop folder. The desktop folder is where I want to create my application. And to create my application, first I need to create a folder. So I can do that using the command mkdir, which stands for make directory. And then we need to pass in the directory name. What do we want to call our folder? I'm just going to call this YouTube clone tutorial. After that, if I ls, which means we list all the files that are present over here, not all the files, but all the files that are not hidden, we'll be able to see YouTube clone tutorial over here. So I'm going to cd into this YouTube clone tutorial. Cd stands for change directory. So from desktop, I've gone into YouTube clone tutorial. And here we're going to have our subfolders. What are the subfolders that we're going to have? Well, there are four. The first one is backend. The second one is consumer, the third one is transcoder, and the fourth one is going to be our client. And that client can be your Flutter app, React app, or whatever other front end you're using. As of now, we are going to focus on the folder backend. We're not going to care about anything else. Those things will come up after we create our authentication related routes. So after the user is able to sign up, log in, we look into how we can add these other things I talked about and what they even are. But as of now, just understand that backend folder is the one that's going to contain all our FastAPI related routes. So it's going to contain all our endpoints. If there are any WebSocket connections, it's going to contain all of them. So now I'm going to create a folder called backend. After we have the backend folder, I'm going to cd into backend and then open it in Visual Studio Code. If you want, you can use any other IDE of your choice. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code. Just a personal preference. After that, we are going to create a new file in backend called main.py, or if you want to do it using the terminal, you can just do touch main.py and it will both result in the same thing. After that, I'm just going to type in print hello world just to test if Python is installed in our system. I've written this out. Obviously, our main app is not going to contain this. Now I'm going to open up the integrated terminal in Visual Studio Code. Now, if an integrated terminal is not present in your IDE, you can still use this terminal. Both of them are basically the same things. So you can just execute the command from your Python 3 main.py and it should print out hello world. Or if Python 3 doesn't work, you can just do python main.py and it should still work. And if it still doesn't work, that means Python is not correctly installed in your system and you might want to do that. But still, if you're stubborn and you don't want to do that, it's completely fair. And for that purpose, we are going to use Docker. Docker will set up the Python environment in which we can run, and it's also going to install some other things. For example, we need a Postgres database, right? So that we can store all of the user's data. Docker is going to provide an environment for Postgres as well, so that I don't have to go and install Postgres, which can be a messy installation process if not done correctly. I also need a FastAPI environment, and all of that can be provided using Docker. So before we get started with installing Docker, let me just clear things up. What exactly is Docker. Docker is an open source platform that allows developers to automate the deployment of applications inside containers. What is a container? Containers essentially bundle up an application with all its dependencies and ensure that there's consistency across different environments. What do I mean by this? Basically, Docker will provide you with kind of your own system which has all of the dependencies installed, and it can work on different environments. It can work perfectly on your Windows machine and it can work perfectly across your Mac machine. So it provides that consistency across different environments. So it's kind of like an isolated system that contains all knowledge about your code base and what it needs to run properly. Now, I guess with that description, it would be clear why we want to use Docker. The first one is obviously that, yeah, it works on my machine, but it doesn't work on your machine. Well, Docker just solves that. If it works on my machine, it should work on that machine as well, because we are both using the same environment. One of the other advantages of Docker is that it simplifies deployment and scaling. Basically, if I want to deploy my FastAPI application to an external provider, let's say I want to deploy my application to AWS so that everybody on the web can use it. It's no longer on localhost. That means it's no longer running on my own machine. Well, if I just have Docker set up, I can let these hosting providers know that this is my Dockerfile, so this is my entire environment. Use this to create an environment in which my application can run so that it works well when it's deployed. Otherwise, deployment can be pretty messy with AWS and other providers. Yes, there are providers that will simplify the hosting process for you without requiring Docker, but I think when your application gets very complicated and you want to reduce costs, you might probably switch to AWS, and with AWS, things don't get very simplified. Docker is supported on AWS, so it can get very simplified. So having understood the motivation behind using Docker, go ahead and install Docker. If you're using Mac, just search Docker Desktop Mac and it should land on this page. If you're on Windows, you'll land on this page. Just install whatever machine you're on. So after you've installed Docker, you should land on a page that looks like this. As you can see, there are multiple components over here. First is containers. The second one is images. Third one is volumes. These are the top 3 things we care about. If you want, you can look into this Docker guide of what is a container, how do I run a container, what are images, what are volumes. But to give you a brief overview, this Docker desktop application is called Docker daemon. Docker daemon is a background process that manages Docker objects. So it manages these containers, images, volumes, networks, everything that exists in Docker. So when we started this Docker desktop, a Docker daemon, a background process, was also started. The second one is this Docker image. A Docker image is a lightweight, standalone package containing everything needed to run a program. So it will include stuff like runtime. So if you're using Python, in our case, we'll be using Python. So a Docker image is going to describe what our runtime is. So we need Python, or we need Node.js, or any other runtime. Then it's also going to mention all the dependencies, libraries, and environment variables that will be needed. By environment variables, I mean, if you've ever come across .env, that's where we specify environment variables. It's like private keys go into those environment variables. We'll be using them, so you'll understand them later on as well. So these images are read-only and act as blueprints for containers. And what is a container? The container is a running instance of images. So basically what you do is write code that defines what your environment is going to look like and stuff. Then you build based on that code, so it gives you an image. And then when you run that image, it is a container. It is a running instance of a Docker image. And these containers, as I said before, are isolated from the host system. So they are in their own little box and they don't meddle with any other thing. So they're like their own system. So if I need to explain it to you using a diagram, let's say this is my machine. All right. So this is my Mac. That's not a good looking monitor, but anyways, here is my Docker container. Okay. So this Docker container has some stuff of its own. So it has all the defined processes and everything, and it's running. But even my own machine has some knowledge, right? For example, I had Python installed in my system. So it's installed over here. what Docker container does is isolate itself from this particular thing. So this Python will not get involved in this Docker container. No. Docker container has knowledge about itself. It's like a mini system of its own. It's isolated. It doesn't care about the external world. It is happy with itself. All right. And to help you visually understand what this image versus container stuff is, let's say I wrote some code and that code defines how my environment should look like. So for example, I've specified that I want a Python runtime over here. These are the environment variables that I want. So I want like an API key from Gemini over here or something like that. Or this is my Postgres database details. This is my username. This is my password. So all the credentials that you might have are environment variables. So I specify all of them over here in my code. We'll be writing that code in just a minute, but yeah, just consider that this is my code. I've defined my code. Now, when I run this code, what I'll do is build something known as an image. This image is a blueprint for these containers. They're read only. You cannot modify this image. If you want to modify the image, you'll have to modify the code, and then a new image will be built. So this image is probably never updated. A new image is built all the time. And then when this image is created, you can run the Docker container. So when you run this image, you'll have a Docker container that starts running. And this Docker container is the actual process running. Okay. And that's the very basics of Docker. We should know this and we are ready to move forward. Now we can go ahead and start writing code so that we have Docker container initialized. And before we start writing code, I would recommend you to go into the extensions tab if you're using VS Code and add the support for Docker over here. It is given by Microsoft. It makes it easy to create, manage, and debug containerized applications. All right. So it will just make our lives easier, and I can explain very well because of this extension as well. Now, the next thing we need over here is this particular code, right? I want to write this code so that I can build an image. So this code is written in this file, Dockerfile. As you can see, it has its own icon, and VS Code is able to identify Dockerfile. Now in this Dockerfile, I want to tell it that, hey, listen, I want a Python environment, and to tell it that I need to pull an existing image from somewhere. So I had told you about this image thing, right? So when we write some code, an image is built. But how do we get the Python environment up and running? Well, for that, someone has already written certain code and built an image that we can use. So we don't have to write the Python environment from scratch, and we can just use a pre-existing image for Python. If you want, yes, you can go ahead and write code so that you have a Python environment up and running, but it is just very easy to grab that existing image instead of reinventing the wheel. Now, how do I pull that image? To pull that image, we do something known as from. So you pass in a from, and then you need to pass in a base image, the name of the base image, as you can see. So what I want is Python, and as you can see, it automatically detects Python. Now, if I press Command and click, I'll go to the official Python Docker registry. So you might know about PyPy, right? This is the package registry for Python. So it contains all the packages that Python community has to offer. You might also know about NPM, right? That is all the packages that the JavaScript community has to offer. In Flutter, there's pub.dev. That is all the packages that the Dart and Flutter community have to offer. Similarly, there's Docker registry. Docker registry is all the images that the Docker community has to offer. And there's an official image for Python. So we are just going to use that one. As you can see, there are multiple versions over here. So if you want to use any of them, you can simply do Python. Let's say I want to use the 3.11 version because that's pretty low. So what you can do is Python 3.11 slim. And that is an actual image. So you can just click on enter and we're done. Similarly, if you want to do 3.13, let's say, you can do 3.13, then wait for some auto suggestion to load up, and you can use all of these versions. I'm just going to stick to 3.11 slim because when I wrote my code first, it worked fine with Python 3.11. After that, what I want to do is in this system, this isolated system, I want to create a directory called /app. And then I also want to cd into the /app. So I can just do that using work dir and pass in /app. So with this, I've created a /app directory and gone into that app directory if it doesn't already exist. After that, what I'm going to do is copy a certain file to a destination. So what I want to do is copy the requirements.txt file from this particular folder. So here we are going to have a requirements.txt file. This is the usual way you specify the packages you'll be using in Python. For example, I'll be using FastAPI and UVicon, right? So I can specify these two packages in requirements.txt, and then I'm just copying this requirements.txt file to this particular /app folder. Okay. Again, just to revise what we have done till now, we have pulled in a Python image. So we are now in a Python environment. Then I've created a /app folder if it doesn't already exist, and then changed my directory into the /app folder. After that, I've copied the requirements.txt file that's present in this folder into this Docker system, this container. Again, let's just visualize this. So we have our system over here, and then there's Docker system. So what we have done is in the Docker system, set up a Python environment. So we have Python now. Then we've created an app folder over here. And then what we have done is copied a requirements.txt file from our system. So this is our system into this /app folder. So there's a requirements.txt file in this app folder. Okay. Now, why have we done this? Well, that's because I want to run a command which is pip install -no cache directory -r requirements.txt. So what are we doing over here? Well, you know what pip install does, right? Pip install simply installs a certain package if you specify it. But what we have done is -r requirements.txt. So that means it will install all the packages that are listed out in this requirements.txt. So it's going to install FastAPI. It is also going to install UVicon. If you're wondering what UVicon is basically an ASGI framework that is used to run FastAPI applications. So when you do something like FastAPI dev main.py, you're running the server, the backend folder. Behind the scenes, this calls UVicon. But when we do FastAPI dev main.py in a Docker container, it won't work because FastAPI does not install a command line parameter that we can use to run this command in Docker containers. So what we need to do is install UVicon and run a UVicon command that it anyways runs behind the scenes. So we have UVicon main:app --host 0.0.0.0 --port 8000 --reload. So this is the command that we are going to run to get the app started. This is what FastAPI does behind the scenes when we run FastAPI dev main.py. But yeah, we cannot do that in Docker system. But yeah, to do that in Docker system, you'll have to do additional configuration. Instead, we can just run this command directly. So that's why we have UVicon installed. Now I'm going to go back to the Dockerfile and explain what this --no cache directory does. So this particular thing, pip install -r requirements.txt, has installed all the packages necessary. Now I want to ensure that no downloaded packages are stored in the cache directory. So how pip works is that pip downloads the packages and stores them in a cache directory. So if the same package is needed again later, pip retrieves it from the cache instead of downloading it again. But this no cache directory just says that, hey, listen, we don't want pip to store the downloaded packages in the cache directory. And why are we doing this? Don't we want cache? Isn't cache good? Well, yes, it is good. But the thing is that in Docker, cached files aren't saved in the image layers. So what's the point of adding a cache directory? And as a result of this, we ensure that no files are stored in the cache and it will reduce the disk usage. And we also ensure that pip always fetches the latest package version from the source code instead of using a potentially outdated cached copy. After we have done that, we are going to do copy ... So what are we doing here? Well, we are copying rest of the things that are present in this folder to the /app folder. So for example, over here in our system, we have all the packages installed as well now. So we have done pip install. So we have FastAPI and everything installed. Now there are certain things like main.py. In future, we are going to have much more files, right? For example, we are going to have all our routers and everything. So all of those files get shifted from here to here. Earlier, only the requirements.txt had been shifted. Now these two files have also been shifted. Now, why didn't we just do copy ... beforehand? Why do I have to do copy requirements.txt, then run this pip install, then copy rest of the files again? Why can't I just do this? Well, that's because in Docker, every single line that you see over here is cached. That means if I built an image earlier, it runs all of these lines step by step, right? So it installs the Python environment, it creates this directory, it does this, etc. Now the second time, if I build an image, do I have to wait for this Python image to be pulled from the internet? Then I need to wait for this app to be created, then this, then this. Isn't that a lot of waste of time? Yes, it is. Because we have already done these tasks beforehand. Why do I have to wait for it again and again? That's why each line that you see over here is cached. That means if it's already done, it will skip it and move to the next one. So here, when I do from Python 3.11 slim, work directory /app, these two lines will be run the first time and then they're just created. So I don't have to run them again. So it saves me time. The same goes for this line. If I copy the requirements.txt, so let me go back to where we were earlier. We have requirements.txt listed out over here. Then we can run pip install command. Now, if pip is already installed and no package changes were there, that means no packages differed in requirements.txt, this line will not run again. This line will not run again. And that saves us a lot of time. But when we do copy this and then we run pip install, what can happen over here is, let's say I created a main.py file. Then I also created some other file. And maybe in that file, I changed a certain line. For example, in my main.py, I have print hello world. I changed print hello world to hello. That means this line has changed. Copy dot has changed because a certain file out of the 100 files that are listed have changed. And that would mean this will rerun because this line doesn't know that no, requirements.txt was not changed. Only a particular file which has no relation to pip install has changed. So it will rerun this, and we know pip install can take a lot of time. That just wastes a lot time by a lot. So if you have like 100 packages, you'll have to wait for like 3-4 minutes. And that's not feasible. That's why you do requirements.txt. So first you just copy requirements.txt. Now, if that file hasn't changed, this line will also not rerun. And then you can just copy the remaining files. Now, if the remaining files have changed, you can just copy from one to another. And copying a file from the source, so this is our source, to destination, which is the Docker system, doesn't take that much time. Running this pip install takes a lot of time. That's why we have these two lines as different lines, not just one line. All right. Now, after that, we're going to do expose 8000. Why are we exposing 8000? Well, that's because we want to run a particular service on the port 8000. So we're telling Docker that, hey, listen, I want to expose this 8000 out and tell it that, hey, we are using this particular port. Just ensure that. So when the image is built and the container is running, this 8000 port is where the Docker service is going to run. And after that, I can specify command. And this command is the list of what we want to run. And I've already said this before. We are going to run uvicon, main.app. So every single word should be as a separate string literal. After that, we're going to have -- host. Then we are going to specify the IP. It can run anywhere. 0.0.0.0 means it can run anywhere. Then we're going to pass in -- port. And then we're going to pass in 8000. Then we're also going to attach another argument over here, which is -- reload. So whenever we save our file, this particular service is just going to reload and reflect the changes as needed. Now you might ask, why didn't we run over here? Why are we using CMD? Well, that's because they might look similar because both of them run certain command, but they're different. CMD specifies the default command to run when a container starts. Run executes a command during image build to modify the image. So if we go back to our earlier image, we had a Python code, and now you know that this is Dockerfile. So we have our Dockerfile over here. Then we build an image. We'll see how to build an image. So when we build an image, run is used. So while building the image, this particular line will be executed. But when we convert from image to container and the container starts running, it is because of this particular line. It specifies the default command to run when a container starts. So a run is used when you have this particular part happening from Dockerfile to image building, and from image building to Docker container running, you have CMD. So that would mean that CMD can only be used once in your entire code. So you can only have one CMD, but you can have multiple runs. For example, I want to install pip install related stuff, but let's say if I had some other thing to do, I could also use run over there. But if I use two commands, it is going to give me an error. So if I use CMD again, as you can see, it already gives us an error that, hey, there can only be one CMD instruction in a Docker file, and only the last one will have an effect if two are mentioned. Because think about it. When you build an image, you can have multiple processes to configure, right? You want Python packages to install. Maybe you have some system tool that you want to integrate. For example, if you have FFMPEG, which is a system level dependency, well, you cannot install that with pip install. You'll have to do something else. We'll figure that out later on, and I'll remind you of it then. But yeah, you can have multiple run commands because of that. But you can only have one command to run if you actually want to run something, right? If your service needs to run, you will only have one command. Otherwise, you have multiple services running, and for that you need multiple Docker containers. So yeah, we are done with the Docker file over here. Now what we want to do is just test out this Docker file. Now, how do I build an image? We have the Docker file written. We need to build an image. Well, to build an image, what we can do is first ensure that your Docker daemon is still running. After you confirm that, what you need to do is to build it, you just have to do docker build. Now, if you're wondering where did this Docker come from? Well, when you installed the Docker desktop application, it automatically installed this Docker command line argument for you. After that, you have Docker build. So you're building an image. Then you can do -t. What -t does is it tags the image with the name of your choice. So here I can specify what my image name is going to be. Let's call this FastAPI app. And then you specify what directory you want to use, where your Docker file is present. So it is present in this current directory only, right? So I can just specify a full stop. Let's say your Docker file and all of your code were present in a server folder. So you had like a server folder where all of your code of this existed. Well, you could have specified server over here then, but no, in our case, we only have a full stop because this is the current directory that we want to use. Then I can press enter, and an image with the name of FastAPI app is going to be built. Also over here, you can see that it's doing multiple tasks. The first one is getting the Python 3.11 version. The second one is going to be to create the /app directory. As you can see, this part is cached because probably before I had created /app directory. So it cached that. Then we copied the requirements.txt, we pip installed all of those things. Then we copied rest of the files and we have an image created. If I want to see the image, you can click over here. This was present because of the Docker container. This thing is present because we installed the Docker extension. And as you can see, we have image over here, FastAPI app. So this part is what we have with us. This is called FastAPI app for us, right? Now, after we have the image with us, what we need to do is run a container from that image. Now, how do I run a container? Well, to run a container, we needed the image. We have built the image. Now we can just do docker run -d. Docker run just says that we want to create and start a new container. -d tells that the container is going to run in the background, and -d basically stands for detached mode because it is running in the background. It's detached from everyone else. Then we have -p, which specifies the port. And then we are going to say that, hey, listen, in our Docker file, we have exposed the port 8000, right? I want to use that 8000 port and bind it to my system. So I can just do 8000:8000. So we have mapped the port of 8000 of the container to the port 8000 of this current system, the Mac OS system I'm on. After that, if you want, you can also assign the name to the Docker container. So you can just do --name and pass in the container name. Let's call this FastAPI container. But I think this is an optional argument. So if you don't want to do it, don't do it. That's completely fine. And then we can specify the image name. So what is the image that we are building on top of? Because to run a Docker container, we need an image. What is the image name? And the image name, if we go back over here, is FastAPI_app. If I use anything else, it's going to give an error. So I'm going to use FastAPI_app, hit enter, and the Docker container has started running. If you want to verify it, here it is. In the container section, you have FastAPI container. It says will watch for changes in these directories /app. So that means that container was running well, but it just had an error because it wasn't able to find the app module in main. And that's a FastAPI configuration that we want to do because we have not written any FastAPI specific code. But yeah, the Docker container is running. If you want to see it from Visual Studio Code, we can go to the Docker extension and we have individual containers, FastAPI app, files, and in this files, we have multiple folders. Most of them are created by Docker itself, but what we are interested in is app. And in that app, we have Dockerfile and main.py. If you want to install that main.py, click over here and you'll be able to install and see what this main.py contains. It's just going to be hello world. So yeah, everything worked out pretty well. All of the other things that you can see are probably coming in because of this line from Python 3.11 Slim. Because when we use this base image of Python, as I said, it's an image written by someone else. So it has configured multiple other things. For example, it has specified that we want to use a Linux system or what kernel of Linux system we want to use and stuff like that. If you want to check out what exactly it means, you can just go and search Python 3.11-slim. So this is the version. I'm going to click on here and we have the source code. So here it has said from Debian bookworm slim. So that is the base image it is using. So if you want to go and search for this thing, you'll be able to find a Docker Debian official image. Then you can go into the rabbit holes to find out which image is built on what image. But yeah, since it's using Debian, we have all of these files configured like that. So that's great. Everything's working. Now you might think that a Docker setup is done, but it's actually not. Because we just don't want to run our FastAPI application. We also want to run our Postgres setup, right? We also want a Postgres database to be present for this particular backend because we want to be able to store the user data in our Postgres database. Now you might be wondering that why are we using a Postgres database by ourselves? Why are we not using AWS to use their own database? And the reason for that is it's very expensive. If you search for AWS Aurora DB, which is a relational database provided by AWS, it has multiple great features that our Postgres database is not going to have. It has stuff like replication. Basically, your data will be replicated in multiple places. So even if data from one place disappears because there's some fault or the computer got infected or something like that, you have your data persisted in different locations. But the pricing is just too high for us to even build it. It's majorly for enterprise level applications. So it's a good service, but it's very expensive. So we're not using that. We're just using Postgres by ourselves. So yeah, the point is we need Postgres database as well. So how can I get a Postgres database running over here as well? I cannot specify that in this Docker file. For that, I will need a separate Docker file, right? And then I need to manage both of those Docker files together. Now, instead of creating two Docker files, managing them together, what we can do is create something known as a docker compose.yml file. What docker compose does is it allows the two processes to run together and be managed by a single service. So we'll be able to run one single command and Postgres and our FastAPI image both will be initialized and they'll run together. Isn't that better than running like 2 different Docker files and then managing both of them together? Yeah. So let's go ahead and configure our docker compose.yml file. So first of all, it is a YAML file. It's a YAML file. Just like in Flutter, you have pubspec.yaml file, or in some other languages, you might have also seen YAML file. So the syntax for it is pretty straightforward. Indentation matters in YAML, so make sure you have that. I find it to be much more interesting than JSON. It doesn't look as ugly, I would say. So yeah, what we need to do first is mention services over here. So services is like, what are the services present in my project? So the first one is FastAPI, right? And as you can see, the extension automatically saw that there is services. So if you want, you can run all your services from here. If you want, you can run this particular service from here. But no, we need to specify additional information. For example, for our FastAPI application, what do we want to build? Like, an image needs to be built, right? How do we provide this FastAPI service the information required to build an image and start running it? So for that, I need to specify a build argument over here. And if you pass in a path, it will build based on that path. But no, I have additional context to specify. The additional context is that this is the particular build that I want. In this folder, my Dockerfile is present that I want you to use. So I also need to specify a Dockerfile. All right. Just make sure Dockerfile is spelled exactly like this one. Okay. So till now, we have just told that we have a FastAPI service and we want to build in this particular folder, and the Docker file is named this. Okay. After that, we need to give a container name. So earlier I had given a container name over here, right? FastAPI container. I can give that again. So I can just copy it and paste it down. After that, we can specify the port, because even over here, we had specified the port binding that was required, 8000:8000. So here I can specify ports, and then I need to specify in a string 8000:8000. So the port exposed by FastAPI should be bound to 8000 on our local system. Then also, if you want to specify something, you can specify the image name. So what is the image name? Earlier, we had given the name FastAPI app. So I'm just going to keep FastAPI_app. If you want, you can call this my FastAPI app, and yeah, it would still work. I'm just going to call this FastAPI app. Perfect. After that, I'm going to define another service. So make sure you are in the same line as FastAPI. And here, let's specify what our Postgres service is going to look like. I'm going to call it DB because, well, it is a database. After that, we are going to pass in an image. What is the image that we are using? Earlier, we had given the name FastAPI app, which was built by us. So it was our own image. But in Postgres, we don't have our own image. We're going to use an official image, which is Postgres. And then I can specify :15 over here. And now, as you can see, if I click on this, we go to the official Postgres image. We'll be using that. So yeah, this image can be your own custom image, but if you specify your own custom image, you need to specify the build over here. But if you specify an official image, there's no need to specify a build. Otherwise it will get confused that, hey, are you asking me to create an image based on your Docker files, or are you asking me to pull the official image? So make sure it's specified properly. This is our own custom image and this is the official image. After that, we can specify the container name. I'm just going to call this Postgres database. Then we need to specify the ports. By default, Postgres opens up the port of 5432. I also want 5432. So 5432 from the host side and 5432 from the container side. Then we also need to specify the environment variables over here. That is quite important because for Postgres to run properly, you need to specify what the username is, what the password is, what the DB is, like what the DB is called. So here we're going to have Postgres_DB and make sure it is all caps lock. Then the value is going to be my database or whatever you want to call it. All right. Also, this will not be equal. This will be colon. Then we're going to have another one, Postgres_user. It should be copied exactly as it is because that's what Postgres requires from you. Then you can pass in Postgres. Finally, you're going to have Postgres underscore password, and then you can specify test123 or whatever you want your password to be. I'm just going to call this test123 and we're done with that. But the problem with this approach is that data is not persisted. That means if I run the Docker container once, I store some data to my database, then I stop my container and then rerun it again, the data is going to disappear. It's not persisted because, as I said, this Docker container, so this is our Docker container and our host system are independent of each other. So if this shuts down, it is not persisted in memory because our host system is not connected to it. So what we want to do is make a way that we can persist the information. And to persist the information, we want to ensure that our Docker container, so this is our Docker container, and our host have a way such that the container can store information in our host system so that we can access it as soon as we load up. And for that, we have something known as Docker volumes. Now there are multiple types of Docker volumes. The first Docker volume is called named volumes. The second one is called bind mounts. And the third one is called anonymous volumes. There's also a fourth type called TMPFS, which is temporary file storage volume, but I've not seen many people use this one. These three are the most commonly used ones. Let's go over each of them. What is named volume? Named volume is a fully managed volume done by Docker itself, and it is stored under a specific volume on the host. So whenever I say host, I'm saying on our system, this particular system. In my case, the Mac OS I'm operating on. The named volume benefit is that it is a persistent data storage. So if a container restarts, the data is stored, and it's very helpful with our database. The second one is bind mount. What it does is map a specific directory or file from the host to the container. And it is used whenever you need access to specific host files. For example, when you want to do local development, bind mount will be very helpful. And we're going to see a demo of that. The third one is anonymous volumes. It is very similar to named volumes, but without a specific name. It doesn't store the data permanently. It is a temporary storage that is allocated by Docker itself, but it gets deleted when the container is removed. And we'll see how Docker containers can be removed. You can just do docker compose stop and it will remove the container, no big deal in that. And the fourth one is TMPFS, temporary file storage. It stores the data in RAM, not on disk. Okay, so you can store the data on disk and you can store it in RAM. And as you know, if you store the data in RAM, it is not persistent, but it is very fast. So the use case is that you want high speed, non-persistent data storage. That's when TMPFS is very helpful. So having known all of these, let's see how we can use named volumes for our task, because we want a data storage that's persistent and only named volume supports that. So you can first go down at the services level, this services level. So at the beginning of your file, so indentation is at the beginning, you'll have volumes, and here you can specify the volume name. The volume name is Postgres underscore data : We don't have to specify anything after it because that's what named volumes are. You just give it a name and Docker will manage it by itself. You don't have to specify anything by yourself. But yeah, ensure that the colon is there, otherwise it won't work. After that, we are going to have volumes. And in the volumes, we are just going to map this host path, which is the Postgres underscore data, this particular volume that we had created, and we're going to map it to the data that's automatically created by Docker. So we're going to have /var/lib/PostgreSQL/data. Also, this needs to be slash, not full stop. Now, if you're wondering where I got this path from, it's because this is where the PostgreSQL data is generally stored. So that's where we get it from. So just to recap what we did over here, we created a named volume. So Docker manages that. And here we've specified volumes. Here we are just saying that on the host, we have Postgres data managed by Docker. And this is the path in the container where the volume is mapped. So the data will be stored over here in the host, and this is where it's going to be stored in the container. Another thing I would like to do over here is specify the environment variable for our FastAPI application. So here we're going to have an environment variable specified, and it's going to be the database URL, which is going to equal to a particular value. And that's going to be PostgreSQL : Postgres, which is my username. If you see Postgres user : password. So the password is test123 for me. So I'm just going to replace this with test123 @ then I need to specify the DB. So we have @DB : 5432 / my database, which is the database name, and we're done. So this is our database URL. This is the protocol, PostgreSQL protocol, username, password, @DB, just ensure you don't forget that DB, : the port it's running on, and then the database name. So we are injecting that database URL in our FastAPI service. Now what I can do is go to the main.py and just have a valid FastAPI application. So I can just do app is equal to FastAPI. Just ensure this isn't called app, because if you go to the Dockerfile, you had written over here Uvicon main. Main is the name of the file and app is the variable it is looking for. So this is the app variable it's looking for. If it doesn't get that, it's going to give an error. Also ensure that you import FastAPI. So to do that, you can do from FastAPI, import FastAPI. Great. After that, let's create a dummy route. We're going to have @app.get, and then we're going to pass in a /. So if we go to localhost 8000 / we are at a route. Now we can do def. Let's just call it hello world or root, whatever you want to call it. And we can just return hello world. Sweet. Later on, we'll have to add middleware and stuff. Actually, let's just add it over here. We're just going to add a middleware. What middleware does is it runs before a route is executed. So if any call is made to /, so localhost 8000 /, this middleware will run first, followed by that route. So it ensures that certain things are present. And in our case, we want the CORS middleware. This won't be an issue if you're running it on Android or iOS, I think, but it will cause an issue if you're running it on your React application. So ensure you have that. And you can import that CORS middleware from fastapi.middleware.cors and just import CORS middleware. Sweet. After that, we are going to have allow origins. So what origins are we allowing? It's just going to be an origins list, which I'm going to define at the top, which is a list of string called http : localhost. And we are also going to have localhost 3000. So anyone with any localhost thing. So your frontend needs to run on localhost 3000 if you're running it on Flutter Web or React or any other client-side application. It needs to run on port 3000. If you deploy it somewhere else, you'll have to add that over here as well. So once you add that, it tells that these URLs are able to access our backend, and that's great. Yeah, we want these two to do it. Then we say allow credentials. So we are able to access any cookies and stuff, which is equal to true. Then also ensure that you have allow methods. So it's allowing all the methods to exist over here. So we have asterisk. Then we want to ensure we have all the headers. So we also have that in a list of stars. That means everything. Now, if you're wondering how I got that save, that's because of the black formatting tool that I'm using. So if you go to the extensions and search for black formatter, it is also given by Microsoft. And then also ensure that in your settings, so just make sure you go to your settings and here you have save format on save on. So just make sure you tick it, and now whenever you save your file, it should happen. And if it doesn't happen, just do this format document with, and just ensure you select black formatter. Cool. Now we have CORS also set up. Everything looks good. So I'm just going to do docker compose up. So with this, it's going to go ahead and search for this docker compose.yml file and run that. So I'm going to hit enter, and it says unexpected type map as string interface. So that means if I go to my docker compose, there's an error over here. And this error exists because we have put in these hyphens. We don't have to put this hyphens if we're not using this equal to sign. So there are two syntaxes. The first one is this particular thing without the hyphen over here. Okay, so if you're using this, don't use hyphen. Just remember that. If colon, no hyphen. And if you're using is equal to, you need a hyphen over here. Now if I save it, then also ensure you do docker stop FastAPI container. So what it will do is stop that Docker container that was running previously because of this Dockerfile. Now we have Docker Compose to run, and then you can just do Docker Compose up. And now it will start running it. If it has not already built the image, it is going to pull all the necessary details. So example over here is DB. It is installing all the required dependencies of Postgres database, pulling that, and then running it. This is also cached, so the first time it's going to be taking a lot of time, and then it's going to take less time. Also over here, you can see the container name FastAPI container is already in use. Rename the container to be able to reuse that. And the solution to that is just delete this FastAPI container. It shouldn't exist in the first place. So you can delete it from here, or if you want, you can do it from the command line as well. For the images, I'm going to uninstall the FastAPI app, and yeah, there we go. In the volumes, I'm not going to delete this backend Postgres data because that was created right now. And now I can run this again. Now, if you want, you can force to build an image again by doing -- build, and it will build the image compulsorily. And yeah, there we go. It was way faster this time. The Postgres DB is running on the port 5432. And if we go to localhost 8000, let's go over there. We are able to see hello world because we had a route of get on / which returned hello world. But here's the problem. See, over here, if I change this, save the file, as you can see, this thing did not rerun. FastAPI should reload. And you might say, why is it not reloading? Because in Dockerfile, we have specified that it should reload on every file save. Here's a proof. If I restart, it doesn't show up hello world with 3 exclamation marks, or actually 4 exclamation marks. The reason for that is if you go to this Docker container, then go to this FastAPI app, files, app, and then download this main.py file, you'll have the original main.py file, not the updated main.py file, because the actual copying of files happened only once. And that was when the image was being built. In our Docker file, that's what we have done, right? We copied all of the files from the host to the Docker container. After that, we are not transferring the code changes or the file changes anywhere. And to fix that, what we need to do in Docker Compose is specify a volume. You remember I had told to you about bind mounts. What were bind mounts? Bind mounts mapped a specific directory or file from the host to the container. And we would use this whenever we need to access specific host files, for example, when we wanted to do our local development. And that's what we need over here. From our original file system where we are developing the application, in my case, the Mac OS, I want to shift the file from here to here as soon as it updates. And for that, bind mounts are great. We are able to share the files between the host and the container using this. So we used named volumes when we wanted to persistently store the data on the host machine. But we are using bind mounts when we are doing local development. That means we want one file from the host machine to go to this particular volume as soon as it changes. So here I can specify volumes. So in FastAPI, just mentioned that, all right? Volumes. So we'll have /. So this is the host path, and we are going to have /app, which is our working directory on the Docker container. So all the files that are present in this backend folder should be mounted in the /app folder, because in our Docker file, we have created a working directory of /app. We want all the files to land over there. And with this, everything should work fine. So now I'm going to restart everything, we're going to have docker compose up -- build. And now you'll notice this thing. Now I'm going to remove these things because I don't want to get overly excited. Click on save and it restarts. Now I can restart this thing. Well, we just see that. Now I'm getting excited again. So I'll put it, refresh, and we have 2 more exclamation marks. So with this, our Docker container setup is done properly, or at least I'm assuming it's happened properly. If we want to test our Postgres database, we can do that. So over here, if we click on Postgres DB, we're able to inspect the logs of that particular service, then go to exec. So we have a terminal over here, which I can use. So I can execute Postgres specific commands over here. So I'll do psql-u, and here I need to specify the username. The username is Postgres because that's what we had specified in Docker compose, remember? Then we are going to have -d. This has to be capital case. This has to be small case, just how Postgres works. And then we specify the database name. My database name is my database. Then I hit enter and it says my database does not exist. And that's true because I had misspelled it over here. It is my database, not my database. So even over here, I'm going to change that. Or actually, let's just change it over here and rerun the Docker compose. Anytime I'm changing docker compose.yml, I'm just going to restart everything. So now we have to do that again. We have psql-u postgres-d my database, and we're going to keep having that error. But just to prove it to you that my database was created, not my database, I'll just do my database. Oh, I'm having a bad day. Let me just copy this and do psql, not SQL. And there we go. My database was created. My database is still not created. So to force it to create that one, what we can do is simple. Just do docker compose stop. All right, it's stopped now. Now I'm just going to take the hard step of deleting everything from here. I'm also going to delete the FastAPI image. You can have the Postgres image if you want, or if you want to delete it, make sure you have the latest one. You can do that as well. Also remove the volume because that's the one which is going to contain all the information. Do docker compose up or -- build, whatever you want, hit enter, and now it should work fine. So after this is started again, I'm going to go and do the same thing to ensure everything works. We're going to have the psql command, and I didn't copy that, big mistake. Then I'll have -d my database, and there we go. My database is present. It's not going to have anything inside of it because we have not created any tables. We have not done anything. By the way, /dt just lists out all the tables if there are any, none found. So with this, our Docker setup and configuration is done. For the next Docker files that we are going to create for our future services, I'm not going to dive into this much depth because I would assume you've learned majority of it. If you have any questions, let me know. But now we are going to dive into the non-fun stuff. We need to configure AWS. So let's configure AWS and then we'll be able to dive into the authentication related routes, which is the fun stuff. So let's get started. So to set up AWS, go to aws.amazon.com and you will see a screen like this. So you want to click on sign up. It won't be complete sign up for you if you're using it for the first time. Just click on sign up and then you'll come over here. Well, you want to click on create a new AWS account. Make sure you're signing up for AWS. Now you want to mention your root user email address over here. Root user is basically the admin account. And then you can have multiple other users performing certain tasks, but our root user is going to be the most important one. So here, I'm just going to pass in my email address, choose an account name, verify my email address, and when I'm done with all of that, I'll see you. After you sign up for an account, you have to pass in your password. So make sure you create your root user password. And once you do that, we'll go to the step 2. After you've passed in your password, it'll ask you for your contact information and how you plan to use it. For us, it's personal. Then we need to pass in our name, phone number, and whatever country address we are in. So make sure you fill that and then click on next. Once you've done that, it will ask for your billing information. So you need to put in your credit or debit card account. You can't pass in like fake credit card details and all of those things because it is going to hold up to $1 or an equivalent amount in local currency as a pending transaction to verify your identity. So make sure you pass in your real credit or debit card. As it says, we will not charge you for your usage below AWS free tier limits. If you're still worried, make sure you search up what the AWS free tier limits are. It has an entire section dedicated to that. So make sure you see all of that. When you first sign up for an account, it's free for 12 months. So we are in the free tier. If you don't want to get charged for AWS, and if you get charged and you want to set up a budget, you can just look into AWS budgets where you can just specify your budget and ensure you trigger stuff so that it doesn't charge you. Basically, if you reach a certain threshold, it will send you an email. And if you cross a particular threshold, it will trigger some actions so that all your services just go down and you won't be charged. But those services will be down for sure. So yeah, look into this blog and create your budgets. As of now, I'm going to put in my credit card number and everything, and I'll see you after I've done that. After you've specified your card details, it will ask you for your phone number again. Just make sure you put that. And once you pass in the correct OTP that you got on your phone number, you're ready to get started. So yeah, make sure you select the basic support free and click on complete sign up. We don't want the paid version. You don't want to get charged for this. So after this is done, we have signed up with AWS. Now we can go to the AWS management console and we're in. Now the first thing you might want to do is, well, just look at everything present over here. It's quite intuitive of what it is. These are the services that you commonly visit. For example, if I search up S3 over here, which is simple storage service, we'll talk more about that later on. It will show up over here. These are the applications that you might have. So if you want to go ahead and create one application, you can do that so that you have more structure to your thing. Then you have this AWS Health. Then you have Enable Cost Optimization Hub. And if you want to go deeper into setting up budgets and stuff, this is probably the place you want to go in. But yeah, follow that guide. It will tell you how to set up those budget and threshold things. Also, once you're done with the tutorial and you don't want to use this anymore, just ensure you close your AWS account by following the guide over here. If you close your AWS account, all the services will be closed. And for better security, you might also want to delete all your services. Like we are going to start our S3 service, SQS service, all of those services. You might want to close that and also close your AWS account. So all your data is gone and you won't be charged. Now, after coming here, the first thing you want to do is click over here and select the region you want your server to be in. That's going to be very important because whatever you select over here is going to be the place where most of your services are going to be. For example, if I select AP South 1 over here, I'll have to pass that AP South 1 every single place I use AWS services, even in my code, because the service from Mumbai or AP South 1 will be used. If I pass any other thing, it will give me an error. So make sure you select whatever one you want. I'm going to select AP South 1. Generally, it's recommended that you select whatever region your users are in or you are in so that the latency is to the minimum. But in our applications, it wouldn't really matter because we don't have that many users and we don't know where our user is. I've just selected whatever place I wanted as of now. The next thing is, here you can search for AWS services. You might have heard of EC2, you might have heard of SQS, you might have heard of S3. We're going to talk about all of that and it's going to be fun. But first, what we're looking for is IAM. That is Identity and Access Management. Basically, here we're going to create a user and give it certain permissions that it can access. And if it has those permissions, it will be able to do certain tasks for us. For example, if I want to access a certain service like S3, I need to give a user a certain permission in IAM, which will give me an access token and stuff like that, which I can incorporate in my code so that my AWS account knows which user is trying to access what. So to make you understand, let's draw a diagram. Here we are going to have, let's say, one user, and this user is, let's say, Rivan. Okay, this user has the permission to access S3. This user might also have the access to EC2. But this user does not have access to SQS. So if I try to access SQS using the credentials of this user, it will give an error that, hey, this guy does not have the permission. So that means if you have multiple employees or multiple different tasks, you can segregate them. So this user can only do this task, this user can only do this task. And that way it's pretty safe, right? And this user is also going to give us like credential access and all of those things, which we can configure with our code to make it run properly. So here, I'm just going to go ahead and go to the users, then click on create user, then pass in the username. What is the username? Well, this is going to be our one and only user for this application, and it's able to access everything we are going to use in this application. So let's just call this all perm user. Now, the way I'm going to do this is not exactly secure. There are multiple other ways to make it more secure, obviously, but it's the easiest path to get started. So I'm just going to click on next. Then I want to attach policies directly over here. There are two other options, add user to group. Basically what we can do is create something known as a group. And this group has a set of permissions, okay? So they have access to S3, they have access to, let's say, SQS, they have access to EC2, they have access to ECS, all of those things. So what I can do is tell this user to belong to this group. Then I can add another user which can belong to this group. So there is a group where multiple users exist, okay? We're not doing that one. The second one is copy permissions. Basically, we can copy all the group memberships, attached manage policies and inline policies from an existing user. So basically, we just copy from one place to another. And the third one is attach policies directly. What policies do we want to give this user? Well, that's the one we're going to select, and we're going to pass in EC2 full access. So it has access to the entire EC2. We're going to talk about what each of that is. Then we are also going to pass in ECS full access. We are also going to give S3 full access. There are other permissions we would like to access as well, but I don't think you would understand them quite well unless we get those errors, and then I think it would be the best to understand it. So as of now, we've just given 3 permissions: EC2 full access, basically access to EC2, full access to ECS, and S3. These 3 are services, all right? Then I'll click on create user, and then we have it. Okay, great. Now we can click on this user, and here we can click on create access key. First of all, what are all of these things? First, created. So when was this created? When was this last signing in? Does it have console access? Basically, will this user be able to access this particular thing? And ARN means Amazon resource name. So it's a unique identifier for this particular Amazon resource. This is how you know this is what this resource does. So if you want to access this resource, this is its unique ID. Then you have access key, and we want to create this access key. Now what we want it for is CLI. We want to use this access key to enable the AWS CLI to access our AWS account. You'll see why this option was selected in just a minute. So let me I understand the above recommendation, and then click on next. Then we can give a description. I don't want to do that. Create access key. Now it has an access key and a secret access key. Don't click on done yet, because once you move out of here, you won't be able to access it. So ensure you download the .csv file over here if you want to keep it permanently with you, or just follow for a minute. What you want to look for is Boto 3. Once you do that, you'll get the documentation for Boto 3. What Boto 3 is an AWS SDK for Python. So if you want to access AWS using Python, so we are using Python, right? FastAPI, Python. We'll be able to access AWS using Boto 3. But what we want to look into as of now is installation. So this is how we can do it. We'll do all of that. But first, we want to configure. So before using Boto 3, you need to set up authentication credentials for your AWS account using the IAM console. We did that. We get the access key and the secret access key. Now what you want to do is install AWS CLI. So you can go over here and install AWS CLI. Now how do you do that? To do that, you can click on Get Started. And here we have installing or updating to the latest version of AWS CLI. We've completed the prerequisites, all right? But before you do that, there's one point over here that I should make clear again. To increase the security of your AWS account, we recommend that you do not use your root account credentials. Just ensure you're not using root account credentials. You have an IAM user created over here, and obviously don't use mine. I'm just going to delete it before the video gets uploaded. Now you can click over here and get the AWS CLI. If you're on Mac OS, this is what you can do. You have the GUI installer. I would recommend using command line installer. It's the fastest. Just copy this thing and paste it and you're done. If you want to use it on Windows or Linux, you can follow their instructions. And once you're done, AWS CLI should be installed on your system. If you want to check if it's installed or not, you can simply do AWS and it prints out these things. If it's there, that means AWS is installed. What you need to do next is AWS configure. And now it asks you for your access key ID. If yours doesn't look exactly like this, don't worry. That's because I had configured it for a different IAM user. That's why it shows up this, because this is the ending key. It is a way to validate that my access key ID is what I'm thinking, but it's also a way to change your access key ID, and that's what I'm going to change. Here, I'm just going to copy this key, paste it in over here. That is my access key ID now. Then the secret key access, which I'm going to copy from here and paste it. Then click enter. Then the default region name. If you've selected any other region, I had selected AP South 1, right? If this doesn't show up for you or you've selected some other region, make sure you pass that in. I'm just going to hit enter because AP South 1 is the default one. Default output format is JSON. So I'm just going to click on enter and AWS is configured. Now, if I run this command again, you'll notice my last 4 letters have changed because this is the new key. It is ending with UTEC. Cool. So now that we're done with this, AWS is configured properly. You can click on done. As you can see, it's saying continue without viewing or downloading. I'm not downloading the CSV file. I would highly recommend you to do that if it's a long time application. But for me, it's going to get deleted after this video. So yeah, let's click on continue. Now what we want to do is actually install Boto 3. So I'm going to go to my backend folder, and here in my requirements.txt, I'm going to have Boto 3. Then I'll also have to restart this entire thing because now a new thing is added to a requirements.txt and it needs to be installed. And as you can see, it is running pip install again. Earlier, it didn't run many times because it was cached, but now it has changed. So it's not caching. Docker is pretty smart at that. And now we have Boto 3. Now what I want to do is create a routes folder. So this is going to contain all the routes in our application. And then we're going to have auth.py. Here we're going to have router is equal to API router. And then we are going to have command full stop from FastAPI import API router. If you're not familiar with this, it is basically a way to make your FastAPI applications well structured because all of the code are not in the same file anymore. They're all in different files. And if we want to bind them all together, we can just do app.include router and then we pass in the router. So in our case, it's going to be this router. So at the top, we can do from routes.auth. We want to import router, or as I like to do it, from routes import auth. So we are importing the file and then we can simply do auth.router. If you want, you can also prefix it. So you have prefix with /auth. Now, whenever you want to access a particular route that's present in this folder, for example, @app. Let's say post, because we are going to create a sign up route over here, and it's not app, sorry, router. You can't use app anymore. Ensure that, because then it will be a circular reference because you're trying to access app that's defined in main. And in that you have app.include router, which is calling auth. So main.py is calling auth and auth is calling main.py. That's a circular reference and that's incorrect. So make sure you use router. Now we have def sign up user. And if we just have a route like this, you can't just do localhost 8000/signup. No, what you need to do is localhost 8000/auth/signup. So that's what the prefix does. And all the authentication related routes are going to come up over here. Sweet. Now what I want to do is explain how the authentication is going to work in our system. So for authentication, we are going to use an AWS system called Cognito. So Cognito helps with secure identity and access management for apps. So if you want email, password, phone, social logins, all of that can be supported through Amazon Cognito. And if you want to search up the pricing, just do Amazon Cognito pricing and it's there in the free tier. Also, Cognito User Pools has a free tier of 10,000 monthly active users. So that's quite a bit. But if your app takes off, maybe you might want to look at other options, but I still think it's pretty cheap if you don't want to manage it on your own. Now what I want to do over here is get started for free in less than 5 minutes. What we are going for is a traditional web application. We are not going for a single page application or a mobile app. You might think that because we are using React or Flutter or whatever, but no, we're going to set up our authentication system on our backend. And our front end is going to interact with a backend, which is going to interact with AWS Cognito. So that's how the flow goes. And that's why it's going to be a traditional web application. And I'm just going to call this FastAPI app. Then here we need to pass in the option for sign-in identifiers. I'm just going to allow email. If you want, you can also have username, but then your username needs to be unique for every user. And in YouTube, you might have seen many people have the same usernames. If you want to disallow that, unselect it. I think YouTube is moving towards every user having a single username, but either ways, I'm just going to have email. Then we need to pass in the required attributes for sign up. So we're going to have email, and then we're also going to have the name, not family name, not local or given name, just name. After we have that, we can click on create user directory and we're done. So here's the thing about AWS Cognito. If you want, you can use their own sign up and sign in pages. If you click over here, view login page, you'll be able to see a page created by AWS that you can use. And behind the scenes, it's calling all the sign up, sign in methods. If you want to integrate such a thing in your application, well, you can click on Python and see how they've done it in Flask. It's pretty similar. So what they've done is created a route which simply returns HTML. And over here, you'll notice that they've had login like this. They have OAuth authorized redirect, so you're redirecting to a particular thing. And that's where the login is going to take place. And this is where authorization happens, logout happens, but we're not going to do any of that. We are going to use the sign up and sign in methods they are calling behind the scenes because we want our own user interface. We don't want to give the UI control to AWS. So now what we're going to do is click on user pools, and here is our user pool name, and here we'll get very valuable information. If you want, you can remove all of this. It takes up a lot of space, not really specific news that will affect us. And now what we want to do over here is see what each of these things mean. We have a user pool name. So what is the user pool? A user pool basically adds layers of features for security, identity, and customization of user experience. Then we have a user pool ID, a unique thing. Then we have an Amazon resource name for this as well. Every service you'll see has a resource name and it's structured pretty similarly, ARN:AWS:, and then you have the service name followed by the region name. Then you have the token signing key URL, and then you have created, updated, etc. Now where we want to go is client apps. Here we have FastAPI apps, and here we have very valuable information. The first one is the app client name that we gave. Then we have the client ID and client secret. Both are going to be very, very important. Then it has authentication flow session duration, refresh token expiration. Basically, we are going to have two things, refresh token and access token. We're going to talk about how the authentication is going to work after we create the sign up and the login routes. Also, we have authentication flows written over here. What we want to do is edit, and here select this option. These two are already selected, choice-based sign-in, allow user auth, sign in with secure remote password. We also want to allow sign in with username and password. Username in our case is email. So we want to allow the user to sign in with email and password. If you don't do this, it will give an error. So make sure you do that. Now you can click on save changes, and yeah, now we can go to our code and set up everything. So first we need to get the Cognito client. Basically, allowing us to interact with our AWS console, right? So what I want to do is contact AWS whenever this sign up route is hit that, hey, listen, we have some user, I want to sign up, so please help me out. It's very similar to Firebase or any other authentication system you've used before, like Supabase, but there's a few more things you'll have to do, but the concept is pretty similar. You just have to call them. Now we need to get access to this Cognito client. To do that, I'm just going to call it Cognito client equal to Boto3. So make sure you import Boto3 first. So you have import Boto3 dot, then you pass in the client. And in this client, you need to pass in first the name of the service you're using. Later on, we'll be using S3, ECS, all kinds of services. As of now, we'll be using Cognito-IDP. If you want to know more about this, you can definitely go ahead and do Boto3 Cognito IDP and you'll be able to access the documentation. This is also where I got all my information from. And with this, you're done. You would have to add more information over here like access token, region name, secret access token, all those things. But now we don't have to because in our system, we have done AWS configure and we've passed that in AWS configure. So Boto3 by default is just going to go to that location and search that, hey, do you have Amazon credentials? Oh, you do? Great. I'm just going to take them. After that, we'll have to accept something from the body of the request, right? We need the user's name, email, and password. And to accept the body of the request in FastAPI, we need a Pydantic models. So I'm just going to create a folder of Pydantic models. And this is going to contain a file called authmodels.py. Here, we are going to define a class signup request, which is going to extend the base model that is given by Pydantic. And then we can have name, which is of the type of string, email, which is of the type of string, password, which is of the type of string. Now I can take this signup request, or actually let me just call this data, which is of the type of signup request. And then you want to import it. So you can just press command full stop and it will say from Pydantic models.auth models import signup request. Now remember, if you're not in the backend folder, if you're in the YouTube clone tut folder, it will import like this from backend.pydantic models.auth models import signup request, because from VS Code's perspective, it's thinking that backend is a folder. So it's trying to access it that way. No, it should be Pydantic models.auth models, because when we deploy it, we're deploying the backend folder independently. We're not deploying the YouTube clone tut folder together. Each of the services that is going to be present is going to be deployed independently. So they all have to be independent of each other. So that's why just make sure you have from Pydantic models.auth models. You don't have backend dot because it's self-referencing. And when we try to deploy it, our hosting provider wouldn't know what backend folder is, even though it is this particular folder. Great. Now we want to sign up the user. And to do that, we can just do Cognito client dot sign up. Now, when we sign up, there are a few things we need to pass. The first one is the client ID. What is the client ID? Well, the client ID is just what we saw over here. So I need to take this and put it in my .env file. Because remember, when we did AWS configure, we passed the credentials of the IAM user. This information that we have client ID and the client secret, both of them are only related to Cognito. They're not related to any other service. It's not even kind of related to IAM. IAM is its own thing. With IAM, you're able to access the service. If you want to access a particular service, you will need the access ID. You will need the secret access ID or whatever that was called. And then you'll also need whatever data the service is going to give you, because you just can't upload data to your service like that. And also, if you think about it, you can have different client apps over here, right? You have one client app, but you can have 2, 3, 4. How do you uniquely identify what this client app is? That's what the client ID and client secret are for. So now we need to create a .env file over here. This is going to contain all of our secret data. And here I'm just going to create Cognito underscore client underscore ID, which is equal to this thing. Then we have Cognito secret, and let's just call this client secret, which is equal to this thing over here. Now we need a way to access this .env, and Pydantic makes it very, very easy. What we can do is create a new file in the root folder itself. Let's call this secrets.py. Then it's going to be a class of secrets that extends base settings. Okay. Now you want to import this base settings from Pydantic. So you have from Pydantic import base settings. And we have an error over here that this thing is overriding the standard lib module secret. So maybe we can rename this. Let's just call it secret keys or something. And then we have secret keys as the class, and this remains the same. You need to extend it with base settings, not base model, because when you use base settings, you can specify additional information about where your .env file is and stuff like that. But in our case, it's pretty simple. Secret keys.py and .env lie in the same folder, lie in the same relative space. So it's going to access the .env clearly. Now we need to call this Cognito client ID, which is of the type of string. And if it doesn't find that, it's going to be an empty string. The same goes for Cognito client secret. If it is found, then it's going to be whatever value is mentioned, otherwise an empty string. And both are of the type of string. Now we can go to the auth.py file and pass in stuff over here. The first one is client ID, and we need to get that from secret keys. So I can just do secret underscore keys equal to secret keys. Also, let's import it from secret keys. Then we'll pass in, or actually let's create a variable at the top called Cognito client ID is equal to secret keys dot Cognito client ID, and the same goes for Cognito secret key, and we can paste that over here as well. Great. Or actually I misspelled it. It should be Cognito client secret. Just make sure you update that. Now you can pass the client ID. The reason I created constants over here, and whenever you see something like caps locked, it is a constant. The reason I've created these two variables is because they'll be needed everywhere. They'll be needed in signup, login, and other routes that we're going to create. After that, we are going to have the username passed to it. Username is just going to be data.email. The password is equal to data.password. Then you need to pass in the user attributes, because if you remember, in our console, we had specified what are the user attributes that are required. So the email and the name. So we can just pass in user attributes like this. So we have name, and it should be a dictionary, and name should be title case. So you have name, which is email, because that is the user attribute we are going for. The user attribute of the name email needs to have a value of data.email. And the same goes for name over here. The name is the name property. It might get confusing because this is name, and the actual property that we have selected in console earlier on is name as well. And the value is data.name. Okay. After that, we can hit save, but it's going to give us an error, and we'll figure that out when we see the error. So let's have a Cognito response, which is equal to this thing. Then let's just return the Cognito response. Cool. Now I would like to test this. And we have an error saying base settings have been moved to Pydantic settings. So first we'll have to import this Pydantic settings package. So let's go to requirements.txt. And if you're wondering how I got that model at the top, I just did Command P. So we have requirements.txt. I'll pass in Pydantic settings over here. Then I'm going to go to the secret keys, and here we're going to have from Pydantic underscore settings import base settings. Now I don't think this is going to work because no module named Pydantic settings. We need to reinstall it. So let's Docker compose up again, and it should work. Now, just to clarify, the reason we have created .env is because you don't want to upload your keys to GitHub or any other source control or version control management system you're putting it on. So just make sure you create a file of .gitignore. So you'll have .gitignore over here and you pass in .env. So this .env file will be ignored and nowhere in your application you specified your secret keys. If anybody gets access to those, you'll get billed. Don't do that. Now we have an error saying boto_exceptions, no region error, you must specify a region. So here what we need to do is in the boto3 client, specify a region name. So we'll have to pass in AP South 1, or if you want to get it, you can get it from the secret keys. So we can go to .env and we'll have region name, which is equal to AP South 1. Then you can just have region name at the top, or even if you want it, can be over here because that's the only place you're going to have your region name specified. So you have secret keys dot region name, and now we need to go to the secret keys.py and add it over here. So we have string, which is equal to an empty string. There we go. Save. Awesome. Now the reason we are getting this error is because it's not identifying what the real region is. So what I would like to do here is instead of specifying the region name like this, I'll just do AP South 1 and then I think it should work fine, and it does. So let me just remove region name from here and even from the secret keys. If anyone knows why that didn't work, let me know in the comment section. I would love to know. But yeah, now the error is gone. And now I would like to do a localhost 8000/signup. So let me go to the Thunder client. So this is the VS Code extension for Postman basically. It's not an official Postman extension, but it helps us do similar things to Postman, but less obviously. Then we can just click on new request. Now I'm just going to do http://localhost 8000/auth, and we're going to have post request sign up. Let's pass in the body. So the body is going to be email. The email is, let's say, positionmailer@gmail.com. Then we are going to have a password, which is test123. Click on send. And it says a field is required, which is the name, which I totally forgot about. So let's pass in the name, which is Rivan. Then we can click on send and it says internal server error. Invalid length for parameter client ID, value 0, valid minimum length 1. And that's probably because even a client ID is not properly present. And now I think I realize why the error exists. Now, first of all, this error exists because the client ID, which is this Cognito client ID, is given an empty string. It is of the length of 0. It's not able to access the values from .env because first I need to load the .env values. And for that, we'll have to use the .env package. So in requirements.txt, we're going to have python.env. I think that's what the package is called. Then we can save it. You'll have to restart this entire thing. But before we do that, we are going to go to the secret keys, and here we are going to have from .env import load.env. Then I can call this function load.env, and now we are all ready. Even our .env is now going to look good because we're going to have our region name back over here. So that was the reason why it wasn't working, because none of these values were loading up because we hadn't done load.env. Load.env basically loads the values from .env saying that, hey, these are environment variables, please load them. And now these things will be present. So we're going to have region name of the type of string, which is an empty string. And now I can go to the auth.py file and here have secret keys dot region name. Great. Now I assume it should work. Let's go and send a new request, click on sign in, and again an internal server error. Now the error is different though. It's working, but it's saying not authorized exception. An error occurred when calling the sign up operation. Client is configured with secret, but secret hash was not received. What this error is telling us is that, yeah, we have specified multiple things, but one property is not specified, and that is the secret hash attribute. So what we want to do is create a secret hash and pass it in over here. So we are going to pass in a secret hash over here, which is going to equal to some value. And that's going to be secret underscore hash, and it is going to be some value we are going to calculate, and it's going to be a long process because secret hash requires us to calculate the hash based on the client ID and the client secret, and also the username of the user, which is email in our case. Now, since it's going to be a big method, let me just open up the file explorer and we're going to create a new folder called helper. And in this, we're going to have auth_helper.py. And here we're going to have a function which will generate a secret hash. So we're going to have def get secret hash. And here we're going to require three things: the username of the user, which is of the type of string, then the client ID, which is of the type of string, and then we are going to have the client secret, which is of the type of string as well. Now, how do you calculate the secret hash? To calculate the secret hash, Cognito requires that the hash be based on the username, the client ID, and the client secret. So the username is the email, the user that is trying to log in. The client ID is which app is trying to make the request. So earlier we saw that AWS Cognito can have multiple different apps, right? So this client ID will specifically tell what client app it is. So first we are going to create up a message. Message is going to be the username plus the client ID. The client secret will be passed when we use something known as HMAC. Now, what is HMAC? HMAC is hash-based message authentication code. And AWS Cognito requires us to create a secret hash based on this HMAC algorithm. So you might have heard of SHA-256, right? A cryptographic algorithm that just secures your password or anything. HMAC is kind of a superset on that. You can use other algorithms with it as well, like SHA-1 or other algorithms that exist. But for this one, we are using HMAC with SHA-256 because that's what Cognito requires. Now, first, what is the motivation of using the secret hash? Well, the thing is, when we are signing up, we need to tell it that we are the right person in charge to sign up the user. So nobody else, if they get access to this URL, like behind the scenes, the sign up is basically an API endpoint, right? Nobody else will have access to this secret hash. Yes, you can have the username, the password, because you're trying to sign up the user, but you can either not have client ID, but that is quite possible because client ID is public. As you can see, even over here, it is publicly displayed. Secrets are generally secured like this. So you don't want your secret to be out. And that's what the secret hash does. It's basically a password for your API endpoint. If you don't pass that in, you won't be able to sign up the user properly. This is a confirmation that you are the person that's allowed to send a sign up request. So that's the motivation behind using secret hash. Now, why are we using HMAC, hash-based message authentication code? Well, that's because HMAC ensures data integrity proving, meaning it will verify that the message hasn't been altered. Also, this HMAC algorithm is irreversible. That means no one can figure out the original client secret from the resulting hash. So basically, when we use the HMAC algorithm, some random code is going to generate, right? The user or the attacker will not be able to figure out the client secret based on this particular thing. Just think about it. What if in the secret hash, you just pass in the client secret? If you just pass in the client secret, the attacker, if he gets access to that, they'll be able to access the entire sign up process, and well, your app is compromised. You don't want to do that. So what you use is HMAC so that you can secure that client secret, and the client secret is not exposed. Only a random code is generated, which is irreversible. Now, why are we using HMAC with SHA-256? Why not just use SHA-256? Well, that's because, first of all, I would assume Cognito requires that. And second of all, HMAC with 256 is more secure than just SHA-256. Why? Because imagine if the app calculates hash-based codes using just the hashing algorithm that's defined like this. Or actually, let me go to the drawing app and draw this out. So this is how SHA-256 would work. So how SHA-256 would work is that a hash is calculated using a function, which is SHA-256 of secret key, which is the client secret key, plus the message. If you use this algorithm, an attacker could just take this H value and then append some data to it. And then they can recalculate the hash-based code without even knowing the secret key. So they don't really have to know the secret key, and they can still append some data to it, and well, your app is again compromised. Why is it compromised? Well, think about it this way. Imagine a website that generates secure API tokens by hashing. So it follows this particular thing that we saw. F of secret key, so you have a secret key passed to it, plus the message. And our message is what we have seen already over here, username plus client ID. So we have this H, right? Now let's say in our case, the secret key is equal to my secret key, or for short my, and the message is username is equal to Revan. Very simplified, okay? Username is equal to Revan is passed as the message. Now the hash will generate something and it will give out a random value like H84GH123XYZ, whatever, okay? Now after we get this hash value, the server would only trust this particular token because only someone with the secret key would be able to compute it. But an attacker could exploit this by using a length extension attack. What this length extension attack means is that they can take this hash value and append @name is equal to, or let's say, and role is equal to admin. So if they append this particular thing to this hash value, the new token would become the function of this H84GH123XYZ, the token that we already had, plus the role is equal to admin. And now this is still a valid SHA-256 code, and even our server trusts this because only someone with a client secret was able to generate a code like this. And what you've done is just appended the role is equal to admin. So now you're logged in with the role of admin. And that's bad because you're not an admin. An admin can do basically anything. So SHA-256 can give this error. SHA-256 continues processing where it left off. And because of this, the attacker does not need the secret key to generate a valid new hash. Due to this, the attacker can extend the original hash and trick the server into accepting username is equal to Revan and role is equal to admin, and then cause havoc in our application. And that's bad because you don't want the attacker with the role of admin. So how exactly does HMAC solve this problem? Remember, HMAC works by taking a message, which is username plus client ID. So basically the same thing. Message is equal to this, and it also takes a secret key. Now what it does is that HMAC applies SHA-256 twice. So instead of applying it once, what it does is apply it first to calculate the inner hash. What is an inner hash? Well, it is just this SHA-256 algorithm, which is function of the secret key XOR the inner padding. I'll explain what inner padding means in just a minute, and this will be plussed with message. So with this, an inner hash is calculated. And this is the first hash that's calculated. The second hash is the outer hash. Outer hash is calculated using function of secret key plus or XOR with outer padding. I'll explain what outer padding also means, plus the inner hash. And this outer hashed is just the final hashed value that's sent to the server, okay? Now let's understand what just happened over here. What is this iPad and OPAD first of all? Both of these are constants. iPad and OPAD both are constants with a specific value of 0x36. So iPad is 0x36, which is applied 64 times. So it's a constant value, it doesn't change, okay? And outer padding is 0x5c, which is also applied 64 times. If you want to search their value online, because you don't trust me, just do it and you'll find the same value. Remember, these values do not change. Now, the basic idea behind computing these two hashes is that if the attacker never sees the inner hash, if they never see this particular thing, they can never update this inner thing. And if they don't see this inner thing, they cannot append anything to the final hash value. What the second SHA-256 hash does is that it forces a full reset of the hash state, meaning this final hash, this outer hash, which is the final hash, is completely independent of this inner hash, which is calculating the main thing. So if an attacker tries to extend this, they cannot. Now, a final question you might have is, why does this HMAC algorithm use this XOR thing? XOR ensures that each part of this HMAC process is structurally unique. It basically masks the key by randomizing it. Also, in SHA-256 algorithms, it should be 512 bits or 64 bytes long. XORing will ensure that they're padded properly. If secret key is shorter than 64 bytes, XOR will pad it correctly. If secret key is longer than 64 bytes, it is hashed and then XORed, because of which both the ways the padding is done properly. So yeah, the main thing out of all of this is that HMAC is better than SHA-256 in this task because it uses two hashing methods. It calculates an inner hash and then calculates the outer hash based on the inner hash, but it does this such that they're both independent of each other. So if you have the outer hash, you can't extend anything to it because you can't update the inner hash because they're both independent of each other. If that's hard to understand, simple thing. You just get a hash value. This is the outer hash and it is some random value. You can't append to it because if you append, it's not going to make sense because the actual message, the user's details, is in username plus client ID, and you can't get access to that inner client. And all of that was done in the inner hashing. So if this was done in the inner hashing, you would require the inner hash to modify the request, right? So that you can extend. So if you get access to the inner hash, you can do a length extension attack and will add the role. But if you don't have the inner extension, if you can't see it, you can't modify it. And that's why the inner hash is kind of hashed again. So you have a final outer hash and it is totally independent of the inner hash. It's not like you can compute inner hash based on this hash because they're both independent of each other. That's how the reset works. Okay, so it was a very long story. The implementation is really easy, but I just wanted to give this additional detail because I think that's pretty interesting. So first we just have to calculate the digest, which is hmac.new. Now we need to import hmac. So just do it at the top, import hmac. After you do that, and also hmac is given by Python itself. And then we can pass in the client secret, which is encoded with UTF-8. Then we need to pass in the message, which is message.encode. And we are again doing it with UTF-8. I don't think we need to do that because by default UTF-8 is applied to encode, but still that's fine. And finally, we have to pass in the digest mod, which is equal to hashlib.sh256. Basically, what algorithm are we using? And also import hashlib. So we've passed in the client secret, message, and digest mod, which algorithm we're using. And then just call the digest function on it. It returns the hash value of this hashing object. And then we need to return the digest, right? No, that's because HMAC will give us a binary digest, but Cognito requires a base 64 encoded string. So we encode the digest to base 64. So we'll have to do base 64.b64 encode, then we pass in the digest and we call the decode function on it. Also make sure you import base 64. Now we just need to call this get secret hash over here. So we'll have get secret hash, make sure you import it from helper.authhelper. And now we need to pass in the email, which is data.email, the client ID, which is the client ID like this, and then the secret key, which is Cognito secret over here. Simple. Now I think it should work fine. So let's click on send and we still have a server error. It says password not long. That means we just have to change this a little bit. So now we can click on send and we have all of the data. It was successfully stored in AWS Cognito. So the thing I told you about HMAC, that was just for fun. If you didn't understand that, don't worry. But if you want to understand it, I'm going to explain it one last time and then we can move on to the next thing. If you've understood it, just skip ahead and watch the next part of the tutorial. But now let's understand this again. So the problem we described in SHA-256 algorithm was whatever it computes, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. We can just extend that with and role is equal to admin, and basically we compromise the application because now the user is with the role of admin. We don't want to do that. What we do instead is, instead of just hashing it once, we hash it twice. As simple as that. So an inner hash is calculated using an algorithm of SHA-256 and then we pass in the secret key, which is XORed with the inner hash. XORing is done only because we want to pad the secret key with extra zeros if required, or we want to hash it and get it to 64 bytes. That's basically why we do XOR. And after that, we are just adding a message at the end. And that message is just a concatenation of client ID and username. After that, we calculate the outer hash, which is equal to SHA-256. And then we do secret key XORed with OPAD. And actually this is not inner, this is IPAD. Okay, I told these two things are constants. You can search them on the web for the values, and then you plus it with the inner hash. This is done in such a way that the output is basically independent of the inner hash. Now, since the output, which is the outer hash, let's get it clear, that is the output, that's the hashed value, the secret hash. Since this is independent of the inner hash, even if the user gets this and tries to append it, it won't work because the actual message is over here, right? Since role is equal to admin needs to be added to this part, to the inner hash, not to the outer hash, adding it wouldn't matter and it would just error out. And you can't reverse engineer inner hash based on the outer hash because they're both independent of each other. And that's the HMAC algorithm with SHA-256. If you want to switch to any other algorithm, you just do SHA-1 and it will just work fine. Awesome. Now we have all of the properties over here. We get the session, we get the user sub. User sub is basically the user ID. It's going to be very important for us. And also, if you've passed in your real email, you would have gotten an email of your verification code. That's very important as well. Because now if I just go to the Cognito client and just look at the users, we have one user with the email address and the email is not verified. The confirmation status is unconfirmed. Cognito has done that for us. That's so cool. Now what I want to do is return a valid response from here because I don't want to return out this entire thing over here, right? I want to return only that the sign up was successful. Please verify your email if required. So here I can just do return message sign up successful. Please verify your email if required. Now, another thing I would like to do over here is that as soon as the user signs up, that means the user is created for the first time, we want to store it to our Postgres database. And for that, we will need a users table. So I'm going to close all the save file. I'm going to go over here and create a DB folder. This DB folder is going to contain all the things related to the database. In future, if you have multiple database, sure, you can add it over here, but I'm just going to call this db.py. Now, how do I contact my PostgreSQL database? And for that, we'll be using a package known as SQLAlchemy. Now, if you've never used it, don't worry, we'll go through it. Let me just add it to requirements.txt. Now, the first thing we have to do over here is set up a connection with our Postgres database, right? So to do that, first we'll have to import something known as create engine from SQLAlchemy. So we have from SQLAlchemy import create engine. Create engine is just going to create, well, an engine that we can use to create a session, and that session will give us the database to carry out our operations. So this create engine is going to handle all the network connections and all the connections basically with the database. So I can just pass in the Postgres database. For that, we'll need a secret key. So we are going to have secret keys is equal to secret keys, and then let me import it. After that, we're going to pass in secret keys dot Postgres database URL, and I'm going to define it in .env, and I'm also going to define it in the secret keys.py file. So let's have a string, which is an empty string. After that, let's get the URL, and we've defined that in Docker Compose. If you remember, this is the one that we need. So let me copy that and paste it in over here. Sounds good. After that, we're just going to save this in a variable called engine. After that, we're going to create a variable called session local. This session local, which when called, will give us access to the database. So here we are creating a session. We'll have session maker, and we need to import that from SQLAlchemy as well. And it comes from the SQLAlchemy.orm. So we'll import the session maker. In session maker, you can specify how your database should behave. So basically, there are multiple ways your database can behave. So like if you want the data to be directly pushed, or you want to keep adding stuff and then commit all of them together. So that's called auto commit. So do you want auto commit to be on? No, I want it to be false by default. So it will not auto commit. I will have to explicitly call .commit, and it will commit all of the data that I'm pushing to the database. So for example, over here, let's say I have some user data, okay? And I have two user objects. I can add this to my data store. So it's all added over here. This thing is added over here. And now it will not directly send this to the database. No, what it will do is wait for .commit to be called. Because when we did and stored this in a storage, let's say, it's called with .add. We need to call .commit to explicitly go ahead and commit this to the database. It's kind of like the Git repository. You need to git add, and then you can commit all of the files together. Same thing over here. So if I want, I can add another thing over here, and now I can commit these two things to the database together. That's pretty cool, right? After that, we also have auto flush is equal to false. We don't want all of these options to be on, and then we can bind the engine. So we have bind is equal to engine, and there we go. After that, we are going to create a function called getDB, and this function will be called in every single FastAPI endpoint that requires Postgres database. The reason we are using a function and not directly creating a variable like db is equal to session local is because if you do this, you'll never be able to close your database, and that's just not good code. It is vulnerable to attacks. So we have a function getDB, and what this does is create a variable of db, session local like this, but it does additional tasks. You have a try block over here, which will yield the db. It's not going to return the db, keep that in mind. It's going to yield the db, and then we have a finally, which will do db.close. So what's the difference between returning a db and yielding a db? Well, when we yield the db, what happens is when this function is called, this is executed, you yield the db, and the flow goes back to the function that called the getDB. Okay? Then it will execute the function that called this getDB, and after that function finishes, you will come back over here and execute the finally block, which is db.close. So your db is closed again, and that's good code. It makes your app less vulnerable to attacks. So now what I can do is go to the auth.py, and here I have db, which is of the type of session, okay? And that session is coming from SQLAlchemy. So you have from SQLAlchemy import session. And actually it's not from SQLAlchemy, it's from SQLAlchemy.orm. And now it is going to equal to depends. What depends does is that it allows you to pass in a function which will be executed so that you get a value. And this will be done before this route executes. So that's kind of a route specific middleware. And now you can import that depends. It comes from FastAPI. And now you can specify get_db and import it from db.db. Now, if you want to add to the database, you can just do db.add and it will be added. But here's what I want to talk about. This is how the flow goes. You have sign up user. This is called depends get db will be called. So a function will be called. Then it has the session local. So a variable db is created. Then it yields the db. When it yields the db, the flow goes back to this function. Then it executes all of this code. Then once the return is executed, it will come back over here. Finally, db.close. So the database is again closed. So that's nice. Now what we want to do is create a table. To create a table, first we need to create something known as a base. This base class that we're going to define is what is going to connect our code to SQLAlchemy. So let's go ahead and create base.py. So we have from SQLAlchemy.extension.declarative import declarative base. Yes, it is a bit difficult to type this, but we can do this. So we have base is equal to declarative base like this. That's it. Now we can use this base class to do multiple things. The first one is create a table model. In SQL, all you can think about is tables, right? So we have an entire table of users where you have columns and then you have rows. So a name is mentioned, email is mentioned, password is mentioned, etc., etc., etc. And for each column, you're going to have a row which specifies the user properties, right? We can display that in a class format and we can connect that with the SQLAlchemy ORM. Here's how we can do it. We can do models and then we have a user.py. Here we can have a class user which extends base. All right. So you need to extend base from db.base. Okay. Make sure you import that. After that, you're going to have __ table name __ is equal to users. Once you extend it, this property carries a very interesting meaning. Basically, it defines the table name. After that, you can specify other properties like ID, which is a column. And what is the ID? Well, I'm going to say it is of the type of integer and it's going to be an auto-incrementing integer. All right. So every user will have an ID assigned to them, which is an integer. So the first user will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. Now I need to import all of this. So we can do that from SQLAlchemy again. From SQLAlchemy, import column, text, and integer. These are the three values we'll be needing. Integer is there. Now we want to set primary key to true because this is the primary key. Primary key basically uniquely identifies a particular row. So if we want to identify a user, we do that using the primary key. This user is very unique using its primary key. And generally ID is set to primary key and you can only have one primary key in your row. After that, you can also allow for indexing on the ID. That's fair. Indexing will basically improve the speed. It will perform optimization such that ID can be accessed quickly and it can be looped over very quickly and stuff like that. Then you have username, which is equal to column. And then you can specify the text. Nullable is equal to false. Basically, a username cannot be nullable. Or if you want, you can also call this name. Both of them are fine. After that, we have email, which is equal to column again, text. Then we pass in unique is equal to true. This is not a primary key, but it can be unique, right? Every email has to be unique. Index is equal to true. We can index over the email because we might have to check if the user already exists or not. And to do that, we have index. And to do that, we'll have to check the email. Then we have nullable is equal to false and we're done. And actually index is equal to true doesn't really matter when we're using Cognito, but if we are switching to our own authentication provider, it would matter because we're not going to check by ourselves that, hey, does the user exist or not? No. So yeah, if you want, you can keep this, otherwise remove it. Then we can have a final field of Cognito sub. It is going to contain the Cognito ID, basically linking our user with the Cognito authentication platform. Then it's also going to be of the type of text. Unique is equal to true. Nullable is equal to false and index is equal to true. Definitely needs to be indexed. Now, I don't think in a small application you will see the benefits of using index, but as it grows, you'll be able to see it because it performs optimizations that are very helpful. But yeah, it has trade-offs too. For example, it will take more time to store the data, but the speed with which it gets it is really fast. So yeah, trade-offs everywhere. Now you might be asking, why is Cognito sub not the primary key? Why do we have an ID as a separate field? The reason you have to keep Cognito sub as a non-primary key is because let's say in the future you decide to replace your authentication provider. If you make Cognito sub your ID, that's a bad looking thing because it will be very tough for you to change everything because the ID is going to change. What Cognito sub gives as the ID will not be what the other authentication provider will give. And let's say you use this user ID as a foreign key too in future. So basically if you want to connect the video to a user, and if you use a Cognito sub over here, that means you're tightly integrated with Cognito sub and it will be very difficult for you to move out of Cognito because you'll have to change stuff everywhere. So instead just make it as a field which is unique, but it's just an additional field. If you want to delete this field anytime in the future, you can replace it and add your other authentication system. And that's just more replaceable. Also, Cognito sub is managed by another authentication provider. You don't want another authentication provider dictating what your user ID in your table should look like. So just add it as an external field, right? The primary key should be managed by you in most cases. All right. Now that we are done, we can save to the database. But before that also, we need to go to the main.py file. And here at the bottom, you can just do base and you need to import that from db.base.metadata.createAll. So basically you have all the classes that are extending base, but you don't have anything that links them all together. How do you know where base is used? And if it is used, do you want to create the tables for them? This line does that all. If you put this line, it will automatically create the tables for you in your database using the URL that you mentioned in the engine. Okay. Now make sure you also import engine. So you need to do that. So you have from db.db import engine. And there we go. Everything looks solid now. If you open up our terminal, no module named SQLAlchemy. Let's restart and pip install will run again. And in the meantime, we can start editing our signup user function. So here we need to first of all get the Cognito sub. So Cognito_sub is equal to Cognito response.get. And what is the Cognito sub? If we go to Thunder client, and in our request, you'll be able to see how we get the user sub. This is a dictionary. In the dictionary, we only have to access this user sub field. So we can simply pass it in over here. Now we have the Cognito sub. Now, if we don't get the Cognito sub, that means something went bad. So we'll just raise an HTTP exception saying that, hey, an error occurred. And the status code for that is going to be 400. And the detail or the message is just going to be Cognito did not return a valid user sub. Or if you want, you can just say something went bad, server exception or whatever. Then you also make sure you import HTTP exception from FastAPI. Now, if we do get a Cognito sub, that means we need to add it to our Postgres database. So we have a new user, which is equal to user. Then we pass in the username, or in our case, name is equal to data.name. Make sure you import this user from db.models. After that, we pass in the email, which is equal to data.email. Then we pass in the Cognito sub, which is equal to Cognito sub. Now, the reason we're not specifying ID is because I want the database to automatically generate that ID. If I don't pass anything, it will auto increment and put it there. That's how Postgres works. You might have seen that in Supabase too. Now we can just do db.add new user. Remember, we had done auto commit false. So we need to specifically go ahead and do db.commit. And then we can just do db.refresh. Because after committing, yeah, the data is saved to the database, but this new user does not have the ID field. We also want it to have ID field just in case you want to return the new user from here. Okay. But in our case, we can just do this. So if you want, you can also skip db.refresh. But I just like to have it as a good practice, just in case you want to return the user from signup user function. Now I can come back over here, click on send, and we should be getting an error. The error is no module named scopg2. And to fix that, what you need to do is go to requirements.txt, and here you need to add a new package called scopg2 binary. SQLAlchemy uses behind the scenes, but for some reason it doesn't automatically add it as a package, but that's fine. We've added it. And once that's done, we can click on send, and we get an internal server error. An error occurred, username exists exception. It's basically saying that a username already exists, and we know that. So what we need to do is, instead of having this exception thrown out like it's yelling at us and this response not getting a valid error message, we can wrap this entire thing with a try and catch block. So we have try like this, then we accept exception as E, then we just raise an HTTP exception with a status code of 400 saying Cognito signup exception, and now we can put it as an F string, and here I'm just going to pass in E. So this is the error message we are facing. Now it should work fine, and it should yell it out over here. Cognito signup exception, an error occurred. Now if you want to catch this more specifically, what you can do is copy this thing over here. So you can specifically catch this. So you'll have except botocore.errorfactory.username exists exception as E, then you raise an exception, and you know that username already exists. Now a ton of errors like this exist. If you want to check all of them out and handle them, that's very good. You can just search this, and if you scroll down, you'll find this AWS exception handling documentation, which tells you all the errors that can exist. Okay, so yeah, I'm not going to catch all of them because it's going to take so much time, but yeah, that's how you can do it. Now, since the username already exists, I can only log in with this email, but if you want, you can try another email which doesn't even exist. I would recommend not to do it because you don't want to send an email to some random person on the internet to verify. But if you want to, go ahead, do it, and it should work fine. And it should also show up in your Cognito users. Okay. Now the next thing I want to create is a login part, and it's going to be so much simpler than this. The entire flow is going to be quite similar. So let me just copy this entire thing, paste it, and I swear we're going to go fast on this one. So we have login user. Then we want to create a class of login request. Then we can go to the auth models.py file. Here we're going to create a class called login request, which extends the base model. Then we're going to get the email, which is of the type of string, password, which is of the type of string, and we're ready. Now I can take this and import it from Pydantic models. Sweet. Now we're calculating the secret hash based on the email client ID and client secret. It remains the same, but instead of calling signup function, we need to call the login function. But Cognito client has no login function. What it has is initiate auth, which you should be using to login. Then you pass in the client ID. The username and password fields are no longer there. You don't even have a secret hash over here. All of it goes into auth parameters, and auth parameters is not a list, it is a dictionary. In that, you need to specify the username, all caps lock, which is data.email, password, which is data.password, and then you also specify the secret underscore hash over here. Also, you can specify the auth flow over here. What is the auth flow for us? Well, it is user underscore password underscore auth. And remember, this is the one that we had switched on when we edited the client apps over here. So if we go back and click on edit, you allow user password auth. This is the one we are using. We can leave this page. And now what I want to do over here is not create another user. We know the user is created. For now, we'll just return a Cognito response. Based on that, we'll decide what we want to do. So let's do login. Then we can click send. And it says Cognito sign up exception and error occurred, user not confirmed exception. And that's true. You cannot log in until your email is verified. So we want to create a route that will verify the user email as well. And that's going to be pretty easy too. So I'm just going to copy this entire function and paste it. Instead of login user, I'm just going to do confirm sign up. Let's call this confirm underscore sign up. What we are asking over here is something else. So we are going to have confirm sign up request. Let's go to the auth models.py. And here we're going to have a class of confirm sign up request with base model. So we're going to get the email of the user from here. And we're also going to get the OTP, which is the one-time password. Because on your email, if you've passed in your own email, you'll see that an OTP was provided to you. So you want that. So let me import confirm sign up request. After that, we have the secret hash created using the email, client ID and client secret. We don't really need the database over here. And actually we didn't even need it for the login. So let's remove it from both the places. Once we have the secret auth, we can just call the confirm underscore sign underscore up. We pass in the client ID. Now here we can pass in the username. If you're wondering how I know all of this, it's just because I read the documentation before creating this tutorial. No magic over there. After we have the username, email, what we want to pass is the confirmation code as well. You don't have anything like auth parameters or anything, just a simple confirmation code, which is equal to data.otp. Then you also need to pass in the secret hash, which is equal to the secret hash. Once that's done, we can just return a message saying user confirmed successfully. All right, let's do it. So here I'm just going to pass in confirm sign up. I'm going to pass in the email, but I'm also going to pass in the OTP, and let me find the OTP that I have received. And the OTP I received is 319908. Do not share it publicly with anyone. Then click on send and user confirmed successfully. Now if I go back to my Cognito app users and let's just refresh it, we have confirmed now. Now the user can log in as well. So we have /login. Let's go back. We'll pass in password test name Revan. Click on send. Name was not required, by the way. I just put it, but it doesn't care. And it gives an access token, a refresh token, an ID token, well, all of those things. But yeah, it was successful. So what I can do here is just return a message saying user logged in successfully. And even over here, let's just keep consistency. Everything is message, message, and message. Great. So you have all these three methods created, but there's only one problem with all of them. The thing is, when you sign up the user, you don't want the user data to be persisted, right? But when you log in, you want the data to be persisted. So how do you persist the data? Well, there are two approaches. The first approach is using something known as local storage. So basically what you do in the local storage approach is that your client sends a sign up request to your server. Server says that, yeah, the user is created. Then the user has to go ahead and tell the server that this is my OTP. Okay, this was the OTP part, confirm sign up. Then it says, yeah, you're confirmed. Now the user has to log in. And once the user logs in, the server says, okay, you're ready. And now the client has to be done with authentication. Now they don't have to mess with authentication for a long time. But for that, you'll have to persist the user. How do you persist the user? To persist the user, what you can do is when you send a message that login was successful, right? We did that over a message. Login was successful. Well, along with that, you can specify the user ID as well. So this was the user ID. Now, once you get that user ID on the client side, you can store that in your local storage. So in your React application, if you just do this, inspect and go to this application tab, you'll be able to notice local storage. So this is where you'll be able to store your data locally in your browser. I think you can identify the problem over here. If the user ID is present over there, they can use that user ID to do whatever they want. Now, you can implement security mechanisms so that they don't happen, but overall this local storage option is just very vulnerable. So there's another option known as the cookie option. So in cookie option, what happens is that the same flow happens. You sign up, okay? The server sends you that sign up was successful, you OTP verification, then the OTP verification is done, you log in, and now the server doesn't send any data back to you. It just sends a simple message that, hey, your login was successful. But in the request, what it does is it sets up cookie verification or sets up cookies. And the two cookies that are set up and we'll be setting up is the access token and the refresh token. What access token does is that it expires like every 1 hour. So if you use that access token, it will expire every 1 hour. And if it expires every 1 hour, it is very unlikely that an attacker will be able to do anything with it. And then we have a refresh token. Refresh token ensures that this access token, after it has expired after 1 hour, refreshes that access token. So let's say you have an access token over here. It has expired after 1 hour. Now you want to get a new access token. How will the server recognize that you should be granted an access token? And if you should be granted an access token, who are you? Like, what user are you? So for that, we have refresh token. Refresh token contains information that will allow the server to verify that, yeah, this is a valid refresh token. Yeah. So you can use this refresh token to know which user it is and then give an access token, which will be valid for the next 1 hour. Now, if you go to the Amazon Cognito tab in Client Apps, FastAPI app, you'll notice we have refresh token expiration in 5 days and access token in 60 minutes. So we'll be setting the cookie for these two things, access and refresh. And the benefit of using cookie is that we can set it such that the JavaScript is not able to access the cookie just like that. It is invisible to everyone. And if it is invisible to everyone, except when you're sending HTTP requests, it gets very secure. If you want to read more about it, you can search up cookie versus local storage. But yeah, most of the apps you see on the web have cookies. This part over here, for example. And if you search this up, I'm pretty sure this is the thing that pop up, and yeah, this is a very good explanation. So once your server sets up the cookie, no information is stored on the client side, and that's great. Now ensure that whenever we want to validate the user, we'll be using this cookie. This cookie is going to get very important, especially the access token. Refresh token is just there so that it can refresh the access token, but access token will be used everywhere because it allows access, right? So whenever you want to access a protected route that only a valid user should be able to access, you send a cookie as the header. And it will be automatically added by, let's say, Axios or Fetch if you're using React or JavaScript. So now how do we set up those cookies? Well, we can do that on the server side. And to do it on the server side, well, we only have to do it when we log in the user. So once all of this is done, we get a Cognito response. Here we need to ensure that the Cognito response is valid. So I can just check if Cognito response.getAccess token is present, then it's valid. So I can simply do auth result is equal to Cognito response, or let me do Cognito response dot get authentication result. Also, let's make this non-capital. After that, we need the access token. So access token is equal to auth result dot get access token. But first, let me just check if not auth result, then we raise an HTTP exception saying we have a status code of 400, incorrect Cognito response, or whatever you want to give as the output. Then we have a refresh token, which is equal to auth result dot get, and then we pass in the refresh token like that. Now we have this. Now to set up the cookies, it's very simple with FastAPI actually. You just have to do response and get this response from FastAPI. So make sure you import it from FastAPI. Then you can simply do response dot set cookie. And now you need to specify the key. What is the key? Well, it is just access underscore token. Then the value is just access token. Then HTTP only is equal to true and secure is equal to true. So basically both of these flags, which are HTTP only and secure, just make sure that the cookie is transmitted over HTTPS connection and cannot be accessed by client-side JavaScript if you're running it on the web, obviously. Now we need to do the same thing, but for refresh token, because refresh token is also a cookie. And then you'll pass in refresh token, HTTP only, secure, let's go. Now we have login and stuff done, but here's the problem. And actually, let me just show that this works. So let me click on send. And it says user logged in successfully. No visible difference, but if we go to cookies, it has set the access and the refresh token. Now I'll just go to the auth.py file and explain. I told you that the access token just expires in 1 hour. If you try to use access token after 1 hour, that access token is going to give out a bad response and it's not going to be good for the user to get out stuff, right? For example, if I want to get a user data from a particular protected route, which is /user, let's say, which just gets me the user data. If I try to access this route with an expired access token, it's going to give me an error. So my point is you need to create an endpoint which will use the refresh token to refresh the access token and then spit out that access token and also update the cookie. Now, how do you do that? Well, it's pretty simple actually. All of that is handled by AWS. So let me just copy this route. I'm going to paste it. And now I can just say /refresh or refresh token, whatever. So you're refreshing your access token. Let's just call it refresh token. You're not getting anything from the body of the request. You're just getting the refresh token, which is of the type of string, which is a cookie. Okay. Make sure you pass in a cookie. And cookies are generally passed through headers. For example, if I want to pass in cookies just to emulate a request, you can pass in through the headers over here. And it is a cookie, and if nothing is passed, it is none. We will also be requiring the response like we had earlier over here, response. So let me just paste that over here. Response is of the type of, and if nothing is passed in, we just have none. This response is used so that we can update the cookie. Now, what do we want to do over here? As I said, it's pretty easy. All you need to do is again call initiate_auth. Then you pass in the client ID. The auth flow, however, is going to change. The auth flow over here is going to be refresh token auth. If we go to the login route, we had initiate auth, but we are passing in the auth flow of user password authentication. But we are not doing that now. We are doing refresh token authentication. Then we need to pass in the auth parameters, which is auth parameters, which is equal to, well, we pass in the refresh underscore token. And well, this is the value. And then we also pass in the secret hash. So we have secret underscore hash, which is secret hash. Okay. Now I can just return the Cognito response from here. But before we can do that, we have kind of an error. And that is, we need to pass in the email over here to create a hash. And we don't actually have the email of the user. So I have two things to say over here. The first one is we'll have to store something on the client side. We will have to store the user Cognito sub on the client side so that we can identify what user we're doing it for. So here you can just ask for the user Cognito sub through a cookie and it will be none by default if you don't pass anything. And we'll have to pass it in over here. The second thing that I wanted to say is that yeah, we are storing user Cognito sub. We are not storing the email of the user. And that's because when you refresh the token authentication, it doesn't require email to be passed in. It is requiring the ID or the user Cognito sub to be passed in. It's not written anywhere in the documentation as far as I could see, but when I tried it with the ID or the Cognito sub, it worked. So yeah, the hash should be created using this Cognito sub, and that's pretty much it. So just make sure you do that, and then we can do all the cookie setting stuff. So here I'm just going to pass in /refresh, but I need the user Cognito sub, and to get that, I can go to the users and see if I can access the ID from there. And here it is. So let me just get that. On the front end side, we are just saving it. The header can be cookie. Once we have a header of cookie, well, we are passing in the cookie. Then we need to pass in this particular thing. It should be spelled exactly like this. So it's user Cognito sub, which is equal to this. Then you pass in a semicolon. Okay, pass in a semicolon. And then you pass in the refresh token, which is equal to, actually, let me just go to the end. Refresh token is equal to, and you get that refresh token from here. It might be hard to imagine from here, but on the front end, I think things will get much clearer. Now we can click on send and it says 400 bad request. If I see the detail, it says Cognito sign up exception, parameter validation failed, unknown parameter in input, secret hash. Now this error exists because if we go to our auth.py file, we forgot to remove the secret hash from here. So let's remove that. And now we can go back, click on send, and we have a new access token. But we have not set the cookie for it. If you go over here, cookie is null because we have not set anything. So let's just set it really quickly. So what I would like to do is get access to the new token, and stuff is just going to be very similar. So let me just copy things from here and paste it down there. So first of all, I need to get the auth result. So auth result is equal to Cognito response dot get, and then we'll pass in authentication result. Okay. Now, if that auth result is not there, incorrect Cognito response. After that, if it is there, then what are we getting? Well, we are getting the access token, and we're also getting the ID token. Well, that's it. So we just need the access token. We'll remove the refresh token because we already have the refresh token. What's the point of just refreshing it, right? And that's it. Now we're just going to return a message from here saying access token refreshed. Now I'm going to send this response again, and we have access token refreshed. The cookie is set. That's amazing. So yeah, this is cool. Now the last thing I would like to work on is getting the user data, because think about this. We have the entire flow created. I know it's a bit difficult to imagine when there's no actual client, but we'll build that in the next tutorial. The thing over here is we have a client. We are sending the data. We have a server. So we signed up. Then it said, yeah, we have signed up. Then it does the OTP verification. It says 200. We log in and well, yeah, we get the cookies set. Now, every request we send from now is going to have that cookie attached to it. But the first thing I need on the client side is the user information locally with me. Like, what is the user's name? If I want to greet them or show that somewhere in their account page, I need that, right? So I will contact certain route, let's say /auth/me, so that it gets details about me. What I want to do is using this cookie, I want to get details about that user. So it will go to the server with /auth/me and return that result. So the user is now authenticated properly and we have the user details. And this should not happen for just one route. It should happen for every single route, because in every single route, the cookie is just an access token. If we just have an access token, we want to ensure that we give user details to every route, because every route would need that Cognito sub, right? Because it is a very, very special value. You want that Cognito sub every single time. So what I'm thinking of doing is creating kind of like a middleware. What that middleware is going to do is, based on the cookie, give me the user details. Once we get the user details, we can carry on with the rest of the application. And that's what we are going to work on now. What I'm going to do is here in the DB, create a new folder called middleware. Then I can just create, let's say, auth middleware.py. And this middleware is going to have two functions. The first one is getting the user from Cognito. So I have the access token. I need to tell Cognito that, hey, listen, dude, I want what user it is from the Cognito database, because I can't know that using the access token because I didn't create the access token, only Cognito can. And then I will have that access token and I'll return it. So here we have our first function called get user from Cognito. And see, I've created a protected method because I don't want to use this outside of the file. This is going to require the access token, which is going to be of the type of string. Then we are going to have a try and except exception as E. Now, if this fails, we just going to return HTTP exception. Then we have a status code of 500 and we just do error fetching user. Also, let me import that from FastAPI. Yeah, we can use it over here because this function will be called in a function that will always be used as a middleware in FastAPI endpoint. So yeah, we can. Then we are going to have user response is equal to, and now we need to get access to the Cognito client. Now we can just go ahead and create the new Cognito client, which is equal to boto3.client. Then we pass in the Cognito IDP and the region name, which is equal to secret keys. So let me just get access to the secret keys class dot region name. Also, let's import boto3. Now I can just use this Cognito client to do Cognito client dot get user. And then you need to specify the access token over here. To get the user based on access token, we need to specify the access token. So we just pass an access token like this. And now we can just return the user response. If you want, first I would just like to see what the user response is, and based on that take further actions. So we have get current user, then we pass in the access token, which is of the type of string, and we are getting that from the cookie. Let's spell everything properly now. Then we can just say if not access token, that means we do not have any access token, it is null. That means the user is not logged in. So we can just say 401 because the user is not authorized, and we can say user not logged in, or you can just say access token is missing. After that, we can just do return get user from Cognito, passing in the access token. But yeah, first I would just like to go ahead and print this access token. Now I would like to use this as a middleware for the route that I talked about, /auth/me. It is a protected route. So we have @router.get/me. Then we have def get current user, or actually let's not call this current user. Protected route sounds more reasonable, or get user data, I guess. But yeah, I'm really bad at naming things. Then I'll have the middleware, which is the current user. So we have user, which is equal to depends get current user. Let's get that from db.middleware.auth middleware, and I can just return message you are authenticated. Maybe you want to put that, or you can just pass in the user. That's it. And the user is just going to be this user. So now whenever you put this line, you're basically telling that, hey, listen, you are authenticated. If the user exists, you are authenticated. If the user does not exist, you're not authenticated. That's it. So now let's try to do it. We have /auth/me click on send. The cookie is not available. Access token or method is not allowed. Sorry. So let me just click on send. And it says error fetching user. Well, it does print out the access token, but that's not the right access token. It's from my previous requests. So I'll have to change that. And also over here, I need to pass in the access token, which I didn't. So let me just log in again. Well, we log in with post request. We have cookies. Let me copy this entire access token. And if you want, you can go ahead and manage the thing. So yeah, if you want, you can delete all of them. So yeah, delete all of them. Then we can go ahead to the cookie and add access underscore token, which is equal to this. Then we will send a get request over here. And we have you are authenticated with all of these things. But we don't want such a long ass response, right? What we want is just the user attributes, whatever is present in user attributes. So I can modify this a little bit. Instead of returning user response like that, I'm going to do for attribute in user response dot get user attributes. And if we don't find that, it's going to be an empty list. So for every attribute that's present over here, I'm going to pass an attribute at name, which is attribute at value. All right. As easy as it gets. For every attribute in user attributes, and if it's not there an empty list, we are going to access the name and the value. If you see over here, name and the value. So we have condensed this dictionary into the form of email : position emailer. Let me just copy it. I'll explain. So over here we have name email, right? What I've done is now email is the key and the value is position emailer, just like that. So yep, that's good. Now what I'm going to do is go over here, click on send, and we have user like this. That's great. That's exactly what I wanted. And now if you're not authenticated, that means the cookie is no longer there. You click on send and it says you're not authenticated. And if you're wondering why this user still pops up, that's because in the cookies, if you go, we have our access token still over here. Now, if I remove it and click on send, it says 401 authorized, user not logged in. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And now keep in mind that whenever you want to make sure that a route is only there so that a user who is authenticated can access it, you add this line, user is equal to depends get current user. It will do all the validation for you. Now we can close all the save files. So we have completed the authentication related tasks. In the client part, it's very easy. We just have to call these routes in specific order. And we've already seen that like 4 times. I've explained it 4 times. So it should be fine. Now we're going to get into the real stuff, which is video uploading and video processing. So there's a big ass architecture for that. And I'm going to cover that next. And in the process, we'll also talk about the various AWS services we are going to use to make this very smooth. So let's get into that. So we're going to start off by understanding the video uploading and processing phase. Video uploading and processing go hand in hand. As soon as you upload the video, the processing should begin, right? So both of them go hand in hand. So the first thing that we're going to have is a client-side application. Right? From your client, which is your Flutter or your React app, you're going to send a request to the backend that, hey, I have a video, I want to upload that. And where are we going to upload the video? We're going to upload the video directly to S3. What is S3? S3 stands for S, S, and S. That's why like it's 3 times S, so S3. And it stands for Simple Storage Service. This is a service given by Amazon so that you can upload your audio files, your video files, your images, all of those things into a storage thing. It's kind of like Fire-based storage or super-based storage. You won't be using this as your database. For example, you don't want your relational data to be scattered around in S3. That's just not a good way to do it because it doesn't support indexing or foreign key relationship, just like, a relational database does. It's only meant for you to store your files and you get URLs to them that you can access. Okay. But here's the problem. I have a video that I want to upload to S3. Now, how do I upload to S3 from client side? We've always been creating an endpoint, right? We've been creating an endpoint in our backend, in our FastAPI application. So we need to go through our FastAPI application, which is able to access S3. You can't directly connect the client to S3 by using, let's say, an AWS client SDK, because that would mean your credentials are exposed in client-side application, which can be seen very easily. You don't want to do that, which is why the concept of backend exists. Because like if you want to connect your client to AWS, you'll have to pass in certain credentials, right? Even in our application, we passed in credentials using the access key and all those sorts of things. So if you want to do the same for client, you'll have to pass it in and it can be seen through the browser. So credentials are always recommended to not be put in client-side applications. So you want to make sure that your client contacts the backend, which will upload to S3. But here's the thing, you have a 5-hour video, the video you're watching right now. I can't upload that through FastAPI, right? Because first of all, that's so much load. I have to pass an entire 5-hour video, which can be like, let's say 3 gigabytes, or worst case, it can be more than 120 gigabytes. Who knows? Like it can be a lot of load. Even for a 10-minute video like MrBeast video, it can be a lot of gigabytes, because if you think about it, every second a frame is changing in that video. So that means it's just going to take up more and more storage. It's going to be like 100 gigabytes, who knows? It's a lot of production. So we can't send that to a FastAPI backend, because first of all, there's too much load. And second of all, it's going to take so much time, because it's going to take just so much time to give it to our backend, and then the backend has to give it to S3. So it's like you need to repeat the task 2 times from client to backend and backend to S3. That's why we are not going to send our video to backend. Now, what can we do so that we can directly just upload to S3? And to do that, we use the concept of presigned URLs. What are presigned URLs? Presigned URLs are a way to give access to an S3 object to a person who does not have the permission. So this user doesn't have the permission to directly upload to S3. They have the permission to upload to backend, and then backend has the permission to upload to S3 because that's where the credentials lie. But presigned URL is a way to give access to the user to access. That means they can access that particular S3 object space temporarily. Keep it in mind, it's temporary. The URL can expire as soon as this temporary limit is gone. You can set that limit if you want 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. But that's the concept of presigned URLs. We'll see it in code, but basically what's going to happen is that client is going to tell our backend. So let me just draw an arrow. And then the client is going to tell our backend that, hey, listen, I want to upload a video. So let me just type it out, backend. And when I say backend, it's our FastAPI application. And what it's telling is that, hey, listen, we need to upload a video. And then it also passes in all the relevant things. For example, it is going to pass in the file name. It is also going to give us the user ID. Basically, we're calculating that through the cookie access token. But yeah, so basically it's going to give us file name and all those sorts of stuff. And it has basically requested to upload a video. Now backend, as soon as it gets that request, is going to fire up a request to AWS. It's going to tell AWS that, hey, listen, I want a presigned URL. And how is this presigned URL created? This presigned URL is created when you tell AWS what location the object is going to get stored in. So to S3, let me just create that. So to S3, you're just saying that, hey, this is the user's file name, this is the user's ID, and they're requesting us to give a presigned URL. So based on these file names and ID, it is going to give a presigned URL. And the file has to be of the same name as the object that's allocated in S3. If the file name was hi.mp4, S3 is going to go there and create a location for hi.mp4. And then that presigned URL is only allowed to access that particular space. It can upload the video, or if we give the permission to delete the video, it can only do in that particular space. It's not able to get out of that space. So the file has to be named hi.mp4. If it's named anything else, it will not be granted the access to upload to S3. So S3 is going to be very kind to us, and it will just give us the presigned URL. And then we are going to take that presigned URL and forward it to the client. Okay. Now, once the client has that presigned URL, what are they going to do? Well, they just want to upload to S3 directly, right? So they'll just take this and upload to S3 now. So the video will directly go from the client-side application to S3. And this S3 bucket is raw videos. Okay, there's going to be another S3 bucket. So let's just name this now raw videos. Raw videos means that the video is uploaded to S3 as it is. Now the video uploading process is done. Yes, you also have thumbnail, and thumbnail is also going to follow a similar process because thumbnails can be like 5 megabytes, 10 megabytes. It depends on how dense your image is. Again, a MrBeast image is just too large. If you want to compress it, and I think YouTube only allows us to pass in 2 MB, you can pass it to the backend and backend can pass it to S3. But I think even for this task, we can use a presigned URL. So even for thumbnail, you can use a presigned URL. So it's basically the same process, but it won't go in raw videos. It will probably go in raw thumbnails or something like that. Okay, let's just call this upload using presigned URL, and it has to be a put request. Okay, that's just AWS's requirement. I think even post would work, but I've only tried it out with put. So yeah, so with this, the video uploading process is done. It was that simple. The video uploading process was only this much, but now the processing is going to come in. Now, before we get into how processing takes place, let's understand what processing even means. Now, there are multiple processing steps that YouTube does behind the scenes. We're going to focus on only one or maybe two, and those two are transcoding and segmentation. What does each of these mean? Transcoding is the process of converting a video file into multiple resolutions. For example, if the user uploads in 720p with a particular codec, let's say they uploaded .mp4, you just convert it into multiple formats. So first of all, you'll convert the 720p into multiple formats. So you have 360p, you have 480p, you have 720p, and you have 1080p. And then you can also go above and beyond with 4K and all of those things, 8K, etc. Okay. And then you also convert .mp4 into multiple formats so that they can play everywhere on the web. We're not going to focus on converting .mp4 into multiple other resolutions. We're only going to focus on converting the 720p into various different formats. The second one is segmentation. Segmentation is the process of converting a large video file into smaller segments. So let's say I upload a 1 hour video. Now, if I want to upload the 1 hour video, that's fine. Let's say I want to now view that 1 hour video. Generally, how it would take place is that we request from the client to S3 that, hey, I want to listen to this video. Can you pull it up? So yeah, S3 will be like, here's your URL, and it will give that to us in milliseconds. But now we need to download that particular file from S3. And let's say it's a 10 gigabyte file. To stream the video, you'll have to download that 10 gigabytes of file. So you need to wait so long, unless like your network's really good, and mine isn't, because I'm obviously at my university. So what segmentation does is that when you upload the video and the video processing is happening, it will just convert that 1 hour video into multiple chunks of smaller videos. So let's say I said that the segmentation is going to be 10 seconds each. So every segment of that 1 hour video will be divided into 10 seconds. So in 1 hour, we have 60 minutes, right? So for every minute that exists in 60 minutes, a 10-second video will be created out of it. So it would be 6 videos for a minute. So that would mean 360 videos created for a 1 hour video. The benefit of doing this is that now the user only has to download 10 seconds of video, so it won't take as much time to load the video. It will just start very instantly because it's only 10 seconds. If you want, you can lower this down to 6 seconds or 4 seconds. But I would recommend doing 6. That's a sweet spot I found, at least with my network. I don't know about others. So yeah, this is what segmentation means. So we are going to do both of them. So yeah, if it's a 1 hour video, it will be converted into 360 videos of 6 seconds each, but that's not enough. It's also going to be transcoded in different formats. So there's going to be 360p, there's going to be 480p, there's going to be 720p, and there's going to be 1080p. If you want 4K, 8K as well, you can do that. I'll show you how you can do that. So that means 360 multiplied by 4 videos will be created. So that's the video processing that we are going to do. Now, how are we going to do is the question. To do that, there's a simple thing, right? We can use Docker again, but on the web this time. So what we can do is as soon as the video is uploaded to S3 completely, okay? So the 1 hour video is completely uploaded to S3. We're going to send a request automatically from S3 to our service known as ECS. ECS is short for Elastic Container Service. What this Elastic Container Service does is it manages a bunch of either EC2 containers, and EC2 stands for Elastic Compute Cloud. That's why C2, it stands for Compute Cloud, or it uses Fargate. We're going to be using the Fargate one. Elastic Cloud Compute basically means that you have a computer that you need to manage all by yourself. So that requires more effort, and it's probably even better for transcoding, but you'll have to manage all your resources and it doesn't really come under free tier. Just to be completely clear, EC2 does come under free tier, but you only have 750 hours for it. And we're going to use EC2 to deploy our FastAPI application, and 750 hours will be spent all on your FastAPI backend because it needs to be up 24 hours in a day and we have 30 days. So that comes down to 720 hours or something like that. And we only have 750 hours. So we cannot run another EC2 service, and it's not like ECS only has like one EC2 service. No, it will spawn up multiple EC2 servers as it sees fit. That's the point of Elastic Compute Service. It spawns as many things as possible for us to run our application. We'll talk more about that, but I hope you understand why we're not using EC2. Yes, it is better for transcoding because it's better for tasks that can take a long amount of time, but it's not in free tier. So we'll be using Fargate. We'll see when we get the option of using EC2 or Fargate, but we're going to use Fargate. But yes, coming back to ECS, what it does is that it manages a bunch of computers essentially. So what it's doing is like this. For every video that comes to ECS, it will just spawn up a Docker container. That's how we are going to tell it to work. So it gets a 1 hour video, it will spawn up this Docker container. If it gets a 30-minute video, it will spawn up this Docker container, then this, then this. And as soon as it's done, it's going to remove this, it's going to remove this. So you can think of ECS like Kubernetes, because Kubernetes also does this, right? It manages the Docker containers that are present. It is an orchestration management platform. And that's what ECS does. It just manages a bunch of Dockers in our case. So what ECS is going to do is this. Spin up a Docker container, and that's going to be our transcoder service. So let's call this transcoder and segmentation, but I'm just going to call it transcoder service. And all this service does is transcoder and segmentation, obviously. But here's the problem. What if we have a high number of videos uploaded at the same time? So let's say 1,000 users uploaded videos into raw videos at the same time. Well, 1,000 things cannot just pile up at ECS. ECS also has its own constraints. So directly setting up a trigger between S3 and ECS is not a good thing. And actually, I don't even know if it's allowed. What you need is a middleman in between. So let me just take both of this. They are still required, but you also need another platform in between. And that is the SQS. SQS stands for Simple Queue Service. So let me just put that over here. So what does this SQS do? Well, as the name suggests, simple queue service. All you're doing over here is as soon as you get a video, you're going to send a notification to SQS that, hey, listen, I have a job that's ready. You have to process this video. SQS is quite reliable and durable. It's going to contain our notification over here. And as soon as we get notification over here, we need another service that will tell ECS that, hey, listen, we have a job for you. Because ECS cannot directly ask this SQS that if any job is present or not. So we are going to have another service, and let me make sure this diagram looks cleaner. So this SQS is going to be polled by another service, and we are going to call this consumer. Because all it's doing is continuously checking up on SQS. Hey, is there any task present over here? And if there is any task, what it's going to do is send a notification to ECS and will spin up a Docker container. So again, the entire job of consumer is just to poll SQS and see if there's any other message. If there is a message, it will spin up a Docker container using ECS. And ECS job is to manage all of these Docker containers and send them for transcoder and segmentation. Consumer's job is also to know that if ECS was able to spin up the Docker container or not. If ECS was not able to spin up the Docker container, that means it doesn't have to delete the message from SQS, because SQS by itself is not going to delete any message. You need to delete it yourself. So if ECS does its job properly, then the consumer is going to say that, hey, yeah, this job is done. So yeah, you can remove this object from here. We're good. But if it fails, then it's not going to remove it, and then it's going to poll it again and give it back to ECS so that it works on that transcoder and segmentation. And if ECS does any bad job, this SQS will have a space reserved for it called DLQ, dead letter Q, where we can pass this thing that, hey, this message cannot be processed because there are errors. So it's a temporary storage place, because think about it, if consumer was not able to start this ECS process, it will just put it in the queue. And now the queue again goes to consumer, and then consumer again does to ECS, and it will again give the same error. So we are stuck in an infinite loop. We don't want that. That's why the dead letter queue is present, because it contains messages that have been errored out. So it's just a temporary space. After that, it can either put it back into SQS or it can just delete it forever. So after the transcoder service has been done, we have stuff to do, because we have our database over here, and that is our Postgres database. Okay. So earlier we had skipped one step, and that was uploading the title, metadata, and all of those things to Postgres database. Because remember, the client uploads the video. That's right. But the client still has to upload the metadata, because this part over here was the video file. This part over here is the textual metadata that the user typed. And we also want to store this in Postgres database. So in the videos table, this particular metadata is uploaded. So let me just type it out. We have /upload/video/metadata. And here we are going to get the video ID. So yeah, the metadata is uploaded, but we don't really have an S3 key over here. That means we don't have the URL of what video to play when the user requests for that video. And we also want to tell that, hey, this video is still uploading, or the video is ready to be consumed. What is the status of that video? So all of that is going to be stored in this videos. So after this service is completed, that means the video is produced. First, all of the data is going to go into S3. And it's not going to be the raw videos, all right? It's going to be a separate S3 bucket of its own. And that is going to be the produced or processed videos. So we have processed videos. So all of our 360 videos or whatever videos we had calculated, all of those are present in processed videos. And we get an S3 key from here, which we can access and upload to our Postgres database. So here the update is happening. And we have clarified that, hey, this video is ready. You can consume it now. It's available to the public, the general audience. So this is our entire video uploading and processing architecture. Just to revise, what we're doing is this. The client asks the backend that, hey, can I get a presigned URL because I want to upload a video? It goes to S3. S3 allocates some space. It gives the presigned URL to backend, backend forwards it to the client. Now the client directly uploads to S3. Now, as soon as the video is completely uploaded to S3, the notification is sent to SQS. Now SQS, what it does is just store the object over there. Consumer is constantly looping or polling over this SQS. As soon as it sees any message, it will try to remove it and give it to ECS. And ECS is trying to go to this S3. It will try to access that video that has been uploaded because that notification that it got has that S3 key that, hey, this is the video that got uploaded. S3 key is going to tell where the video was uploaded. So ECS is going to go to that S3 route and try to download that video, and then it will start the transcoder and segmentation service. Actually, the transcoder and segmentation service is going to do all of that. ECS is just an orchestration platform. It is just spawning up multiple services like this so that it works concurrently and it can work for multiple users. And after that transcoder and segmentation service is done, it is going to go to this processed videos and upload all of the data over here. And now we are going to update the Postgres database with the new video S3 key. So this is where you can find the data in processed videos. With code, it will get much easier. Over here, it might just seem very complicated, but it's very, very intuitive. Now, the next part that I want to talk about is video retrieving. So let me just have video retrieving over here, or video displaying, whatever you want to call it. That is very, very easy. All of the major load just happens in video uploading. Well, what we are doing over here is this. The client is there again. So that's a nice little client. I want to watch a particular video. So it will go to the backend and say that this is the video ID. This is stuff that I want to play. So the backend will be like, oh, interesting. This is what you want to play? Cool. I'm just going to access my database. And what is the database? Well, it's the Postgres database, right? Well, yes, it can be the Postgres database, but we are going to do one optimization over here. And that optimization is Redis or Elasticache. Basically, we are going to have a caching service over here. So before going to Postgres, what we are going to do is ask Elasticache or Redis, which is basically a caching service, that, hey, was any video uploaded over here? The benefit of using Elasticache or Redis is that it has quick reads. You can read from there pretty fast. So first you check Elasticache or Redis that, hey, is this video present over here? This Elasticache or Redis is going to contain all the popular videos. Popular video, how is it decided? Not by the views, because let's say there's a video with 11 billion views. If there's a video with 11 billion views, that's a popular video, but that doesn't really guarantee that all the users right now are watching this video. Popular video is decided by which video was last accessed, or let's just say which video was most recently used. So Elasticache or Redis is just going to contain the data about those videos, okay? The most recently used videos. And it's going to follow a policy of LRU. If you've done lead code, you might know this question, least recently used, but it's going to follow a policy of LRU. Basically, it will evict or remove the least recently used object from Redis as soon as we reach a certain threshold or a certain size. So if we had, let's say, a size of 6 objects, as soon as we reach 6 objects, it's going to remove the one that was least recently used. So a video which had only one view because only one person watched it will be removed in comparison to 10 view video which was viewed by like 10 people, right? So yeah. If the video exists in Elasticache, it is going to return to the backend. Otherwise, it will check Postgres and it will return it back from Postgres. So it is kind of a conditional thing. So this object that we are getting from Postgres or Elasticache Redis is a literal object that we had stored in the database, right? It's not going to contain the actual video. It contains the detail about that video. So we are getting a URL over here, and that URL is the way to access the video, and that URL is the S3 URL, if you remember that, right? So it is going to go ahead and directly contact the S3 bucket. And it will say that, hey, I want to listen to this video. And we're going to the processed videos, okay? We're not touching the raw videos over here because raw videos, as I said, are very large. It can be 10 gigabytes. We have processed videos exactly for this task so that we can do something known as HLS or dash streaming. Now, what is this another term that I put in? Well, it's basically what I've described earlier. When we do the transcoder and segmentation service, we can define either one of them. Both of them are quite different from each other, but also similar in certain aspects. HLS stands for HTTP live streaming. It is created by Apple, and Dash is basically a protocol that's open sourced and it is in use by many browsers and it's widely supported. So we can use either one of them. I'm going to show you how to use both of them. I'll give you the commands for both of them if you want to try it. But yeah, this is the streaming that we're going to do. And we'll get into more details when we actually write the code, because now it will just sound abstract if I go into more technical details about how this live streaming is going to work in this video retrieving. I swear it's very easy, but it will just seem abstract if I talk about it. One last optimization that I want to talk about is in video retrieving itself. We are doing caching for this particular thing, right? When a video is very popular, we are storing it in Elasticache Redis. So the caching for objects is being done. The metadata that we had, all of that is being done. But what about the caching for general video? Because if a video is more popularly watched, why do I have to wait more time to watch it? Instead, I can wait less time by caching that video as well. And for that purpose, we are going to be using something known as Cloudfront. It is again given by AWS and it is a CDN. CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. It will cache the video for a particular user if they've watched it once to their nearest geographical location, because that's how a CDN works. Literally, if you search for CDN, you'll notice that it's a system of servers that store and distributed content to users around the world. CDNs are used to speed up website loading times and improve user experience, and they do it by storing the copies on servers close to the users. So you don't have to wait much time. So we are also going to be using Cloudfront to cache those videos and serve them properly. We're also going to see how Cloudfront and S3 URL perform in comparison to each other. I'll clearly show you how the caching difference looks like. It's going to be a lot of fun. So let's get started with the video uploading and processing part. So we're going to start off with this part. This backend endpoints part is going to be created later on, because when we want to test on the backend side, we can only do it with this much. Later on, we will create all the endpoints required so that our front end can connect to it. But yeah, let's start with uploading the video from here. So from the console, we'll drop a video to raw videos bucket. We'll make sure SQS gets triggered. We'll create a consumer backend. We'll create ECS. We'll spin up Docker containers, store that in processed videos, and then we'll work on these endpoints so that everything comes together and our client can easily access it. Another thing I would like to tell you is now you've understood the concept of microservices as well. Because if you think about it, backend is its own independent service, right? So that's one microservice. The second one is consumer. The third one is transcoder and segmentation. So these are three microservices, and this is a microservices architecture that we've understood. So let's get started by creating the S3 bucket for raw videos. So we're going to go here. In the console, we're going to search S3 and this thing will appear. Click on that and we are now in the S3 console. Make sure that you select whatever region you want here, because the S3 bucket will be created in that particular region. The region matters a lot, especially with S3. Earlier also we saw that we needed to put in a region name for our Cognito because that carried a lot of value as well. So at the top, we had Cognito with region name. If we don't have a region name, it's going to give an error, as we saw earlier when we didn't configure .env very well. So yeah, let's go ahead and create a bucket over here. S3 comes under free tier. You can check out the pricing by searching up S3 free tier. Now what we want over here is an AWS region, whatever you select, then general purpose. The other type of bucket is directory. As you can see, it is recommended for low latency use cases. These buckets use only the S3 Express 1 zone storage class, which provides faster processing of data within a single availability zone. For general purpose, it's the original S3 bucket. They allow a mix of storage classes that redundantly store objects across multiple availability zones. So basically, this general purpose can store data in multiple S3 buckets in multiple areas, but for the directory one, it provides faster within a single availability zone, so only one region. And since it's only there in one particular zone, it works very fast. Since this is the general purpose one is for multiple availability zones, it is more reliable, but it is not low latency. So there's trade-offs with both of them. What we want is general purpose. Then we're going to give it a bucket name. I'm just going to call this raw videos, just like we have over here, raw videos. If you want, you can put an underscore as well. That's fine. After that, for ACL, we are going to disable it for raw videos because we don't want anyone on the internet to access this raw bucket. For processed videos, we are going to switch on ACLs because that would provide access to everyone on the internet. And we want that because if a person views a video, we want the person to be able to use the URL, right? And if the ACL is enabled, anyone on the internet can do that. Or we can have more complex logic that will decide who gets access to the objects in the bucket. After that, we are going to block all public access. No, we are going to enable all public access so that anyone can access it. I acknowledge that current settings might result in this bucket and the object within becoming public. That's right. After that, we're going to leave everything as it is, like encryption, bucket key, and bucket versioning. All of them are going to remain the same. There's advanced settings as well, like object lock. Do we want that or not? Basically, it would be very helpful when you have multiple concurrent users trying to update the same object. So for rest of the settings, it's default. Then we're going to click on create bucket. And actually raw videos should be raw -videos, not underscore. And it says the bucket with the same name already exists. Now this error occurs because the bucket names are global all around the world. As you can see, bucket name must be unique within the global namespace. It just means that anyone on the internet can have this bucket. It's kind of like a domain. Anyone can have a raw videos bucket created. It's matched with every single user present on the internet who's used AWS. So we need to give it a unique name. So I'm just going to call this Rivan Ranawat raw videos. I hope I've not created that. And if I have, then I need to change the name again. And yeah, it's creating the bucket. We are good to go. And once the bucket is created, we can see it over here. If we click on it, we'll see all the objects that are stored. If we want, we can upload our own objects. We have properties over here, whatever we've defined. Permissions, who can access the bucket. If you want to edit anything we did earlier, you can click on edit over here and here. Then we have metrics, management, access points. So all of those things are present. Now we are going to go back to the buckets and create another bucket, and that is for the processed videos. So again, it's going to be general purpose. We're going to call this Rivan Ranawat processed videos, but I think I've already created this bucket before. So let's try it. Maybe the name is taken, maybe it's not. After that, we are going to enable ACLs on this because we want anyone to be able to read to this database, because raw videos, if you look at the diagram again, raw videos is the thing that is used to store the initial video. Processed videos is where the URL is going to send from. Basically, whatever videos are present within the processed video are the ones that are available to the public. Raw videos is going to be private. So ACLs will be enabled on this one. We're not going to block all the public access. I acknowledge this. And after that, we're going to create a bucket. And we have an error because this name is taken. Maybe I can name this 1 and then we can click on create and it's done. The name carries a lot of meaning over here because when we try to access S3 using Boto3, we'll have to put this bucket name over there. So now that we have these two buckets created, what's the next step? Well, if the raw videos is created, we want to create a trigger such that as soon as a video or anything is uploaded to this S3 bucket, we want to send a notification to SQS. So what I'm going to do is go to Revan Ranath raw videos bucket. And here we are going to go into the properties. Then we can scroll down and we'll see additional things over here. The one we are interested in is event notification. So we are able to send a notification when specific events occur in our bucket. What do we want to do? Well, as soon as a video is posted, we want to set a trigger to SQS. So we can simply click on this create event notification. Here we can specify an event name. Well, mine is going to be very simple, raw videos to SQS. Then if you want, you can have a prefix. Basically, whatever object is uploaded, we'll only set up a trigger for objects that contain this prefix. For example, let's say I upload a certain object with the name of videos/hi.mp4. And then I also upload a video with hi.mp4. Both of them are different because videos/hi.mp4 is stored like this in a videos directory. And within that videos directory, you have hi.mp4. And hi.mp4 is simply at the same level as this videos folder. So both of them are different from each other. If I set up a prefix of videos, it would mean that whenever we encounter this videos prefix over here, for example, it will set up a trigger for this particular thing and it will not set up a trigger for this hi.mp4. And if you want, you can do that. So I'm going to do that. And the next one is suffix. Limit the notifications to objects with key ending with specified characters. For this one, we are going to do .mp4. So if let's say a user uploads an image, this notification will not be triggered because we don't want that, right? If a user uploads, let's say a .jpg file to this raw videos, it's not a valid video. If we don't add the limitation of this suffix, what is going to happen is it will send the notification to SQS. SQS is going to go to the consumer and consumer will spin up a Docker container, which can be expensive by the way, just so that this JPG can be transcoded and it cannot be transcoded. So we're going to get an error at the end. So why do we want to waste resources for that? So here we are just going to say .mp4. If you want to allow other video objects, you can do that like MOV, AVI, etc. After that, we are going to set up the event type. When should this notification be triggered? When an object is created, right? So we're going to select this. And if we select this, all 4 of these options are selected. Whenever an object is put, posted, copied, or multi-part upload is completed. We're not going to set up a trigger for when object is removed, object is restored, object ACL changes, object tagging, replication, redundancy, storage, all of that. Nope. Only when the video is posted, only this option, just enable that. After that, we are going to choose a destination. Where do we want to publish the event? We want to send it to an SQS queue, but as you can see, there can be Lambda function or an SNS topic. Lambda function is a serverless way to run a Lambda function script. Basically, you can send your transcoding job to a Lambda function as well, but it's generally not recommended because transcoding can take, let's say, 30 minutes and Lambda function is good for approximately 15 minutes of job. So anyways, we're going to send it to an SQS queue. As you can see, we cannot directly send to a consumer or to an ECS. We can only send to an SQS queue or an SNS topic. SNS, by the way, is simple notification service. You generally do that when you have multiple people in a group to whom you want to send. So fan out messages to systems for parallel processing or directly to people. Anyways, what we're going to do over here is specify the SQS queue and we don't have a queue created. So we have to go and create a queue. Now I'm just going to copy this URL and paste it in over here so that I can create a SQS queue on this side and none of my progress goes away. So let me just create it over there. Then we can click on create queue. Now there are 2 types of queue over here, standard, which is at least once delivery message ordering isn't preserved. And the next one is FIFO, first in, first out. Again, if you've done lead code, you might know what FIFO means. Basically, in a queue, if you have a queue like this, an object is sent over here. The object that's first received is going to be pulled out. The second object will be pulled second. And the ordering is basically going to be preserved. But for standard one, it doesn't guarantee the order. It will just pull out randomly and start doing those tasks. So let's set up a queue. Let's call this video processing queue. As you can see, a queue name is case sensitive and can have up to 80 characters. Then you have multiple configurations over here. Visibility timeout. Visibility timeout means if the message is seen to one particular consumer, for how long the message should not be seen to other consumers. So let's say one consumer picked up the SQS message, for example, this one. The consumer picked this one up. This message will not be seen to the consumer again for the next 30 seconds. So we can start doing the job on that. The next one is message retention period. If the message is not removed, for how long do we want to keep it? How many days or minutes or seconds? We're just going to keep the standard one. Then there's delivery delay. If you want to delay the delivery of the message to the queue, by how long do you want to do that? This is needed when, let's say, this consumer is overloaded and it needs some time before it can pull the next message. Well, you can just send the message, let's say 20 minutes late, and then it will appear so that the consumer can start working on it. But that would mean every message works this way and we don't want any delays. So it's going to be 0 seconds. The maximum message size is 256 KB. I think this is self-explanatory. Then we have a receive message wait time. This is the amount of time the polling will wait before it starts selecting messages. So the difference between delivery delay and receive message wait time is that in delivery delay, the delivery will be delayed from S3 raw videos to SQS. How much time do we have to wait? And for receive message wait time, it's like how long should a consumer wait before it starts taking messages from SQS. Okay. So we're just going to keep all the default ones. Then we have access policy. We're going to change the access policy, but we'll understand why we want to change the access policy first by seeing an error message. So let's keep basic for now. And yeah, everything else is going to be default. We create a queue. And now I'm going to go to the create event notification. I don't get the queue to choose from, so that was a big blunder. I'll have to copy and paste everything. I'll see you after I've created a new event notification. So yeah, we are back over here. I've refilled everything. I'm going to select the SQS queue and choose the video processing queue from here. Then we are going to save the changes and we get an error. The error says unable to validate the following destination configuration. What's happening is that your S3 wants to upload to SQS, but it doesn't have the permission to upload to SQS. Like, who authorized this to happen? SQS should say that yes, S3 can store data in me. So SQS has not given that permission to S3. They are like independent services. So we need to set up an access policy such that we tell that S3 can store the message in SQS. So we're going to go to the simple queue service and here we're going to edit stuff. And the edit we are looking for is the access policy. So we have the version, we have ID, we have statement, which is a list of objects. And in this statement, we want to add our own object. Okay. And actually, instead of typing, I'm just going to copy paste it. I'll mention this in the description below or in the GitHub gist. Feel free to copy it. I'll explain what this means. It basically means that you're allowing a principal service of s3.amazon.aws.com to do the action of sending message to SQS. And then we specify the resource name of that SQS. So we copy this resource name because that is my resource name as well. And we'll paste it out over here. And when we define all of this thing till here, we're basically saying that S3 is allowed to send message to the video processing queue. But what we have not mentioned is which S3 bucket should be allowed to do it. Not all S3 buckets, only one. So we need to get the ARN of this YouTube clone raw videos. So let me just copy this bucket name and I can paste it in over here. That is the ARN of our bucket. So again, just to revise, what we're doing is allowing the principal service of S3 to send a message to the video processing queue, and the S3 bucket should be this particular thing. Once we save that and we go back to create event notification, now we save the changes. We are able to save the changes now because now it has a property to publish to SQS. And now if you want to test stuff out, what I'm going to do is upload. Then I'm going to click on add folder. I'll click on this videos and click on upload. It will say this will upload all files from videos. Only do this if you trust the site. We'll upload and then we'll click on upload. from console, generally it takes a lot more time as compared to actually doing it in your code. So it's very fast. There's high throughput on S3. No need to worry about that. And after that, if we come to the queue details, we can click on send and receive messages. And here we can start polling for messages, and we have one message and two messages. What are these two messages? We should only be receiving one message, right? Well, let's see it. We'll click on this and we see a service of Amazon S3 send an event, which is test event. So occasionally Amazon S3 sends test events to SQS to ensure that everything's working properly or not. So we need to ignore this message because it's a test event. It's testing that this communication is working properly or not. As you can see, the bucket name is also mentioned over here. The second message is what we are interested in, and that is the event source AWS S3 sending it with principal ID, Amazon request ID, and the name is also mentioned, owner identity is mentioned, object is mentioned with the key, and this is the S3 key of the uploaded video/warm.mp4. So now if we want to access the video, we can simply go to this Rivan Rana with raw videos, get this key video/warm.mp4, and we're good. That is the unique identifier to get the object. Now if we go back to our diagram, this part is done, sending an event to SQS. The next thing is creating a consumer, and what that consumer is going to do is constantly poll this SQS and get messages from it. So let's go ahead and create it. What we'll have to do, however, is get out of this backend folder. So I'll do cd ... and open the YouTube clone tutorial in Visual Studio Code. So we have a backend folder here. We're going to add another folder and let's call that consumer. Then I'm going to open the terminal again and we'll cd into consumer. Then I'll open that in Visual Studio Code. So we have a consumer now. I'm going to close rest of the VS Code tabs. We can probably keep backend, and then I'm also going to zoom into the consumer so that you can see it properly. After that, the first thing we are going to do is set up requirements.txt file. In this requirements.txt file, we need to set up Boto3. We want pydantic settings. We need pydantic settings because we want .env here again because we have important information. Then we need python-.env. All right. These are the only things we'll need. Main.py is what we need. Also, before I forget, we are just going to do pip install -r requirements.txt. If you want, you can set up a virtual environment. I've not set up Docker for this one. If you want, you can set that up as well. But yeah, let's get started with the code for main.py. So how do we poll? Well, to poll, all we have to do is while true. That's it. But we'll keep this in a function. So we have def poll SQS because we are continuously polling SQS to see if there's any message within it. And then we just have to do while true. So we have started an infinite loop and we need to continuously poll SQS in this infinite loop if there are any messages or not. So now I'm going to create SQS client. So we have SQS_client, which is equal to boto3.client. Now we need to import boto3. We have that. After that, we are going to specify the service that we want to use. We are using SQS. Then we need to mention the region_name, which is equal to, well, I need to get that from my .env. So I'll do .env region_name, which is equal to AP South1. After that, we are going to have our secret_keys.py, and I'm just going to copy paste the secret keys, by the way. So I'll copy this entire thing and paste it in over here from the backend folder. And then we're going to remove unnecessary stuff. We won't be needing Cognito client as far as I think. We probably won't even be needing Postgres DB URL. So we'll remove that. We only have region name. Then we can go back to the main.py and then we'll have secret_keys is equal to secret keys. Then I'll import that secret keys from the top, and then I'll take this and have .region name. Great. After that, we want to continuously ask the SQS client, are there any messages? If there are, please give it to me. So we do that using this SQS client .receive_messages or message. That's it, because you're only going to get one message from here. But if you want, you can get multiple messages as well. And then you can specify the queue URL. And now we need to get the queue URL. Again, we're going to set up the .env. So we'll have AWS SQS raw videos. Let's just call it that. Then we'll go over here and try to find the URL. So this is the URL. Let me copy that and paste it over here. Or if you want, we can call this video processing queue. Video processing. Then we can copy this and paste it in the secret keys as well, the string over here. After that, the queue URL is just secret keys dot AWS SQS video processing. After that, we are going to have max number of messages and we're going to set that to 1. I only want one message at a time. If you want to do batch processing, that means you get multiple messages and for each one of them, you spin up a Docker container. That's fine too. I would like to get one message all the time. After that, we are also going to have wait time seconds. How much time should it wait before sending off a request to get another message? And for that, maybe you can do 10, 20, 0, whatever you want. I'm going to keep it at 10. Now, after we get that response, let me just save it in a variable. And for now, I would like to print out this response so that we know what we're dealing with. But basically, the response is the same thing that we got over here when we polled for messages, right? This one. And as you can see, I polled for messages again. Despite me viewing them, these messages are still there. So that means it's quite durable and it doesn't remove by itself unless 4 days have passed. So let's go ahead and run this. We are just going to do Python 3 or Python, whatever you want, main.py. And it did nothing because we forgot to call this function. So let me just go ahead and call this function. And now it should work fine. And we have an error saying an error occurred, access denied when calling the receive message operation. User is not authorized to perform this thing. Well, that's because in our IAM, we have not specified anything about SQS permissions. We have given S3 permission, EC2 permission, ECS permissions, but we have not done anything about SQS. So let's go to our IAM. Here we are going to have all permission user. So let's go over there. Here we are going to add the permission. Click on add permissions again, attach policies directly. And then we can search for the SQS permission and we are going to give Amazon SQS full access permission to this all perm user. Now, if you're wondering how I knew that so instantly, that's because I first of all faced this error before. And the second one is that this line was mentioned over here. Whenever we have something like access denied, I know it's something related to the access key. And if it's related to access key, it's related to the IAM user. Okay, now let's try it again. And as you can see, we get these two messages. Well, what I'd like to do is first of all, ignore the test event that might appear. So first I need to extract the test event. Well, where is the test event? For better readability, first of all, I'm going to copy this entire thing and paste it in delete.json file. Then I'm going to convert all this single quotation marks to double quotation, replace all. And now we have a valid JSON. Well, we don't. So let me just make it easy to read. And now we are ready. So here we have it. So we have a messages list. And in that messages list, we have one message. And in that message, we have an event. And that is of the name S3 test event. So we need to go into messages, loop over this list, and then extract the event and see if it's test event. If it isn't, we want to do further actions. But if it is, then we want to ignore it and delete the test event. So let's go over here and do that. First of all, we are going to do for message in response.get messages. And let's see what the case is. It's titled case. So yep. And if we don't get it, we have an empty list. We'll not loop ahead, right? Because it's empty. Then what we're going to do is extract the message body from it. As you can see, messages has a body, and within that body, we have event, by the way. I think I formatted the JSON pretty badly, so you can't see that. So let me just make sure it works properly. And here we have it. So body has the service, event, time, etc. So let me go to the main.py and extract the body first. So we'll have message underscore body, which is equal to json.loads, because it is a dictionary, right? I want to get access to this dictionary. So I'll load it and try to get the body. So we have message.get body, and also let's import JSON first. After that, we are going to check if there's service in message body. So let's call that if service is in message body and event is also there in message body. So we'll have an event in message body, and if that event is equal to S3 test event, we want to delete the message. So and message body dot get event is equal to whatever is written over here. So let me just copy it as it is and paste it. Then we want to delete the message. So let me get everything in line. I hope you understand it till now. All I'm doing is checking if there's event. If event is not there in message body, which is the case when it's not a test event, for example, over here. And also you'll see there's so many console logs because every 10 seconds it's polling over here, by the way. Since it's polling every 10 seconds, it is pushing more messages. And those messages are the same messages that have not been deleted because those are the latest messages in SQS. So we have to delete them. So if it is test event, we are just going to do SQS client.delete message. And then we are going to specify the Q URL, which is this. And then we are going to specify the receipt handle, which is equal to, and then we need to specify the receipt handle. Well, what is the receipt handle? If we go over here, receipt handle is mentioned over here in messages. So the one message that we get, that receipt handle is what we need to specify to delete it, because that receipt handle is kind of like an identifier for what message needs to be deleted. So I'll just say message, not message body, message. Message body is this particular part. Message is this entire part. So I'll take this entire message at receipt handle and delete it. So I'll have message at receipt handle. I'm not doing .get because I'm pretty sure message receipt handle should be there if you want to delete it. And then we can do continue because we don't want any further execution to happen because it was a test event. We want to go to another message if it exists and work on that. Now, if we see, we will never get the test message again. Even if we go back to our queue and poll for messages, it should be deleted from here. Let's see. So as you can see, we only have one message. The test message was deleted. That's amazing. We have ignored the test messages. Now what do we want to do next? If we go back to our diagram, you'll notice that in the consumer, we are polling the SQS. And if it's a test event, we're deleting it. But if it's a valid message, we want to spin up the Docker container. Now to spin up the Docker container, we need to give the Docker container some information. And what is the information that we want to give? Well, the bucket key, the bucket name, because the Docker container, this transcoder and segmentation service, what it needs to do is go to this raw videos and download that video. So it needs the bucket name, which bucket should I go to? And it also needs the bucket key. By bucket key, I mean the object key, the S3 key, because that is the unique location of the object that we are going to download and then transcode. So we can go over here and start extracting that information. So let me just copy this entire thing, and it's hard to copy. Every 10 seconds, we have new information popping up.
10 hours later.
I guess this is it. So I'll put it in delete.json. I'll format the JSON again and see you after I've done this. So yeah, I've formatted the JSON and this is how it looks. We have messages, a list of messages, and we only have one object in here. Then we have response metadata, but we probably don't care about that as of now. What we are caring about is getting the S3 bucket name and getting the key. So let's loop through it. Again, we are going to have a for loop and we are inside of the for loop, remember? Now, if it's not a test event, or we have successfully deleted the test message and went to the next message to get the new message, within the for loop itself, what we are going to do is check if the records object is there in message body. So if we go to delete.json, we have records because we have successfully parsed the body. We have message body over here. So if records is present in message body, then we want to loop over records, right? Or what we can do is directly access the 0th element, because records is always going to have one element. So what I can do is s3 record is equal to message body at records at 0th element, and then I want to access the s3 key over here, because it's within the s3 key we have bucket and object. So we are going to do at s3. After that, we're going to set up the bucket name. Bucket name, we can get that using s3 record. Then we can access the bucket, and then we can access the name. You'll see over here, bucket name. So now we have the bucket name. Similarly, we're going to do it for the s3 key. So let's call it s3 key. We'll go to the s3 record. Again, so s3 record is just this part. Then we're going to go into the object, and then we're going to go into the key. So we have object key. Now that we have the bucket name and the s3 key, what we need to do is spin up a Docker container. And to spin up a Docker container, we need to set up two things. One is the ECS. ECS, I've explained it before, is like Kubernetes. It is an orchestration platform for multiple Docker containers. And how do we upload Docker containers to AWS? For that, we are going to use another service, and that is called ECR. It stands for Elastic Container Registry. So we are going to upload our Docker image. We're going to build up the image, and then we're going to send it to the Elastic Container Registry. So this is kind of like the Docker registry website that we saw. So if I search up Docker registry, this official image repository hub, it's kind of like that, but here you can upload your own images. You won't get Python official images from here. It is for your own self. It is your own repository of your images. So we are going to build up an image that will do the transcoding and everything, and then upload it to Elastic Container Registry. Then we are going to use ECS and tell ECS to use that ECR so that it can spin up the Docker container, because this is where ECS is going to get the Docker image from. Once it gets the Docker image, it will start running the container, and then it will spin up as many containers as we tell it to using code. And all of that ECS platform is going to run on Fargate. We'll see how we can configure that. So the step one is to set up ECR. And to set up ECR, first we need to build up a transcoder and segmentation service. So as of now, this is going to be empty. We'll keep spin up a Docker container comment over here. We're going to go and create a transcoder service, upload that to ECR. And after we upload to ECR, we'll set up ECS that will use ECR. I know it's very confusing, but stay there for a while. It will all get very clear. So I'm going to close all the save files over here. Stop this infinite loop that we have. We're going to cd ... After that, what we're going to do is make a directory for the transcoder service. I'm calling it transcoder, but it also does segmentation. So we'll create that directory. Then we'll cd into the transcoder service and open that in Visual Studio Code. And again, here I'm just going to do cd ... and cd into consumer so that this remains as a consumer thing. I can execute the infinite loop of main.py over here as soon as we work on the transcoder service. Now in the transcoder service, again, we need requirements.txt. So let's go ahead and create that. As you can see, these are three independent services. So three microservices that will communicate with each other. So this one is going to communicate with the transcoder service by spinning up a Docker container. Now this requirements.txt is going to be quite similar to the requirements.txt in consumer. So let me copy and paste that. Then we're going to have a main.py. We are also going to have .env. We are also going to have secret_keys.py. Let me copy the secret keys from here to there. Pretty much the same thing. Now here we won't be requiring the SQS video processing queue. We just need the region name. So let's go to the .env. Now in this transcoder service, we won't be requiring the SQS video processing queue. We'll be only requiring region name and two other properties that we're going to discuss about in just a minute. But first, let's set up our Dockerfile, because as I said, this service is going to be uploaded to ECR. So we need to build an image and upload that image to the registry. And what is this Dockerfile going to do? Well, first, we want to set a base image of Python because we are using Python over here, right? So we'll again have Python 3.11 slim. After that, we're going to set up a work directory of /app. Then we're going to copy the requirements.txt file from here to the Docker container. After that, we're going to run pip install --no cache directory -r requirements.txt. We've seen all of this before. Then we copy rest of the code, and then we are going to do cmd. And this time we're not using UVCon, FastAPI or anything. This is not our backend. All it does is execute Python or Python 3, whatever you would feel comfortable with. I think both of them should be allowed since we're using the base image. I'll stay safe and use Python. And we're just executing the main.py file. Nothing fancy. But there's another thing that we want to do over here. Well, I described the process of transcoding and segmentation to you, but how exactly are we going to convert the video from one resolution to multiple resolution and cut them down? For that, we are going to use a tool that's quite popular, and that's called FFmpeg. FFmpeg is a free and open source software project consisting of a suite of libraries and programs for handling video, audio, and other multimedia files and streams. This tool is quite popular and it's used by multiple famous companies like TikTok. I don't think YouTube, Facebook or Instagram or any one of them uses it, but TikTok does. Facebook and Instagram probably have their own tool created for these tasks. But yeah, if it's used by TikTok and multiple other companies, it's very safe. The thing about FFmpeg is you can get the Python package for it, but I don't think it's official. If you search for the official package of FFmpeg that we can put in requirements.txt and use that, there's no official library. Yes, some other people have created it. So if you search for FFmpeg Python library, you'll notice the most famous one is FFmpeg-Python, but it was last updated in 2019. Look at the release history. Last was almost 6 years ago. So we cannot use that. The reason there's no official package is because FFmpeg is like a command line tool. So we use FFmpeg not as a package, but as a tool that executes in your system. And that's why a Docker container is very helpful over here. Let me go to the Transcoder service. Don't be in consumer, Transcoder, and here go to your Docker file. Here we are going to install FFmpeg as a tool. And to install it, all you need to do is run apt-get update. All of these commands are Linux commands because Python base image sets up a Debian environment. We've seen that in the Python's base image. Then we're going to do apt-get install -y ffmpeg and apt-get clean. And we want to remove the folder of var lib apt lists *. This is just a safe way to install FFmpeg. But yeah, with this, we've installed FFmpeg and all the necessary dependencies for FFmpeg. And now we are ready to use FFmpeg over here. So that's the beauty of Docker, because you're treating it like an independent system, like it's your computer and you've installed FFmpeg tool in that which you can run. Now we're going to see how we can run that FFmpeg tool. So first of all, we're going to create a class now of video transcoder because there are multiple things that we have to do in video transcoder. The first thing is creating an init, and here we're going to initialize the S3 client. So we're going to have self.s3 client, which is equal to boto3.client, and then we're going to have S3 passed to it. Then we are also going to pass in the region name, and region name is equal to secret key. So let me get access to the secret keys, which is equal to secret keys like this. Then we're going to import it. Then we'll use the secret keys dot region name. Then we're also going to import boto3. And with this, I would assume we're done, but we're actually not, because we're going to deploy this Docker container to ECR, and ECR doesn't know about the AWS access key ID and the secret access key. So we have to mention both of them as well. So what we're going to do is Here mention AWS access key ID, which is of the type of string, and we're going to mention AWS secret access key, which is also of the type of string. Then we need to do AWS access key ID, pass it in over here. Then we need to pass in the AWS secret access key, pass it in, and we forgot to pass in the region name as well. So let's pass that, AP South 1. Then we need to get the access key ID. If you hadn't downloaded the access key ID, you might want to generate another one. There's an option on the console. You'll have to go to IAM and set that up. But now I'm just going to pass it. Also, make sure you do the AWS configure again and set up the new access keys. Otherwise, your entire app will stop working. I hope you've downloaded the .csv file though. After we have done all of that setup, and also if you're uploading to Transcoder, just make sure you do git ignore of .env. But yeah, now if you set that up, we're going to pass in the AWS access key ID over here. So that is the secret keys dot AWS access key ID, and then we're going to pass in AWS secret access key, which is equal to secret keys dot AWS secret access key. Sweet. After that, what we're going to do is first of all download the video from S3. Now, how are we going to get the video? Well, if we go back to our consumer in the main.py, we had extracted the bucket name and S3 key, right? And then we were going to spin up the Docker container. Well, when we spin up the Docker container, we're going to pass the bucket name and S3 key. But like, where is it going to be? Where do we get it from? Well, we are going to pass it as an environment variable. Think about it. When you have a Docker container to yourself, you have your own subsystem. If you have your own system, you can just access the environment variables from there. So when we spin up the Docker container, we're going to pass the values of bucket name and S3 key as the environment variable. So the environment variable in .env is not going to change. The environment variable of the system is going to change, which we can access from here. So it's going to be S3 bucket string is equal to this. And then we're also going to get the S3 key. So S3 underscore key, which is of the type of string, is equal to an empty string if it's not mentioned. Then here we can do def download video self, and then we're going to pass in the local path. Local path is going to define where on our system do we want the video to be downloaded. So think about it. We are going to download a video from a specific bucket using the bucket and the key object. And then on our system, where do we want to download it? We want to download it to this local path that we'll define. So we have self.s3 client.download underscore file. Then the first argument that we need to pass is the bucket name. So we have secret keys dot s3 bucket. After that, we are going to have the S3 key. So we have secret keys dot S3 key, and then we are going to have the local path passed in. So it will go and download the file from this bucket, and this is the object it will download to this path on our local system. After that, what do we want to do? Well, we want to transcode the video. So we'll have def transcode video self. Then we're going to get the input path. Basically, what video do we want to transcode? So we need where on the local system is the video downloaded. Then we are going to get the output directory. So the transcoded videos, where should they be uploaded? We get all of that. And now we'll start the transcoding process. Now, earlier I had mentioned that there are two ways to transcode the video. If we draw it out, I told that if there are transcoding, there are two major options you can take. The first one is HLS transcoding, which stands for HTTP live streaming, created by Apple. And the second one is FFMPEG-DASH. Now, HLS is generally very good when you want to do live streams. So if you have something like a Twitch clone or something, you would use HLS because it's just optimized for live streams very much. The second one is Dash when you want to do on video demand streaming. Now, when I say there are two ways to do transcoding, I'm kind of skipping some information. what we are actually doing is more than transcoding ABR. We're doing adaptive bitrate streaming. What does adaptive bitrate streaming mean? Basically, when you have low network conditions, how does YouTube just automatically switch from 720p to 360p? Well, that's exactly what we're going for. Adaptive bitrate streaming is just that. So we are getting more specific. Rather than calling it transcoding, it is ABR. And in ABR, there are two popular formats, HLS and DASH. Transcoding is a very broad term because you just don't have to convert the pixel resolution. There's also stuff like codecs and encoding, decoding, all of that. If you've heard of them, H264, H265. Converting them into various formats also comes under transcoding. ABR is one part of transcoding. So a more specific term for this is ABR, adaptive bitrate streaming. And in that there are two formats, HLS and DASH. As I said, it basically alters the resolution based on the network condition. If it is good or if it is the best, it will be 1080p, 4K, 8K, etc. And if it's not as good, it's going to be switched down to 720p, 380p, whatever. So in HLS, what is created is something known as an M3U8 playlist. This M3U8 playlist is kind of like a text-based playlist which tells you which segment to refer when. So it is just a file which looks like this, and all it says is that, hey, if this is something, if it has some condition, just go and check out this file. If there's this, go and check out this file. And that's why M3U8 playlist is also called as a master playlist. The client will just access this main M3U8 playlist and refer to that to switch between the different segments. The different segments will be of the format of .ts. TS stands for transport stream. So the client, when it gets the M3U8 playlist, downloads segment after segment over HTTP. And if a segment downloads very quickly, the player may decide that, yeah, it's looking good for us. So let's switch to a higher bitrate, a higher resolution, because we want to serve the user the best, right? And if they can download the segments, this .ts files very quickly, that means the internet connection is looking good. And here, this .ts files are like 2 to 12 second segments. For us, we are going to set it to 6 seconds. I'll give you the command for it. But majorly what we're going to focus on is dash because it's meant for on video demand. Just like HLS uses M3U8 playlist, this guy dash uses MPD, which stands for Media Presentation Description. This looks more like an XML kind of file, and it describes the available qualities and segments, and the client uses again HTTP to fetch those segments adaptively. Just like we have .ts over here, MPD uses .mp4 generally. So every segment is broken down into .mp4. So they're basically the same thing with different formats and different algorithms behind the scenes. Yes, both of them break down the video in different segments. So both have the similarity there, but the difference is that it does this in t.ts and dash does it in .mp4. Then the algorithms for doing it are very different as well. Dash has very descriptive documents. The difference, however, comes in when their algorithm is there. Basically, how is the codec created, what codecs are supported, what platforms it supports, what encryption is allowed, what encryption is done. So all of those differ, but yeah, based on these judgments, Dash is said that it is very good for on-video demand, and HLS is very good for live stream and codec. However, HLS is not supported on many platforms. However, the support is increasing. It's majorly there for Mac-based things, but Dash has overall support. We're going to use Dash, but I'll give you the commands for HLS and Dash both. So let's go ahead and see in the transcoder how we can start transcoding using this FFmpeg. Well, to run FFmpeg, we know it's a system line tool. So there's no package as such. What we need to use is a sub-process given by Python. So what we're going to do is import a sub-process at the top. It allows us to run processes at the system level. After that, what we're going to do is call the run method. And in this run, we can specify the command line argument or the command that we want to run as if we are running it on a terminal. So here we're going to pass in our HLS or dash command. And it's a pretty long command. You can also shorten it down, but the amount of stuff we need to do in this command is a lot. So I'm just going to directly copy paste it. I'm going to explain it line by line, but allow me to copy paste this particular thing. So the first command that we're going to have is for HLS, and later on I'll show how dash differs from HLS, okay? So this is the command we'll be using, a pretty big command, but it's pretty simple as well. So this is the first line. Also, this is a list because you can pass in a list over here to this run, as you can see, args, and you can pass in multiple arguments in a list format. That's what I've done. So the first one is FFMPEG. We are just invoking the FFmpeg process to tell that, hey, we want to run the FFmpeg command. Then we are having -i, which is the input path. What is the source video file? So that's what we are getting over here. Then we are actually passing in the file path where our input path resides. And this local path and this input path are going to be the same thing because where we download the file is where we want to get the input path from. So like that's the video we want to transcode, right? Then we have -filter complex. Filter complex, what it does is build a complex filter graph. Basically, it applies different filter chains to different inputs, and we use their outputs as input for other filter chains. So it is related to this particular thing. Basically, whenever you have something like dash, it means it is a flag and you're going to have a value passed to it. So this is like a key and then a value. So filter complex is a key and these are the values. If you notice, every single one of them had a comma after it, but after this line, we don't have a comma because all of them are together. They are one command. If we write it in string, well, they're all one string basically. So even if I write something like this, it basically means the same thing. So what we are doing over here is filter complex, and this is the first line. What we are doing is taking the video stream from the first input, 0v, that's what that does, from the first input and splits it into 3 identical streams that we label v1, v2, and v3. Then we have this line. So we are specifically saying for v1, we want to scale it to a resolution of 640 pixel to 360 pixel. So this will be the width, this will be the height. And this is the flag for 360p. Fast bilinear is the algorithm we'll be using to convert it to a resolution of 360 pixels. If you search on the web also, you'll understand that 640 into 360p is what makes up 360 pixels as such. And fast bilinear algorithm is a speed focused scaling method, all right? We are labeling the output as 360p. Then we have v2. So you understood it, right? We took the source video and we split it into 3 parts, v1, v2, v3. The first one is 360p, the second one is 720p, and the third one is 1080p. And each has their own width and height. Then what we do is -map. So with this particular line, what we have done is created different resolutions of the video, which will help us in adaptive bitrate streaming. Or actually, this will help us in adaptive streaming. Then we are going to do the bitrate part, okay? Then we have -map 360p. What does it mean? It maps 360p scaled video stream to an output stream. Then we are doing the same for 720p, and then we are doing the same for 1080p. So when we map it, we are basically saying that we are ready to give an output. So 360p, 720p, and 1080p are added in the output. Then we have -map 0a. And as you can see, we have the comment over here, keep the original audio stream. So we have the video scaled out, but if we don't mention this, it might remove the audio. And that's the issue I had when I was testing it by myself earlier. So we need to add the 0:a. It maps the original audio stream from the input, which is denoted by OA, to the output. And when we add this option, it's not re-encoding the audio unnecessarily, obviously. If it's necessarily needed, it will do it, but unnecessarily, nope. We are keeping the original audio stream. Then we have this particular line. With this, what we are doing is setting the video codec to libx264. It's the widely used H264 encoder, and H264 codec is the most widely used codec. There are better things like H.265, but it's the most popular thing. Kind of like IPv4 versus IPv6. IPv4 is more widely used, but IPv6 is better because it solves problems in IPv4. Same thing, we're converting it into libx264, which is the widely used H.264 encoder. Now, why are we converting it into H.264? Well, that's because, as I said, it is the most efficient, it is compatible with most devices, and it's pretty good. Then we have a dash preset of very fast. So it chooses an encoding preset that prioritizes speed over compression efficiency. So that means we are favoring a quicker encoding, which is preferred in live or time-sensitive applications. And that's why this would be very helpful if we had a live video thing. Even with on-demand streaming, this is a very good option because we don't want the user who's uploading the video to wait there for hours. We want to do it very fast. So yeah. Next we have profile v high. What this does is set the H.264 algorithm profile to high. The high profile supports better compression and quality for higher resolutions. So yeah, earlier we had prioritized speed, then now we are just making sure the compression and quality is supported good as well. Then we have set the H.264 level to 4.1, which basically defines constraints like bitrate and resolution. It also ensures compatibility with the streaming standards that exist. After that, we have -G48. It sets the GOP size to 48. What is GOP size? GOP stands for group of pictures. So it is setting the group of picture size to 48. Now, how does that matter? Well, a GOP size will control the distance between keyframes. And you know what keyframes are. So here it is balancing quality with stream startup time. Then we have key int min 48. It sets the minimum interval between keyframes to 48 frames. So this helps maintain consistent keyframe spacing. Again, it is very important for adaptive streaming. Then we have SC threshold 0. We are basically disabling the scene change. So it ensures that the keyframe interval remains consistent. So every time there's only 48 frames, which is important if you want to have a predictable segment boundary in HLS. Then we have this line. What it does is set the video bitrate for the first output stream. So it's setting 1000 kilobits per second for the 360p version. Then this one, it's setting the bitrate for 720p to 4000 kilobits per second because higher resolution streams require more bitrate to maintain the quality. Then we have this line. As you might have guessed, it sets the video bitrate for the third output. So 1080p is set to 8000 kilobits per second. So it provides sufficient bitrate for full HD video quality. After that, we are setting the audio codec to AAC. AAC is widely supported and it is also efficient. Then we have the audio bitrate setup. It sets it to 128 kilobits per second. So it ensures that good audio quality is there without a big ass audio file. Then we have -F HLS. It specifies the output format as HLS. When we go into dash, you'll see that we changed this to dash because we're using the format of dash. Then we have HLS time of 6. We're just saying that every segment that you create should be 6 seconds long because, well, we've understood shorter segments can reduce latency and allow for smoother switching between different quality streams. Then we have HLS playlist type, which is VOD. VOD stands for video on demand. Generally, HLS is pretty good for live streaming, but you can set it to be VOD. VOD playlists are complete and static, which makes them suitable for like the content we are going for, YouTube videos. Then we have the HLS flag setup, which is independent segments. What it does is segment each file as an independent file. So each segment can be decoded without reference to other segments. They're all independent of each other. And as we know, independent stuff is just good. It just improves the robustness. None of them are dependent on each other. If even one part is corrupted, the other part will work. They're not dependent on each other. Then we have HLS segment type, MPEG-DASH, which is MPEG-TS. So it sets the container format for HLS segment to MPEG-TS. Again, MPEG-TS is another widely supported container format for streaming, compatible with many devices. Then we have HLS list size to be 0. It sets the playlist size to 0, which means that the playlist that we create will include all segments. It's important because for video on demand, you want the full list of segments rather than a sliding window. In live streaming, there's like a sliding window kind of thing. Not all the segments are listed together because the video is not there with us, right? As and when the video comes, it is pushed into the HLS list size. So it's kind of like a sliding window. Then we have master PL name. Basically, what is the name of our master file, which is master.m3u8. This is going to contain all of the information about all the things, all our .ts files, everything. After that, we have var stream map. And what we are doing with this part is it's just defining how the different video and audio streams are associated for the HLS output. So V0A0 means that the first video stream 360p is with the audio stream that's at 0. Earlier we had said it, right? When we had audio and stuff, we had outputted everything as 1. So we are just saying that the audio of 0 and V0 should be together. V1 and A0 should be together because we only have one audio stream, right? We have not changed the audio formatting. We've kept it as it is. So V0, which is the video stream 0, basically the 360p is with audio 0, 720p is with audio 0, 1080p is also with audio 0. So we are mapping audio to each video stream. Then we have the HLS segment file name. We are just changing how the naming pattern for segment files goes. Output directory is what we have over here, where the output files will be stored. %v is a placeholder for the variant index. So 0 will be there for 360p, 1 will be there for 720p, 2 will be there for 1080p. And then we have segment %03d. This means that each segment file is numbered sequentially with 3 digits. So the first one will be segment 000, I think, then 001, 002, 003, and so on. Then the playlist file will be created for each resolution. So let's get this straight. What we are doing is we're going to have our output directory, whatever we give the name as, and in that output directory, we are going to have multiple things. We are going to have 1080p, 720p, 360p, and so on. Now, within each of these folders, like 1080p and stuff, we are going to have our segment. So we have segment _000.ts. Then we have segment 001.ts, then 2, then 3, and so on, as many ever segments we have. And here we are going to have a playlist.m3u8 file. This is not the master playlist, like the main master playlist. What this playlist.m3u8 does is that it coordinates all of these segments within 1080p together. Now remember, just like 1080p, we have other resolutions as well, right? We have 720p, and that one is going to have similar things as well. Segment 000.ts, then segment 001, 002, and so on. Here also, we are going to have a playlist.m3u8 file. That is going to coordinate all of these segments together. Then we have one for 360p as well. So you get the point. We have multiple one of these things. And at the end, we are going to have a master.m3u8 file in the same folder as these 720p's and 1080p's. And that is going to coordinate with these playlist.m3u8 file. So it's going to mention playlist.m3u8 file of 720p, playlist.m3u8 file of 1080p. So it's kind of nested if you think about it. It references this playlist, and this playlist is managing these segments. Okay, so that's how the flow goes. So let's go ahead and try this out. What I'm going to do is first upload this to ECR, run my ECS and see how it shows up for HLS streaming, and then we'll figure out how it works out for Dash streaming. We'll see the difference in real time. So I'm going to take this command and pass it in over here. Now, another thing I would like to do here, if the process, which I'll store over here, process is equal to this, if process dot return code is not equal to 0. If it is 0, that means everything went successfully. Otherwise, we want to raise an exception that, hey, the transcoding has failed or transcoding failed. That's it. After that, we're going to have another method. If this does return a return code of 0, that means everything went well. The video has been transcoded. If the video has been transcoded, we need to upload the video, right? So we are going to define a function of upload files. This is going to get self prefix, which is of the type of string, and local directory. Now what we want to do is loop over all the files in the output directory or in the local directory and upload it to processed videos. So we are going to have for root, _, files in OS. So we need to import OS because we are doing operating system level work. What we are doing is basically walking through everything in the local directory. So all the files, all the folders that are present in local directory, and the structure looks something like this. You have your directory name, and within that you have these files, and it can potentially be what we had calculated earlier. Remember, 360 files or something like that. So os.walk will return to us this iterator with tuple. So that's why we have done for loop, that we get through the iterator, then we get tuple of these three things. The first one is the root, the second one is underscore, we don't really care about that, and the third one is files. Now we want to loop over every file, and now what we want to do is calculate the local path. So we have local path is equal to os.path.join, and we'll join the root and file together. Because if we just give the file, it's just going to give me the file name. I want to join the root. So let's say the directory name plus this 1080p plus segment 00ts. So that's what local path will give me. And now I can upload that file to S3. Now, what is this prefix that we have? This prefix is what we need to add to local path before we can upload to S3, and it's going to be the S3 key. Why do we have to do that? Because think about it, when we are uploading to the processed videos bucket, if we just do local path, everything is going to look pretty similar, right? Because two videos can have the same directory name, two videos can have the same 1080p segment 00.ts. So the naming is quite similar for every single one of them. How do you distinguish them? You distinguish them using the S3 key. Because S3 key is going to guarantee that everything is different. What is this S3 key? S3 key is the space that we had defined in the raw videos bucket that we gave to this file as well. From raw videos, we had pulled the video, right, to transcode it. S3 key is that object's name. So we're going to take that S3 key and prefix it with whatever videos that exist over here. Now you might say that S3 key can also be the same, right? In the raw videos, you can upload two videos of the same name. And that's true, but we're not going to upload videos like I did earlier. If I go to S3 in raw videos, you'll notice I've passed in videos/warm.p4, mp4. So there can be another file with warm.mp4 and that would disrupt my application. But when I'm actually storing, you'll see in the FastAPI endpoint, I'm going to add the user ID. I'm going to add a random UID before storing warm.mp4. So it's not going to be just like this. I've done this for simplicity, but when we actually create the API endpoints for the user to upload, so when we come over here, when we generate a presigned URL, we're going to add the user's ID. We're going to add some random UID before storing this warm.mp4. So the structure is going to look something like videos / let's say the user's ID, then the random UID, and then we are going to have the file name. So that will be the S3 key. But as of now, for simplicity, we only have warm.mp4 within the videos directory. Okay. So now if I scroll down again, we are prefixing with S3 key so that everything is differentiated and no file gets overwritten. So we have s3 key equal to string, and then I'm going to add a prefix followed by local underscore path, which is also like this. Now we just don't want to put local path over here. What we do want to do is also add the local directory. So we'll have os.path.rel path, which stands for relative path. So it returns a relative path of the version to the local directory. And with this, it should work fine. Now we just have to upload to S3. So to do that, we can simply do S3 client. So I have to do self.s3 client dot upload file. Then I'll pass in the local path. Then the bucket name. Now to get the bucket name, you can simply pass it in over here, S3 processed videos bucket, which is equal to, and we need to get the bucket name. The bucket name is over here, Rivan Ranavat processed videos 1. Then I can just do secret keys dot processed. Oh, actually I also need to go to the secret keys and add that. So here we go. And now we can do secret keys dot processed videos bucket. After that, we need to specify the S3 key. We'll do that. This is the S3 key now. Then we're also going to specify extra arguments, because for transcoding the video, we want more stuff. We want to explicitly say that ACL, the access control list, should be public read. So public can read it. That's very important. If you don't do that, it won't work. And other than that, you also need to mention the content type, otherwise it might not work. By content type, I mean that the file type that we are uploading, is it a dash XML file, or are we uploading MP4, or are we uploading .ts, or are we uploading HLS M3U8 file? What is it that we are uploading? So we need to specify the content type, and for that I'm going to create another function at the top, and I'm going to call this def get content type. It's a private or a protected method. It should not be used outside the class, and I need the file path, which is of the type of string. And what it does is checks if file path ends with, let's say, .m3u8, that means it is a master playlist for HLS. So I'm going to return application/vnd.apple.mpeg URL. This is quite important, because if you don't do this, your app might not work sometimes, especially with dash streaming. I've figured that out. Otherwise, we are going to check if file path ends with, let's say, .ts, then we are going to return video/mp2t. So these are the two things I found from the internet that you should also use. Otherwise, it might not work. So yeah. Then we'll do self.getContentType, and we'll pass in the file path. The file path is just going to be the local path. After all of that is done, we have uploaded all the files, we are done. Now all I need to do is orchestrate all these functions together. So I just need to call them. So I'll just create a function called process video, and all it does is this: try something, and after that we want to do something. Now in the try block, what I want to do is download the video first of all. So we'll have self.download video, and now we need to pass in the local path. To get the local path, we'll have to create a temporary workspace. And to do that, we'll have to do work directory is equal to path. Make sure you import path from pathlib. Then you'll pass in /tmp/workspace. So a temporary workspace is created for us. Then what we're going to do is in this work directory, make another directory. And now after this, what we're going to do is make this directory. So we have work directory.make directory. And if it exists, then okay, don't do anything. But if it doesn't exist, create a new folder of /tmp and /workspace. After that, we're going to create an input path. What is an input path? Well, it's simply this: input path is equal to work directory /input.mp4. So what we are saying over here is that the video should be downloaded in /tmp/workspace and the file should be named input.mp4. When you do work directory /input.mp4, it's basically meaning plus if it were a string. Work directory is not a string, right? So you probably can't do plus, but if you do slash, it basically means you concatenate /input.mp4. Now you also want to create the output path, which is equal to work directory /output, right? Now this output is not going to be any file. It is a folder because output is going to be a folder. If you go at the top, this is going to be a folder which is named output and it's going to contain all of these files. So that's that. And now what we want to do is output path dot make directory. And if it doesn't exist, create it. If it exists, it is okay. Now you can download the video using input path. Then you want to transcode the video. So you're going to pass in the input path, which is here. Then we are going to pass in the output directory. So the output directory is going to be the output path. And that's pretty much it. But if you hover over this, this is of the type of path. So what you want to do is convert it into a string. And then we're done. After the video is transcoded, we want to upload the files. So to upload the files, we need to specify the prefix. As I said, it's just going to be the S3 key. So let's get the S3 key over here and the output directory. So we have output path. Now, after all these three things are done, we're going to go into the finally block. And remember that even if this is not done, there's an error, we will still land on this finally block. And what finally is going to do is clear off everything. So all the input path directories, all the output directory path, all of that is going to be deleted. That's very important because we don't want one process to be ruining the work of other processes, right? Some other process might come to transcode the video. If an existing folder stays there, it's going to create problems. So what you want to do, if input path exists, then you want to remove it. So you do input path dot unlink. So as you can see, remove this file or link. If this path is a directory, use rmdir instead. And no, it's not a directory. So we're good. Then we will check if output directory exists. If this exists, what we're going to do is import shutil. It is short for utility functions that are provided for copying and archiving files and directories. So we are just going to do shutil dot remove tree. By using this function, what we are doing is removing recursively all the things that exist in a directory. And then we can pass in the output path over here. So with this, we are done with everything. We've removed the input path, output path. We've done all the downloading, transcoding, and uploading. Now we're just going to do video transcoder dot process video. Cool. Now all I need to do is upload this to ECR and see if it works. Now to upload it to ECR, what we'll have to do is go to, ECR, Elastic Container Registry, create a repository over here. What do we name this repository? Well, we can just call it simple video transcoder. After that, we are going to keep the image tag mutable so it can be overridden. And we're going to keep all the default options. Then we're going to click on create and the video transcoder is created. But over here, if you click on the repository name, you'll notice there are 0 images. We need to build an image and upload it to ECR. Now, how do we upload it? Well, for that, push commands are given. So if you click on view push commands over here, these are the steps you need to take. First, we need to retrieve an authentication token and authenticate your Docker client to your registry. Use the AWS CLI for that, and we already have the AWS CLI because we did AWS configure. So now what we're going to do is go to the transcoder, open it up, ensure your Docker daemon is running in the background. Now you're just going to copy paste this command, and it says, cannot perform an interactive login with a non-TTY device, access denied exception, get authorization token is not allowed for this user. Now, I think you should know what this error means. That means we don't have enough permissions for our IAM user. So we need to go ahead, add the permission. What permission do we want to add? Well, it's kind of written over here. The get authorization token operation is not allowed. And this happened when we try to do something related to ECR. Now, if you search for ECR, you have multiple things over here. If I expand this ECR replication service role policy, you'll notice that we have ECR create repository and ECR replicate image. None of them is get authorization token thing. So that means this is not the right permission. Even if I switch it on, it's not going to help me out. So what I need is probably EC2 instance profile for image builder. So if you go over here, it will say get authorization token is allowed. So you can switch that on, or you can just switch on ECS and go through every single one of them and understand what they do and select the right one. I think I found my one. So I'm going to click on next. It's EC2 instance profile for image builder ECR container builds. Click on add permission and I think we're ready. So now I'm going to hit enter again. And when I do it another time, it works. The first time it didn't work because probably AWS was still updating, but the second time the login succeeded, we're done. Now what we want to do is build an image, docker build-t video transcoder. I think you understand this instruction, right? What we're doing is building an image with the tag of video transcoder, and we want to build the image of this particular folder. So there we go. It will happen. Then what we want to do is docker tag. What we're doing over here is tag the image with the right URL that AWS gives us so that we can push the image to the repository. So yeah, if we come back over here, FFMPEG is being installed. Only once does it take this much time. And actually while that is happening, I'll go back to my main.py file and tell you other option that existed that you could use to make your life easier. And that would be -- hardware acceleration. So if you did -- hardware acceleration, what would happen is that GPUs could be used to transcode video. And as we know, GPUs are very good for high performance tasks like transcoding a video and stuff. But we're not using that option because ECS, where we're using Fargate, doesn't have the option to choose a GPU. Fargate basically doesn't have a GPU, so it's not meant for these heavy tasks. That's why I had earlier said that we should be using EC2, because in EC2 you can select the right system which has the GPU. We'll talk more about this in just a minute, but I just wanted to bring that out, that you could use hardware acceleration to perform HLS. Now that this is done, we just want to push the image to our repository, and it's saying the tag does not exist. And that's right, I forgot to tag it. So let me just copy this. We'll tag this image and then we can push it. So as you can see, everything is being pushed. Once everything is pushed, we can just click on refresh and we will have image 1 over here as soon as this is complete. So yeah, everything has been pushed now. By the way, fun fact, even over here, SHA-256 is used. So as you can see, you can't get rid of SHA-256. It's used everywhere, probably even in Git it's used. But anyways, if we refresh, we have 3 images. The first one is the main image index. Then we have an image, and then we have the 0 MB image. So as you can see, 3 images are uploaded over here. If you're wondering how did 3 images upload, I only uploaded 1. Well, look carefully. This image is 0 MB. So this one is an image and this is an image index. This basically happens because of how Docker multi-architecture images are handled. There's this new thing that was introduced by Docker, which was multi-architecture. If you want to read more about it, basically it can support multiple platforms. Image index is like a manifest list. It contains a reference that groups multiple images under a single tag, and it allows Docker to pull the correct architecture for the appropriate system. This is the actual image, and this one is a placeholder. the thing you need to get from this is that because of multi-architecture, this happens, and multi-architecture is needed if you want to support multiple architectures like Linux/AMD 64 or Linux/ARM 64. So yeah, we are done with this as well. We've published our image to ECR. Now we need to go to ECS and bring up our service. Once we have our service, we can go to our consumer, spin up a Docker container, and then we'll be able to test everything out. We are so close. Let's get started. So here we are just going to go ahead and create a cluster. Then we need to pass in a cluster name. Maybe we can just call this Revan Transcoder cluster. Probably you don't want to name it Revan, something else. Then as you can see, we have an infrastructure. The thing I've been talking about, AWS Fargate, which is serverless, or Amazon EC2 instances, or both. You can use both, by the way. We are going to use AWS Fargate because Amazon will manage everything for us. If you select EC2 instances, you'll have to handle everything on your own. You are in charge of that EC2 instances. Now over here, you can select multiple things. The EC2 instance type is like how powerful your system is. T2.micro is in free tier, the 750 hours that we get for free. T2 micro gives that. Other things are not there. For example, if you want to use C4 2x large, it has 15 GB memory and 8 vCPUs. Then we have 16 vCPUs, 48 vCPUs, but yeah, their costs are more, obviously. And if you want to search something, you can do 1 GPU. And as you can see, these are the things that offer 1 GPU. If you want 2 GPUs, there's no one. We have 4 GPUs, and these are the ones. 8 GPUs is over here, 16 is over here, 32 is not there. So 16 is probably the max, or even 24. Nah, just 16. So yeah, based on what you want, decide. We don't want GPUs, it will just get very costly. And in fact, we are not taking EC2 instance at all. I just wanted to show it to you. There's also on-demand and spot EC2 instances. On-demand basically guarantees that you'll be getting your system. So that's more expensive. But spot basically means that there's some unused EC2 capacity in AWS Cloud. So you can use that and it will be 90% cheaper for you, but it will not guarantee that you'll always get one instance. Then you also have auto scaling groups. Basically, if you want to scale up the EC2 instances that are in your cloud as the demand grows. So there are more transcoding jobs. So you want more EC2 instances to be scaled out. You can use ASG for that. So that's about EC2 instance. We're not using that. We're using Fargate. Use if you have tiny batch or burst workloads for zero maintenance. Well, we want zero maintenance, but we also want to be in kind of a free tier. So AWS Fargate will help with that. Now, if you want monitoring, you can enable CloudWatch. It will help you monitor everything and it's there for like every single service. But nope, we are not doing that. We are just going to click on create and we are done with the cluster creation. And we have this error. And if you diagnose with Amazon Q, which is kind of like an LLM which is specifically trained on AWS, it says the error indicates AWS ECS service is currently unavailable or experiencing a temporary issue. So we'll have to do the entire process again. If it works for you, you can just skip. I'll try it again. And now it gives the real reason. A CloudFormation stack already exists for a failed cluster with the same name. So what I would like to do is go to the cluster, refresh. Well, it's not there, so I don't know why it's telling me that. But yeah, let's try again by calling it Revan-transcoder cluster. Now I'm going to click on create and let's hope it works this time. So as you can see, the transcoder cluster was created. We can just click over here and now you can see the entire transcoder cluster. There's ARN for this as well. Then you have tasks, services, infrastructure. What we are interested in doing is going to the task definitions, and here we want to create a new task definition. This task is going to be the one which is going to launch our task. Basically, the transcoding job is going to be launched using this task. Okay, so we need to specify the task definition. Let's just call this video transcoder or something. After that, we want to select a type, again, Fargate. The CPU required would be 1 CPU. I would like to keep it as low as possible so that I get charged as little as possible. After that, we can go down. The rest of the things I'm just going to keep the same. So I'll click on create, and it does ask me for my container details that's required. So let me put in the name. I'm just going to call this video transcoder, and then I need to pass in the image URI. Image URI is that image that we uploaded as to ECR. So let me pull that image up. We'll just click over here. So we have this repository. We'll go over here. We'll click on copy image URI. Then I'll come here and paste it. There we go. After that, I'll keep everything as it is and then click on create. With this, a new task definition should be created. Now that a task definition is also created, what you want to do is actually spin up a container. So we'll have to go to the consumer, not the transcoder, consumer, and spin up a Docker container. So what we want to do is first initialize an ECS client. So we are going to have ECS underscore client, and I'll do it at the top, not in the while loop. ECS client is equal to boto3.client. Then I'll pass in ECS as the name over here. Then only the region name is required, which will be secret keys.region name. It would be better to extract this in a variable at the top, but that's fine. Then we'll scroll down. We'll have a spin up a Docker container. Let's do it. To do it, what we need to do is ECS client.run underscore task. Then we need to specify the cluster we want to run in. So the cluster is equal to, and we need to get the ARN of that cluster. So it is that thing. So let's go to the cluster, Revan transcoder cluster, copy that ARN and paste it over here. After that, we are going to specify the launch type, which is Fargate. So let's have Fargate over here. Then we need to specify the task definition, which is equal to, well, whatever task definition we just created. So we need to go to task definition, come over here, this video transcoder 1, we need to copy its ARN and paste it in over here. After that, we need to specify the overrides. Now this overrides, why do we need these overrides? Well, that's because we want to pass in the environment variables. Remember that? To our transcoder service, we need to pass in the S3 key and the S3 bucket. And I told you that we're going to pass this using the environment variables. So the name is going to be, let's say, video transcoder. And then we need to pass in the environment variables. So the environment variables are a list, and then we'll pass in the name, which is S3 underscore bucket. This should be exactly similar to what we specified in secret keys over here. If you notice, S3 bucket, and S3 bucket is over here. Then we need to specify the value, which would be the bucket name. And similarly, we'll do it for S3 underscore key. The value will be S3 key. After that overrides, we are going to go into network configuration, which is equal to, and then we'll pass in the network configuration. Now, how am I going to get this network configuration? Well, if you go to clusters, Revan transcoder cluster, go to tasks, run new task, networking, you'll notice all the network configuration that you require. So the first thing is the AWS VPC configuration. So we'll go over here, and actually I'll just shift it over here. So we have AWS VPC configuration. Then we'll pass subnets, which will be a list, and we can get the subnets from here. So this thing, paste it over here. Then after that, we're going to have this list. Then we'll paste it. After that, we're going to get this one. We'll paste that. After that, we're going to assign the public IP. So let's enable it. And after that, we're going to pass in the security groups, which is a list, and our security group is mentioned over here. So yeah, instead of creating a new task and running it from the console, what we're doing is running it over here. As you can see, all the details that were mentioned over here is mentioned over here. We're running the task through code, not the console now. The public IP is turned on and all of the information is given. Great. After that, we're going to get a response from ECS client to run the task. And what we're going to do is print that response. And if that response is printed successfully, what we're going to do is say SQS client dot delete underscore message. We'll pass in the queue URL, which is equal to secret keys dot AWS SQS video processing queue. And then we'll pass in the receipt handle again. And the receipt handle is going to be message at receipt handle. So once the entire thing is successful, we are deleting the message from the queue, and that's great. So yeah, I think we are done with this and we are ready to test stuff out. So what I'm going to do is start this infinite loop over here, python 3 main.py. Now I need to go to my S3 console. So let's go to my S3 console. The entire flow is just what we had described earlier. There's a lot over here, but I think it is very understandable now. In S3 raw video, we are going to upload a file. It goes to SQS. It goes to consumer is continuously polling to this SQS. Then we are telling the ECS to run a task of transcoder and segmentation, which is the adaptive bitrate streaming. So my job is just this much. I need to go to raw videos. I need to go into videos. I'm going to delete this. So I need to type out permanently delete. Let me just copy that, paste it. Done. Now I'm going to add or upload a new file, and let's call this womp.mp4. We're going to click on upload and it's done. Now we get an error over here saying unknown parameter in overrides, environment must be one of container overrides, etc. So I think I've made some mistake, and that is in the overrides. I can't just directly mention this. What I need to do is container overrides. Then I pass in a list, and within that list, all these things are going to come up. So it will be in a dictionary format. Okay. So overrides is a dictionary. It has a container overrides property, which is a list. And the object I'm passing in is this one. Great. Let's do it again. Well, I have to re-put my womp.mp4. Let me just upload it. If a key with the same name already exists, it will just override it. So there we go. And now if we come over here, well, it was just submitted now. And if I come over here, let's go. It's over here. Now I need to go into ECS. So the cluster, and here you can see 3 pending, 0 running, because there were 3 tasks of the 3 videos. Because remember, none of the tasks previously were deleted. So it's running that as well. And it has spun up a Docker container for each one of them. So if I go to the particular task, go to the logs, I can see the logs that are there. Right now there are no logs because it's still provisioning those containers. It's spinning up the Docker container. So let's wait for it. I'll see you after all these 3 tasks start running, and hopefully we get to see something in the processed videos bucket. And all 3 of them failed because it cannot pull container error happened. It cannot pull image manifest. It has been retried 5 times. Image manifest does not contain descriptor Linux AMD 64. Now, what does this error even mean? It means that Linux AMD 64 is required, but it's not found. So what we need to do to fix it is go to the task definitions, and here click on video transcoder 1, create new revision, and here change from x86 64 to ARM 64. Now we can scroll down, create that new revision. And now I think video transcoder 2 should work. We'll change the task definition over here from 1 to 2. And now let's see if it works. We are going to restart the entire thing. Let's upload a new video to S3 raw videos. Let's upload a new womp.mp4 file. And now let's go. Let's see if it works. So the upload has succeeded. The tasks are there. And now if I just go to the clusters, transcoder cluster, tasks, we have a new task that is being provisioned. That's nice. If I go to the logs, We'll wait for the logs to come. And if it works, that means the entire architecture over here is working. We should see the output in the processed videos bucket. Then our job is just to set up CloudFront so that we can view the URLs in a cached format. And I'll show to you how caching works. And then we can design the backend endpoints for upload video to get the presigned URL, upload video metadata, and also to get all the videos so that the videos are shown on the home screen. We're not doing any recommendation kind of thing. That's why. Otherwise you would be using a recommendation thing. Then we're also going to do get on a video. So we will have to check Elasticache. And if it's not there, then Postgres. So yeah, that's how the entire thing goes. And I think we have an error, but we did get the logs. So that means our ARM thing worked very well. Now the transcoding failed. And the reason is that stream maps 0A matches no stream. And this error occurs because the videos that I just uploaded on S3 had no audio. Since it had no audio, the mapping to the audio didn't work out. So if we go to our transcoder service, here if we search for 0:A, here we said keep the original audio stream. But if the audio is not there, then what do we do? Well, that's why we need to add a question mark over here that it's optional. So I figured out the error. So what we want to do is just replace this command with what you find in the description or in the source code, whatever you're checking. And then it should work. I'm not exactly sure what the changes are because everything pretty much looks the same, but it does work out. Also, a good thing to do here would be just to print out process.standard_error. And if there's any error, we'll be able to see it on the AWS console if it happens. Now we can just build the image, then upload it using tag and then push. And once that's done, I believe we can go to the clusters and here we have tasks, and in this we can wait for a task to appear. So now we can go to our raw videos back again. Here we are going to upload the Ronaldo video again. And once that's uploaded, we'll wait for the cluster tasks to begin, and I hope this time it will work out pretty fine. So we'll close this. Now we can go to the cluster tasks, refresh, a task would be loaded now, it's provisioning. We're going to go ahead and see the logs as soon as it appears. This is a wrong error. If you refresh, the error will go away. So yeah, let's wait for the logs and I'll see you after the logs start appearing. So as you can see, the logs have started appearing, and even over here, you'll notice output 0 HLS to this. So it's creating this playlist file, then it's executing some commands, and we'll be able to see more stuff as and when it happens. So let's refresh and we have more data over here. Playlist is being created now. Let's refresh again. No changes. Let's refresh again and give it like a minute. And after a minute, I think it should work out. We'll have all the logs and we'll be able to see the video in this processed videos bucket. So I refreshed and we have 2 more files that are being opened. So yeah, as soon as everything over here is complete, I'll see you. And hopefully we should have the data in the processed videos bucket. So all of our videos have been uploaded to S3 processed videos bucket. So I'll open it up and now we should be able to see new stuff. As you can see, it was uploaded at 6:19, 2 minutes ago. We have a file of master.m3u8. Then we have a folder 0, 1 and 2. 0 represents 360p, 1 represents 720 and 2 represents 1080. If you want to add more, you can definitely go ahead to video transcoder and here add more things. So like split it into 4, then have v4 and yeah. Even over here, it should be V0, V1, V2, and you'll have V3 as well then. So our entire architecture is now completed. As you can see, uploaded videos to this, went there, and yeah, that's pretty much it. This part is completely done. Now the next thing we want to do is get a URL of this master m3u8 file and try to play it and see how adaptive bitrate streaming looks like. So I'm going to take this, then I'm going to copy this object URL, Then you can search online for HLS player. So as you can see, I visit the site quite often. I'll paste it over here, play M3U8, and as you can see, we get an error. The media could not be loaded because the server or network failed, because the format is not supported. You might think that this object is not accessible through S3, but that's not right. Because if I click on this link, as you can see, I'm able to make this work. And the only reason it starts playing is because I have an extension of HLS player on Chrome. So if you search for HLS player, M3U8 HTTP live streaming player, you'll be able to play files. But let's say I didn't have this file. Let's say I remove it from Chrome. And now if I try to go where it will download the M3U8 file for me. So that means it is accessible, but it does not play on Chrome without that extension as well. Where it will play though is Safari. So if I go to Safari and paste this link in, as you can see, the video will start playing. And as you can see, everything works because that's the point of HLS. It only works with Mac devices and Mac browser. It does not really work on Chrome. If you try it on a Windows machine on a Chrome, without the extension, it will not work. And that's basically the limitation of HLS as well. And that's why I'm going to show you how to use Dash. So basically, if we go to our transcoder service, and here we can comment this entire thing out, and instead of using HLS, we are going to use Dash now. And for Dash, we are going to have a very similar command. So I'm not going to explain line by line for this. For example, we have FFMPEG-I input path. I have put in comments like this is 360p, this is 720p, this is 1080p. And then we have audio stream, then we have Dash specific settings of what we want the window size, template, timeline. And the important thing over here is dash F dash. So the formatting is Dash. Earlier, we had the formatting as HLS. Now we have Dash. And then as you can see, it's manifest.mpd as the output. It's not anything else. And also over here, we are not going to have separate folders for the different resolutions. So what I'm going to do is directly run this instead of explaining, and then we'll be able to notice the difference in the folder structure between HLS and Dash. So I'll push this, and once that's done, we can go to S3. Here, we can go to the buckets, raw videos, then we can upload a new video. Again, it's going to be the Ronaldo.mp4 because I have no other video installed on my system. So I'll close this. So the file has been uploaded. Now I think a new task will be created. Yep, it's being provisioned. We'll wait for the logs to appear and I'll see you after all the logs have appeared. So we get an error over here, and if we see, the error over here is raise param validation error. What does that mean? Basically, the type that we've given to a file when we are uploading to S3 is wrong, or it's none essentially, because over here we have seen the error that type class none type valid type class string. And that error occurs because if we just go to the transcoder, we'll notice that at the top we have get content type. So what we want to do is also check that if the file path ends with, let's say, .mpd. If it's ending with mpd, we want to return application /dash plus XML. And if the file path ends with .m4s, which is the thing that will appear as like the individual segments, like we had in HLS.ts, M4s is the equivalent thing for .ts for Dash. After that, we are going to return video/mp4. So it is treated like a normal mp4 content type. And now it should work. So let me just upload it again to ECR. Then I'm going to tag the image and let's push it out. Once all of that is done, it is pushed. What I can do is go back to ECS. I can go to the cluster, tasks, and get another task running. If you're wondering why all the tasks disappeared, that's because I'm coming onto this task after a while. So after 60 minutes or something like that, all the values disappear from tasks. Now what I'm going to do is upload a file again, and it's going to be Ronaldo.mp4. Then I'm just going to click on upload, and now it should work fine. So the file has been uploaded. Now I need to go to the tasks. Let's refresh it and we see provisioning. I'll go to the task and we'll see the logs. And after the logs start coming in, I'll see you. Alright, so it seems like all the tasks are over here and the work might have been done successfully. So what I'm going to do is go to the buckets, processed videos, and here we have a videos folder. In that one, allo.mp4, and here we have all the files. As you can see, all of them are M4S files. At the end, we have manifest.mpd file. So similar thing happens over here. Manifest.mpd is kind of like the index file that will tell what stream to switch to or what file to switch to when the network connections get bad or something like that. So it's going to contain all of those information. Now, if you're curious as to what this chunk stream is, what this init stream is, and well, we already know what manifest is. Chunk stream 001 means that it is in 360p and 001 means 360p's first segment. This is 360p's second segment. So if you wanted, you could have switched this into a folder-like format, but what we have done over here is plainly listed out all the files. And as you can see, we have chunk stream 1, which is 720p, and then we have 1234 for that. After that, we have chunk stream 2, which is 1080p, 1234 for that. Then init stream is basically the metadata needed for decoding the corresponding video stream. So they help the Dash player interpret how to decode and play the chunk stream files. And each init stream that you see over here, the first one is 360p, the second one is 720, and the third one is 1080p. And then finally, we've already known what MPD file is. It's short for media presentation description. This is the main file that we need to send to the Dash stream if we want to play it. So I'm just going to copy that URL and then I'm going to go to this player and switch to the Dash player. Here I'm going to put in play M3U8, or actually not M3U8. I want to copy this proper URL. Let's paste it and we have play dash. So we can click over here and it says the same thing. The media could not be loaded. So if you want to go ahead and test it in Safari, you can do that, but you'll notice that you're not able to play over there. So let me just go to the URL and paste it, play dash, and it doesn't work. Now the reason this video does not play is because of CORS error. There's a CORS error happening because we're trying to use this URL in live push or any other domain and it does not work. So what we need to do is go to our bucket, the processed videos bucket, and here in permissions, we need to go down to CORS. So we need to write a JSON which allows for the client web applications to use this URL. So we'll tell here that all the headers are allowed. All the methods that are allowed is get. So basically we can call get on the bucket objects. All origins are allowed, but if you want, you can limit this to your own origin so that they cannot be used outside. Then you expose headers and then you have max age seconds. What is max age seconds? Well, it is a setting that specifies how long a browser can cache a pre-flight response for a resource. What is a pre-flight response? Well, a pre-flight response is a CORS response that checks to see if the CORS protocol is understood and the server is aware using specific methods and headers. Now that we have set that up, we are going to click on Save Changes, and now I think it should work fine. So let's try it again. We are going to go to the same Dash player, click on Play Dash, and the 17 seconds loads up, and the video also loads up. As you can see, this also shows how much of the video has been loaded, and as you can see, 5 or 6 seconds of the video was loaded. As we play ahead, more video will be loaded, and also the audio is there if you can hear it. Okay, so that works. All right, now that we know this is going to work, we can start working on a different thing, and that is the CloudFront part. CloudFront integration is very, very easy. So I'm going to spend more time just explaining what CloudFront is. CloudFront is a CDN. We already know what that is, Content Delivery Network. What Content Delivery Network does is that it just sets up multiple places. And let's say a user requests for a video, it will just get the video from the nearest place. Alright, so if this place is the nearest to the user, it will go there and try to get it for the user. This way, the user is served very quickly and the latency is low. CloudFront specifically makes use of caches, and we'll see how we know that by doing a curl request. So first, let me just set up CloudFront. What it will do is give me a domain name that I need to use instead of using this processedvideos.apsouth.amazonaws.com. I'll just have to use the domain name of CloudFront. When I use that, it will work fine. So what I need to do is go to CloudFront and set it up. Here I go. Then I'm going to create a CloudFront distribution. As you can see, it is always free in the free tier for 1 terabyte of data transfer out, 10 million HTTP or HTTPS requests, 2 million CloudFront function invocations. So let's create a CloudFront distribution. Our origin is going to be the processed videos 1 s3 amazonaws.com. We don't want to do raw videos. Obviously, raw videos will never be fetched for any task. Then we're going to say it's public. Rest of the things are probably going to remain the same. If you want, you can set up the caching policy. Well, that's how we know cache is used, but also we'll send a curl request to see how the caching works. So we're going to click on create a distribution, but first we need to set up web application firewall. We'll tell it to enable security protections. Sure. Create distribution. Now, as you can see, it gives me a distribution domain name. I'll just copy that, paste it over here. And actually, even before I paste it over here, what I'm going to do is go to my terminal. In my terminal, what I'm going to do is curl-i and paste this in. Well, it could not resolve the host because it was not able to get anything. What I need to do is curl-i for the domain name. And then I need to attach this part, /video/Ronaldo, etc, etc. So here we go, and I messed up. I need to remove the slash in the beginning, hit enter. Now this request failed because Amazon takes some time to set this domain up. If I try it in just a minute, as you can see, it gives me all sorts of information. Now, if you're wondering what this curl is basically a tool to send data to and from a server. So it's kind of like Postman, but in your terminal. But let's analyze what it gives us. It says HTTP/200. That means it's using HTTP 2, not HTTP 1.1 or HTTP 3. The status code is 200. Content type is application /dash plus XML. Exactly what we wanted. Content length is this. This was the date. This was the last modifiers. This is E tag. What we are interested in is this Xcache, miss from CloudFront. This is important. Now what I'm going to do is send another request to this URL and hit enter. Now you'll see Xcache hit from CloudFront. So the first time the cache missed, and that's correct because this is the first time we are sending a request to that particular URL. Now, since we've sent it once, it has been cached. And if it has been cached, the next time it will be returned from the cache. And as you can see, this is pretty fast as compared to how much time I had to wait for the first one. Yes, it's in milliseconds, but it's still very valuable time that we've saved. Now I'm just going to paste this in over here, play dash. Now the reason this URL doesn't work on live push or any other dash player is because we have not set up this thing. Basically, if you're accessing something from S3 and it needs to be loaded, that means it needs to play, CloudFront needs to ask for permission from S3, or basically S3 needs to give permission to CloudFront. Because if you think about it, when we wanted to upload from S3 to SQS, SQS had to give permission to S3 that, hey, yes, you can upload notifications to me. Similarly, in CloudFront and S3, the S3 needs to give permission to CloudFront that, hey, you are allowed to use data that's present in me. So what we need to do is go to S3 from here, then we'll go to processed videos, then we'll go to properties, and in this property, we're going to scroll down, or actually permissions, sorry, not properties. And here we have bucket policy. In this bucket policy, we're going to go ahead and paste this thing. Again, I'll mention this in the description below. what this is doing is a statement which contains obviously a list. That's how policies are structured. Then we have allow CloudFront access. So we are allowing CloudFront, and then we pass in the AWS ARN of that CloudFront. But here, see, we are adding origin access identity. So we need to create something known as origin access identity in CloudFront, through which we can tell that, hey, this CloudFront distribution is allowed to access the S3 URL. Also over here, the resource needs to change the ARN of processed videos is Rivandana with processed videos 1. Okay, so I'm going to go here and search for CloudFront. After that, I will find one distribution, but that's not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is origin access. Then I'll go to identities, and here I'm going to create origin access identity. Let's call this S3 access. Then we'll click on create. And here we have an ID. We need to copy this ID, paste it over here, and then we have told that CloudFront is allowed to access the get object property in S3. Look over here, only get object is allowed. After that, we can click on save changes and it's edited. Now what I need to do is try it again. Play dash, and it still gives this error. So I'm pretty sure this error exists in live push because probably it is also caching behind the scenes or something like that. So we'll try another dash player. So here we go. I'm going to click on load, and this one is probably the best. Okay, let me just pause this. So this is probably the best dash player that you can find on the web, dash F reference. So yeah, as you can see, it works out and it was pretty fast. Let me try it again. What I'm going to do is click on load, and as you can see, it is already loaded very fast. So CloudFront CDN is also added. As you could see, that was very, very easy. And with this, we are basically done with this entire setup till here. Now what we want to set up is the routes. And those are like 3-4 routes. We want to upload the video. Then we'll get the presigned URL. Then we want to upload the video metadata, which will be uploaded in Postgres. So we need to create a videos table for that. Then we want to create a route so that we can get a particular video ID. And for that, we'll have to look into Elasticache Redis. And if it's not present in Elasticache, Postgres, and then upload that Postgres data into Elasticache. So yeah, let's get into creating the routes. Alright, so now we are in the backend folder, and in the backend folder, what we want to do is create a new model for our database. And that is going to be the video.py file. Let me just create a class video, which is going to extend base, and let me import base from db.base. After that, we are going to create a table name, which is going to be equal to videos. After that, we are going to create a ID column, which is going to be of the type text. It's going to be the primary key, which we can set it to true. Now we also want to import column and stuff. So I'll just do it directly from user.py file. And there we go. After that, I'm going to set up more fields. For example, title. It's going to have a column of text. After that, we have description, which is equal to column of text again. After that, we are going to have the user ID, which is equal to column, and then we'll specify the text. And here we are also going to specify the foreign key because, well, this is a foreign key, right? What does it reference? It is referencing the users.id part. So we have users.id. And now we want to import the foreign key. So let's do it at the top. So after the user ID, we are going to have the video S3 key. So basically it is the S3 key that we've seen in the raw videos. Now there's one observation I would like to show, and that is in the buckets, the videos / Ronaldo.mp4, and then we have manifest.mpd. Well, the S3 key over here is quite similar to what we have in the raw videos. So if I go over here, we have videos / Ronaldo.mp4, and that is the key. So both the places, our S3 key is pretty much the same thing. Only the buckets change, and after that we need to add slash manifest.mpd. That's the only difference. This video S3 key can be saved very early on. If I go to SQLAlchemy, here when we are uploading the video and when we are trying to upload the metadata, here in the metadata itself, what we can say is that here's my title, description and stuff, but here's also my S3 key. Because when we try to create the pre-signed URL, we already have the S3 key with us. That's how we get the pre-signed URL. So using that S3 key, we can update it over here. So now we are going to have a column which is of the text type. After that, we are going to have visibility, which is equal to column. And well, what is the visibility type? We can either put it as text, but I would like to call it an enum. What is an enum? Enum is a way to only allow this visibility column to have select values. So we can go at the top and have class visibility status, and it is going to extend enum. Now I need to import enum, so I'll just do from SQLAlchemy import enum. But that's not the enum we are going for. Remember, we also want to import enum that's given by Python. This enum will be extended over here. The SQLAlchemy enum will be used in this visibility part. So here we are going to say that enum is there and that will be the visibility status. So what will be stored in this column is enum of visibility status. And here we are going to have three things. Private, which is going to equal to private. Then we are going to have public, which is equal to public. And guess what? Unlisted, which is equal to unlisted. Those who are not familiar with YouTube, unlisted is basically a place where you can just upload your videos and it won't be seen to the public unless they specifically go to the URL. Private is that one where it is just seen by you, and public is, well, public. And now we can just say nullable is equal to false. So this can't be nullable. User has to mention something. And the default one will be visibility status dot private. Okay. Or if you want, you can make this unlisted. I think until 2020 beginning or 2023 end, unlisted was the default option, but now private is the default option. After that, we are going to have is processing. Basically, it tells us is the video processing or not, so that we don't show it on the main screen. And because of this, the user won't click on a video that's being processed. That would be good when we have very less videos to show. So the user can just select on a video that's still processing. So it doesn't really exist in our database, the processed videos database. So for this also, we are going to create an enum. And this enum is going to be the processing status. And the values that can be present over here are completed, failed, and in progress. So completed is equal to completed, failed is equal to failed, and in progress is equal to in progress. Then we can have a column that specifies the enum and it will be the processing status. After that, nullable is equal to false and default is equal to processing status dot in progress. Because when you upload the video metadata, it's most likely in progress, right? As you've seen, transcoding, segmentation can take a while. So it is going to be in progress. So when you upload the video metadata, it is in progress. And when the processed videos is done, the segmentation service is done, it can just update our Postgres database that, hey, I've done it. Cool. After that, what we need to do is just create a new route. So I'll go to routes. And here I'm going to create a new file called upload.py. And in this upload.py file, we are going to have router is equal to API router. Then we're going to import it from FastAPI. And then we're going to have @router.get /URL/ let's say, well, let's just keep it at URL. Basically, this router is going to get prefixed with /upload/video. So what we are getting is /upload/video/URL. So we are getting a pre-signed URL. We're also going to have another function or another route that will be /URL/thumbnail. So we get a pre-signed URL to upload thumbnail. But first quickly do this. So we have def get pre-signed URL. Here we are going to get the user, which is equal to depends get current user, because this needs to be an authentication vault request. Okay. And also we're going to attach the user sub, the user Cognito ID over here. Or if you want, you can just attach the user ID as you want. So let's import depends. After that, we are going to have a try block and then also an exception as e block, where we are just going to raise an HTTP exception. Let's import HTTP exception from FastAPI. And here I can just say 500 string of e. Now in this block, what I want to do is use the S3 client to get the presigned URL. And to do that, I need access to the S3 client. So I can just do S3 client equals boto3. So I need to import boto3 dot client, and then I pass in the S3 client. So I have S3, then I pass in the region name, and region name, we get it from the secret keys, which is equal to secret keys like that. Let me import that from secret keys module. Then we can just have secret keys dot region name. Great. After this, I can use the S3 client to generate a presigned URL. So we have generate presigned URL, and then we can upload an object. So the first thing we need to require is what request are we sending? Well, we want to put an object. Presigned URLs can be generated for various other things. We want to put an object, right? That's why we have put object like this. After that, we are going to have params, which is equal to this. Then we need to specify the bucket name. What bucket are we doing this for? So we are going to have secret keys dot bucket, and we need to get the bucket name. So let's just call this AWS raw videos bucket. Now I'm going to copy this, go to the .env, paste it in over here. Also, I'm going to go to the secret keys, paste it in over here. Then I need to go to the .env, and now I can just go to the raw videos and copy their name. So that's the name. Let's paste it over here, and now I can access it. After this, we need to specify the key, which is the video ID. Now, how do we create the video ID? And this key gets very important, all right? This key should be the name of our file even on the client side. Because if that's not the name of the file on our client side, it will not upload to S3, because that's how presigned URLs work. So now we need to decide on a key. Now we just can't put the file name, right? If anything, file name should not even be included over here, because multiple users can have the same file. So what I like to do is create a video ID over here. First of all, we are going to go into the videos folder. Okay, because if you remember, we had set up a property over here that the event notification should be sent for files starting with videos. So videos should be there, otherwise the notification wouldn't be sent. After that, we need user sub over here, because we get that user, and then we need to access the Cognito ID of that user. And then we are going to attach a random UID over here. The reason we are attaching random UID is because if we just keep this much, a user's file would be overridden every single time. Because if the same user uploads 3 videos, it will be uploaded in the same location. So we need a differentiator, and our differentiator is string uuid.uuid4. So let's import uuid, and then we can do uuid.uuid4, and that's pretty much it. Now I can take the video ID, paste it over here, and now finally I can specify the content type, which is video/mp4. Then I can simply go ahead and, well, first of all, take the response, which is equal to this. Then if it's a success, I can simply return a URL as the response, because the response is just going to give me the URL. It's not going to give anything else. So that's the response. And now we are also going to add the video ID, because that's what the file should be named, right? The user might have the file name as mario.mp4, for example. We want to update that to whatever video ID was over here. Well, we're not actually going to replace the name of the file. What we're going to do is take the file, copy the file into a temporary location, then change its name, upload that, The benefit of doing that is that user's main file doesn't get renamed. And the second advantage is that even if that other file is deleted, we still have the file with us. So it will be safely executed or safely transported to our database. Okay. So now we have this route. We can check it out by going over here, and let's say I add the cookie. Well, that cookie would not work because the access token is not refreshed. So we might first have to refresh it, and I don't really have the refresh token on me. Also, first I would just like to connect this router to our main.py file. So we are just going to have app.include router. Then we are going to have upload.router. We are going to prefix it with, let's say, /upload/video. Also, let's import it from routes, sick. And now we can go back here and we can just do /upload/video or video. Now we have the body. Well, we don't really need a body. It's a GET request. Let's click on send and it says connection refused. And that's because I'm not running the actual backend. Let me cd into backend and do docker compose up. So now it's running. Let me click on send and it says 404 not found. Well, that's because I've not created a get route. What I want to do is video/URL, click on send, and it says error fetching user. That's right. I don't have any refresh token on me. So what I'm going to do is /auth/me, or actually /auth/login, so that I'll log in. Then I'll have to use these credentials. Method not allowed post, click on send. I will get the access token over here. Let me copy that, pass it in the header, paste it in. Now I can simply do /upload/video/URL, click on get and click on send. Well, it says 500 error again because it has error fetching the user. Well, that's because I did not enable the cookie. Just enable that. Now click on send. And also the manage the cookies over here, delete all of them. Yeah, that's the thing you need to care about. And it says unable to locate credentials. That doesn't seem like the error get current user would give us. So what I would like to do is go ahead and print the video ID, see if that's there. And I'm also going to go ahead and print the response and see if that's there. Then we'll identify if this is the issue. Now we'll click on send. It says unable to locate credentials still. We do get this key, but it gives us an error. And that means generate presigned URL function is giving us an error. And I think I understand the mistake, and that is very simple. Region_name should be equal to secretkeys.region_name. And now let's try it again. Now I made no changes and I clicked on send and it worked for some reason. Now, if it still doesn't work for you, even after doing that, what you would like to do is just go to the .env and set up your AWS key ID and AWS secret access key, then mention it in secret keys and access them. Probably because I set them up over here is why they're working. If I remove it and click on send, it still works for some reason. But yeah, I'll probably just switch off the Docker container, rerun it, and let's see if it works. Well, it doesn't. So yeah, I think the issue was AWS access key ID and AWS secret access key not being mentioned in .env. Probably for upload this S3 client.generate presigned URL, we probably have to put in these credentials so that it can access it. But yeah, now that it works, let me just restart, because if you change .env, I don't think the Docker container restarts. It only does when main.py changes. So now I can click on send and it works. Great. So just ensure you have these two things mentioned in your .env file. Now we have the URL with us. Now if we put this URL and we also mention some video file, it will be uploaded to our S3 service. We can be very sure about it. But yeah, our file name should be this video ID. Now we want to do the same thing, but for thumbnails. So what we're going to do is go to S3 and create a new bucket, and that bucket will be called video thumbnails. Okay. and let me just call it Rivan Ranawat video thumbnails. After that, ACLs are disabled, block all public access will be removed. We'll click on create bucket and it needs to contain hyphen, not underscore. Let me fix that as well. Now I can click on, well, I acknowledge and then click on create button. So an S3 bucket will be created, and then what I want to do is basically this route. But instead of video MP4, we are going to have image slash, let's say, JPG, or if you want, you can put an asterisk, image of any form. I'm going to put JPG. After that, we are going to have slash URL slash thumbnail, and then we are going to say get presigned URL for thumbnail. Then we are going to have slash thumbnails, or if you want just user sub, or if you want, you can do it for video ID. So I'm just going to do user sub uuid.uuid4. Our bucket for video thumbnails is pretty easy. We don't have to send up any notification. However, if you plan to expand this application, there is some processing that also happens in thumbnails. So you might want to look into that. The architecture can be very similar to what we did for videos. So that's some inspiration you can take. Then we have user sub uuid.uuid4. This will be thumbnail ID. Then we need to pass in the key as a thumbnail ID. We're going to remove this print, not needed anymore. We are also going to remove it from this endpoint, not needed anymore. After that, we're going to put object, but we're not going to put in AWS raw videos bucket. We're going to put it into video thumbnail bucket. Now I can take this, put it into .env. Let me get the name. Here it is. And I need to add video thumbnails. Okay. Let's take this, put it into secret keys. So we have string, which is equal to an empty string. After that, we can simply do secret keys dot AWS video thumbnail bucket, and the video ID will be thumbnail ID. Let me just change the key of this dictionary as well. Perfect. So we have two routes. Let's test this one as well. Let's go to Thunder client. Now I can simply do video URL slash thumbnail, click on send, and we have a new thing created. And as you can see, this is an S3 bucket for video thumbnails. Amazing. Now, if you want, you can also use CloudFront to do the same thing. So basically, instead of giving user directly this URL, what you can do is give them a URL of CloudFront. All we have to do is replace this part with CloudFront and it would still work. But anyways, I'm going to get started with the next thing, and that is video metadata. This is going to be very easy as well. @router.post slash metadata. So we're going to do slash video slash upload metadata, and we'll be able to upload certain metadata and we'll figure that out. So we are going to have metadata. Now we need to define what metadata it is going to be. But before that, I'm going to import two things. The first one is user, and the second one is going to be DB. DB is of the type of session that we're going to get from SQLAlchemy. So at the top, we are just going to do from SQLAlchemy.orm import session. After that, we can go down, and here we're just going to have is equal to depends get DB. Let me import that from db.db, and that's two things. The next thing is the actual metadata, and we're going to get that from a Pydantic model. So let me go ahead and create that Pydantic model. So here is our Pydantic models folder. We can just say upload models.py. Then I can just say class, and what we need is upload metadata. It will be extending base settings, or actually just base. Then we'll import it from db.base. After that, we're going to get the title, which is of the type of string, description, which is of the type of string. Then also the video ID, which is essentially the title, which is essentially the name of the file. After that, we are going to have video S3 key as well. So remember, in our architecture, I told you that we get the presigned URL. So the S3 key is basically with us because we know what we are uploading to the S3 bucket, right? We exactly know what the structure is going to be. So the video ID and video S3 key might be the same thing basically. So we are going to attach that as well. Then there's going to be visibility, which can be a string. Now, if you're concerned that your video S3 key and your video ID are basically the same thing, you can just go ahead to video.py and here edit it to be an integer and it should work fine. I'm not going to do that, but yeah, it would be good practice. After that, we are going to go and do upload metadata. Let me import that from Pydantic models. Also, the visibility here is given because the user can change the visibility. Maybe they want to make it public to everyone. So yeah, after that, we can go ahead and save this to the database. Very simple. We are just going to have new video is equal to video. Let me import that from db.models.video. Then I'm going to mention the ID, which is metadata.videoid. Then the title, which is equal to metadata.title. Then we're going to have description, which is equal to metadata.description. Then there's video S3 key. And I don't think video has support for that. Oh yeah, it does. So copy paste it. Then we do metadata.video S3 key. After that, there's visibility, which is equal to metadata.visibility. After that, we are also going to mention the user ID, and that comes from user at sub. That is the Cognito sub. And now if I go to video, actually the user ID is not the foreign key of users.id. I misinterpreted that. It's user Cognito sub. That's my bad. Because if we go to our user.py file, it's actually not even user Cognito sub. That is Cognito sub. That's it. So let's go to video and we're just going to have Cognito sub. The reason we are having Cognito sub is because for the user ID, we are mentioning the user at sub, and that is the Cognito sub because that user data is coming directly from Cognito. So yeah, we're going to have user sub over here. Then we are going to have db.add new video. Then we are just going to do db.commit and then db.refresh new video. Then we are just going to go ahead and return this new video. Amazing. So I think with this, we should be done. I'm going to test this out if it actually stores in the database or not. So let's do /upload/video metadata. Now I need to get the video ID and there's no way for me to get the video ID as of now. So I can simply fake it. The video ID, let's say, is video/ronaldo.mp4. Obviously that's not going to be the video ID. We saw a file name never gets included in the video ID. Then there are all of these other fields. Let me just copy paste them. Okay. Now the ID is going to be the same thing. Then the title is going to be, let's say, Ronaldo. What a great title. The description is going to be Ronaldo. Then video S3 key is going to be video/ronaldo.mp4, and I just realized there's nothing like video ID. So let me remove that because over here we are just capturing, or actually there's no field as ID. There's video ID but not ID. So let me convert that ID into video ID. Now I'm going to mention visibility, and the visibility is going to be, let's say, public. After that, there's going to be user ID. Now I need the user Cognito sub, and actually we don't have to mention it. It will be automatically added. And that's it. That's looking good. Let's click on post, send. And we are in an infinite loop because it says over here, ORM annotation should normally make use of mapped. Upload metadata or title can't be correctly interpreted for annotated declarative table form. And the problem with that is that we've used base. We don't have to use base for Pydantic models. We have to use it for our actual database. For example, in video.py, we used base. We don't have to use base model over here. So that's a mistake I made. Now, if I click on send, there's still an internal server error. It says key user ID is not present in table users. And that's because I did users.id earlier on. It is users.cognito sub. So what I'll have to do is go to this container of Postgres database. Here I'll have to do psql-u postgres-d my database. Then here I'll have to drop the table of videos. So now if I do /dt, which lists out all the relations, I only have users table. After that, what I'm going to do is restart the entire thing. And hopefully this time I can have a proper valid database. So let's do /dt. We have videos now. If I just do select star from videos, there we go. Now I can go ahead and click on send. We still get internal server header, so the issue has to be something else now. It's the same user ID is not present in table users. So let me see why it's not there. I can just do select star from users, and actually no user is present within this table. That's interesting. So what I'm going to do is on the side, I'm going to sign up for a new user. So I've signed up a user. Now I can just do select star from users, and there we go. So the data was actually being saved. Now what I want to do is just verify the user. So we'll just have verify sign up. Now all I need is the email of the user and the OTP. So let me just pass in the OTP as an additional field, and the OTP is 228435. Then we can click on send. Well, it's not found. So let me go to auth.py and find out what that is. Confirm sign up, not verify. Then we can click on send. User is confirmed now. So what we can do is login. Great. We can click on send. User is now logged in successfully. I can take this access token, go over here, go to cookies, manage the cookies, delete all the cookies, and here in the header, change my access token. Now I can click on send, and it says 200 OK, because this time we had a user in our database. Earlier, we probably didn't have a user in our database because we were still configuring Cognito authentication. So the first time we hadn't saved any data to the database, and second time probably we had done the sign up, and then we implemented Postgres database. So that user didn't have to sign up really. They just had to confirm the sign up and login. So yeah, that's what I think probably happened. But anyways, it works now. This is the data that we get. Now if I just do select star from videos, it is saved. Amazing. So everything related to upload works now. Now we just have to create two methods that are specific to video. First, we need to get all the videos. And second of all, we need to get a particular video. And to get a particular video, we have some stuff to do, which is Elasticache. So let's get into that. What I'm going to do is go to this route, have video.py created, and then we'll start off by creating a router. So let's go ahead and initialize our router over here, which is going to be API router. Let me import it from FastAPI. After that, we are going to create a route of @router.get/, or if you want to call it /all. I'm just going to call this /. Basically what it does is get all the videos that are present. So let me create that function. Then we can do db session. Again, we need to import session from SQLAlchemy.orm. Let's do that. After that, we need to say it depends on the get_db function. We'll import it as well. We also want to import depends from FastAPI. After that, we need to get the user, which is equal to depends, and we'll get that from get user. And now we need to call the function get current user, not user. Then let's import it. And this way we are ready. So now how do we get all the videos? Well, it's quite easy. All we need to do is db.query. Then we need to pass in the video that, hey, we need to query the videos table. And in that videos table, we want to filter by something and get all the videos. So this way we get all the videos. But when we say getting all the videos, we want to get all the videos that are public and all the videos that are not processing. So we'll just do dot filter, then we'll say video dot is processing. So if the video is processing, and I mean the processing status should be equal to dot completed. So let me import processing status, and then we have completed. So if the video processing is completed and the video visibility is equal to the visibility status, so let me get visibility status also, and it should be public, right? If the video is private, we don't want to get it. If it's public, only then do we want to get it. So the video processing should be completed and the visibility should be public. If these two things are completed, then we get all the videos. So we can store it in a variable all videos. After that, we're just going to go ahead and return all the videos, and that's it. This should work out. We don't really need the user over here, but we've kept it if we want to authentication wall this route. Then we're going to go ahead to Thunder client and let's try it out. First, I want to log in the user. So I get that. Then I want to take the cookies. So let me go over there, get the access token. Then what I'm going to do is go to the other route where I have this video metadata. Oh, first I also need to bind this video router in the main.py file. So we have app.include router, then we'll have video.router, then we're going to prefix it with, let's say, just /video. Then we're going to import the video from routes, and that's it. Now we can go here and remove the upload. We only have /video/, so it will get us all the videos. Or if you want, you can call the route videos. So you just have videos over here. Then I can go over here to this part over here. And then I can do the cookie access token equal to this particular thing. I also have to go to the cookies, manage cookies, and delete all the cookies because it might get confused. And now I'm going to send a GET request to this route. Click on send and it says 404 not found. That means the route wasn't found. So let's go over here and see why that might be the issue. Well, that's because we have specified video over here, not videos. Now we can click on send and it gives us an empty list. Why is it giving an empty list when we have one video inside? Well, that's because the video is processing. I mean, it is in progress. It's not actually uploaded. So if we go back to our diagram over here, you'll notice that there's a lot of crap that I've done. So let me just erase most of it and I'll see you after I've done that. Okay, so we have our clean diagram back with us. So now what I wanted to show here is that let's say the user does the presigned URL, does the upload video metadata. In upload video metadata, we are storing that processing status is equal to in progress. If it is in progress, what does that mean? Well, that means all the processing over here is still happening. Now, if all the processing over here is happening, it makes sense to make this in progress. But what if the processing ends? In that case, what should happen? Well, in that case, what our transcoder and segmentation service should do is go to this Postgres database and say that in progress is no longer there. It's now completed. It is ready to be accessed by everyone on the internet. So we need to go ahead and tell our transcoder and segmentation service that yes, go into the Postgres database and update the field. And we'll do that in transcoder and segmentation service. But before that, we have other things to do. I just explained this part to you so that you understand why this list is empty. Later on, we're going to make sure that we get our video back. Now, the next thing I want to work on is getting one video based on the ID. And it's going to be very similar to what we already have over here. Let me just copy it and paste it down. So we have @router.get/, then we get video info, then we have DB, session, user, get current user. Then we also need the video ID, which is of the type of string. And I'm putting it over here because I need it as a query parameter. So my URL would be localhost 8000/videos ? Video ID is equal to whatever the video I want is. Okay. So I can just do db.query video.filter. Well, the video processing should be completed. The video should be public, but video.id should equal to video ID that's mentioned above. And even over here, just public isn't enough, because if someone has access to the URL, well, that video can be public or unlisted. So you can just do or video.visibility is equal to visibility status dot unlisted. And then it is done. So see, we are filtering that video.id should be equal to video ID, and is very important because even this condition should be fulfilled and this condition should be fulfilled. So either of this condition should be fulfilled, and this condition and this condition. Okay, so with this we get hopefully one video. So I'll just say video and we'll return the video from here. Also over here we can just do first. So the first video that we get based on this, we're just going to return that. Now I can go ahead and do video question mark or videos question mark, and then I need the video ID. So I can go to my Postgres database, pull up the ID of the video and pass it in over here. We still wouldn't get it because the video processing is not over, but let's click on send and it's 200 okay. Now, just to prove my point that this is happening because of is processing, let me comment it out just temporarily. Then I'll go over here, click on send, and the reason it still doesn't work is because of this. Over here, we are getting the route, which is / and we are getting this route, which is /. So both of them are different routes. So the first one is the one FastAPI catches and uses that. So if I print hello over here, it prints out hello over here. And this is a route that gets executed and we don't want that. So what I'm going to do is rename this to / all. So now if I re-execute this command, I will be getting null. Now why do we get null when clearly our video ID over here matches the one that is present in video.py? Well, to debug that, I'm just going to comment these two lines and let's see if that would work. And we do get the video after that. And as you can see, we get the video ID. So to debug it, what we can do is uncomment this line, just the public line, and save it. And then we'll notice that this again shows up. So if the visibility is public, and we don't add the OR condition, it works. But if we add the OR condition over here, it will stop working. So to make it work, what you need to do is first go to the top and from SQLAlchemy import OR underscore. And then what you can do is pass an OR underscore over here like a function, remove this OR, and then it will work. So let's try this. We're going to click on send now, and we do get the video now, despite both of them being there. So OR is just a condition that you probably cannot use in filter. Within SQLAlchemy, you have to use the OR that they give and then it will work. So yeah, both of them now work. So the next thing we want to do is not just get the video info directly from the database. So as of now, we are fetching the data directly from Postgres database. What I want to do is introduce the Redis cache. Essentially what's going to happen is that the backend is first going to ask Redis, hey, is this video there with you? If this video is there with you, then what I want to do is pull that data up and send it to backend. But if the video is not there, then I just want to keep my normal route, going to Postgres, getting that data. But before sending it to the backend, what I'm going to do is store that data in Redis. So that's what we are going to do. And it's very easy if we want to update this in our route. So first thing that we'll have to do is go to requirements.txt and here add the Redis package. After we add the Redis package, what we'll have to do is create a Redis client. And for that, we are going to go into the DB, and in this DB folder, we have redis_db.py. Here, we are first of all going to import Redis and not Redis DB, Redis. After that, we're going to create a Redis client, and that Redis client is equal to redis.redis. And then we are going to pass in the host. The host is localhost, so we are running it locally. Now, one thing I would like to clarify is that you can run Redis two ways. The first one is Elastic Cache. This particular thing, this Elastic Cache is an AWS service that you can use. But the problem with that is that your backend needs to be deployed so that you can use this Elastic Cache service. The other way to use it is using Redis locally and then deploying Redis on EC2 container. EC2 container is just Elastic Cloud Compute. It is the system you get so that you can deploy your Redis app so that it runs on the cloud. So it's essentially running Redis on someone else's computer, and we will get that exposed to a port which is 6379. So on that EC2 machine, we can host our Redis 6379 port. We can also have our FastAPI 8000 port. So just think of it like a machine that is installed in the cloud. And on that machine, you have FastAPI running and you have Redis running. Both of them. Just like on this machine, we have Docker Compose that gets multiple services running together. We're going to have a similar thing. So first of all, we'll have to go to Docker Compose and add the Redis image because we want a Redis environment too. We want a Redis database. So just like we had image of Postgres over here, we're going to have an image of Redis. So we'll have Redis, which is going to have an image, and let's say the image is 7.4.2. The container name can just be Redis. After that, we are going to expose a port. So for Postgres, we had 5432. This one is going to be 6379, generally where Redis is exposed. After that, we are going to set up volume so that we have more persistent data, and then we can just have Redis data :/data, and then I'll have to create a volume of Redis_data. Okay, we already know what this is, named volumes, and then we have bounded it. So yeah, I'm not diving too deep into it. After that, we have our Redis connection made. The port that's exposed is 6379, and that should be enough. So what I'm going to do is go to my video.py file and here set up the logic. So the logic that I want is this. First, I will have to go to Redis and see if the video is present over there or not. So for that, we are going to have cached data, which is equal to Redis client, and then I'll have to import that Redis client. So I'll go to the top and I'll have from db.redisdb import Redis client. After that, I can take that Redis client and do .get, and here I need to pass in the key. So when you store in Redis, what you're essentially doing is storing a dictionary. It's just a key value pair. So you set up some key and there's a value for it. So we are going to set both of them. And to get the value, we can just give the key and we'll get the value. Now, what is the key going to be? Well, the key is just the video ID because we want to get the video object and its unique identifier is the video ID. So we can just do, we can just go ahead and create a cache key, which is equal to fstring, where we're going to pass in the video and we'll pass in the video ID over here. After that, I can pass in the cache key and that's it. After that, I can check if cache data is present. Then what I want to do is return json.loads and then I'll pass in the cached data. The reason we're doing json.loads over here is because when we store to Redis, we are going to do json.dumps. When we do json.dumps, it's converted into a string or a byte format. So we just need to convert it back into JSON and then we return it. Now, if the cache data is not there, what we want to do is fetch from the Postgres database, so what we already have, and then we can just do Redis client dot set, and then we need to pass in the key, so the cache key, and then we need to set up the value. And let's pass in json.dumps, and I'll pass in the actual value, which is video. So this should work. So let's go ahead and try it. What I'm going to do is docker compose up -- build because we have new stuff. But it says pull access denied for 7.4.2, repository does not exist or may require Docker login. And I did a mistake over here. It's not just 7.4.2, it should be Redis : 7.4.2. I forgot to put in Redis because we're pulling in Redis image. Now we can do docker compose up build. It will have Redis installed now. Rest everything was pretty much cached. And now we can test it out. So what I'm going to do is go over here. First, let's just log in for the user so that we get the actual access token because it's been over an hour. The access token might have expired. Then I need to go into the cookies and delete all of the cookies. Then I'll come back and here I'll pass in my actual access token. Then we can click on send and it says internal server error, error 111 connecting to localhost 6379, connection refused. So it seems like the Redis connection was not made properly. We can go into the container and we'll see Redis is running. Now the reason we get this error connecting to localhost 6379 connection refused is because we are inside of a Docker container, our FastAPI application as well as our Redis application. So we can't really do localhost. What we need to do is Redis 6379 and then I think it will work. If it were running locally on our system, then localhost 6379 would be just fine. Now I'll click on send and we again have an internal server error. This time the error is different. Video object is not iterable. So what we need to do is go to video.py and you're directly, instead of doing json.dumps, convert this video model into a dictionary. Now if I just do dictionary like this, it's not going to work, and the reason is that video is a model. It is an SQLAlchemy model. So we need to define a certain function in there that allows us to convert this video model into a dictionary, which can then be JSON dumped. Okay, so we can go to the video.py models in DB folder, and here we can create a new function called toDict. What it does is create a variable called result, which is an empty dictionary at first. Then what we're doing is looping through every column in the table. This self.__table__ gives us access to the table. If you know this, __ table name __ was a special property used to assign a table name for a table. Similarly, we have __ table __ so that we can access the tables, columns or rows. We're going to access the columns and get the attribute of c.name. So that will be the value and this will be the key. And then we are also handling another condition. If is instance value of enum.enum, that means if it's either processing status or visibility status, then what we want to do is value equal to value.value, because to get the value of the enum, you need to call value.value. If you just do value, it's going to be of the type of enum, right? Because value is enum. That's what we're checking over here. And then we just do result c.name, which is the key, equal to value. Now I can go ahead and print this video.toDict out. I would also like to store this in the Redis storage. So let me just do that. After that, I can come here, click on send, and we get this response. If I open up my terminal, you'll see that this thing is printed out. This was the stuff that was stored in the Redis database as well. So we just converted a model into a dictionary format. And now if I want to show you something, what I can do is go ahead and print the cached data so that you can see if the data is actually coming from Redis or not. Then I can click on send and there we go. We do get this, and as you can see, this is prefixed with B, which stands for byte. So it's in the bytes format because it was uploaded to Redis. And that's why we do json.loads over here. So yeah, this part is almost done, but we have a small problem. And that is, let's say the user calls this route for the first time. In that case, it's actually pulling it from Postgres database and we're solid. But the next time the user calls it again within just a minute, that time we are returning cached data. But let's say we also had routes such that the creator of the video could update the title description of the video. And they did that. So if they update the title, it's not reflected in our cached data. What can we do in that case? Well, in that case, what we can do is make sure that whenever we are returning cached data, before that, we are updating the data in our PostgreSQL database. So what we can do is, if we have the cached data, we are going to return the JSON response. But before that, we just go ahead and call Postgres to update the title, description if anything has changed. But again, here's another problem. If we call Postgres over here and it's non-asynchronous, that means it's synchronous, we would have to wait for this call to finish. Then only we can return this json.loads cached data. And that is a big problem if you think about it, because the reason we are adding in cache is so that we don't have to go and trouble our Postgres database, which can take some time. So instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is over here, when we're trying to set up the cache for our Redis client, I'm going to add set x, which says that this is set to an expiry time, and then I can set the expiration time to be 3600, let's say. So what's going to happen is an LRU eviction policy is carried out over here, where the expiration date is set to 1 hour after you set this. So after 1 hour, this data will be removed from Redis. So if there's any update made to the video, it will directly be pulled from the Postgres database. So every 1 hour, we can be sure that the newest data is given to the user. Now we can go ahead and click on send, and it should work as usual because we didn't even come to this particular part. It just returned the cache data from here. That's how it works. And yeah, now I'm going to go ahead and uncomment this line as well, because we only filter by if the processing status is completed or not. Now, if we come back to our diagram that we had created, only one step is remaining. And I think you understand what step is remaining. It is the process of this part. Basically, the transcoder and segmentation service is completed. It has completed the processing. Now what it has to do is go to the Postgres database and change that in progress to completed. So if we go to the video.py model, remember over here that the default is in progress. We need to change that default. We need to update that default so that it's no longer in progress and it's getting shifted to completed so that it can be viewed by other people in the world. Now, how do we do that? Well, it would be very simple, right? If we just go to our transcoder service, which is present over here, we go to the main.py, here we can just add another function that is going to update our database. But to update our database, first we need to make a connection to our database. And to make a connection to our database, we need the database URL. But remember, our video transcoder service is actually deployed on AWS. If it's deployed on AWS and our Postgres database is running locally, how can we ensure that a connection is successfully made so that we can communicate with each other? To do that, you can just go ahead and deploy your FastAPI application, your Postgres database, your Redis database, and you can deploy it through EC2. But what if I'm just testing it locally? Well, if I'm testing it locally, what I can do is expose the port outside of my local machine so that AWS can access it. So instead of directly deploying it, what I'm doing is just exposing a port outside. Let me explain it through a diagram. So what we are going to do is, this is my computer, okay? So I'm going to tell that, hey, Postgres is running on my thing over here. I'm going to expose the port outside. What port is it running on? 5432. So I'm going to expose that port outside with some URL :5432, and AWS can use that URL to contact my database, because now it feels like this database URL is deployed globally. In fact, it's just a port being exposed out of my system. That's all we're doing. So how can we do that? Well, to do that, you need to go and download this tool, Ngrok. As you can see, they say putting your APIs online shouldn't be hard, so we made it easy. Ngrok is the flexible API gateway for instant secure connectivity anywhere, public or private. So you can just click on Get Ngrok, then click on Download, and then you can install it for Mac, Windows, Linux, whatever. For Mac, it's very easy. You need Homebrew. If you don't have Homebrew installed, that's also very easy to install. So you can just go ahead and install this. This is the command you need to use, and it will be downloaded. As you can see, it's like a 3-step process. First, you brew install Ngrok, then you add an authentication token. So to add an authentication token, you need to sign up for a free account. After you sign up over here, which I'm going to do, it will ask you for certain things. Just make sure you push that. I'm just going to say I'm using it for API gateway. I'm using it for development, continue. And again, it just gives you your entire thing. But here we also have an update. So an auth token is given to me over here. Don't use mine. I'm going to delete this. Just make sure you install Ngrok, then run this command. I'm going to run this on my terminal because I already have Ngrok installed. And as you can see, auth token saved to the configuration file. After that, you just have to deploy your app online. So you just have to tell it what URL do you want to deploy online. So what port do you want to expose online? So you can just copy that and edit it to 5432. Alternatively, what you can do is instead of calling the Postgres database directly in Transcoder and Segmentation service, you can talk to your backend. So you can tell your backend that, hey, listen, I want to update certain data within the Postgres database so that we don't have to re-establish the Postgres connection in Transcoder and Segmentation service. So we go to backend, tell it that, hey, listen, go ahead and update a video inside of Postgres database. So we are not directly calling Postgres database. It just saves us a lot of time because we don't have to initialize the connection with Postgres and do all sorts of stuff. And then we need to maintain Postgres connections between two things, this part and backend part. So what you can do instead is directly call the backend, which is anyways handling the Postgres connection, and tell it to update the Postgres database. And that's what we're going to do. So here I can just copy this part, paste it over here, and instead of doing HTTP localhost 8080, we are going to do 8000. Once you do that, this entire terminal is going to give you all of these things. What we are interested in is this URL, forwarding. If you go to this URL, you'll be forwarded to essentially localhost 8000. So basically how Ngrok is working over here is that it gives you a port you can access. Let's say it has some ngrok.free.app, something like that. So the user goes to this URL. What it does is that whenever you go to this URL, it just goes to localhost 8000. So it's just calling your localhost domain, and this way you are saved because the user cannot access localhost. That's a big meme. So what we are interested in is just catching this particular route, and to prove it to you that it's localhost 8000, I'm just going to hit enter. We can click on visit site and we get hello world written out over here. That is our localhost 8000 route, right? So now in my transcoder and segmentation service, I can just tell it that, hey, listen, you need to send an update video request to this particular URL. So we'll have update video self, and its entire job is just to call an API. But for that, we'll first have to create an API. So we'll go back to our backend folder, and here we're going to go to the video.py routes. Then we can just say def update video by ID. Then here we're going to ask for the ID, which is of the type of string. Also here it's going to be @router.put. We're not using post. Remember that we're using put. And the reason we're using put is because we want to update it, right? Even when we were using presigned URLs, I told you the client will have to send a put request so that it can update it. That's because you're essentially updating the S3 bucket. Because if an object already exists over there, we are just overriding it. And if it doesn't exist, we are creating it. So we are essentially updating. That's why the put request. Now over here, it's just going to be / because we are getting the user ID. So videos at ID will be sent a put request. This was a get request. This is a put request. Now I need to also get access to the DB. So we have DB session is equal to depends get underscore DB. Then we can just do video is equal to db.query video.filter video.id is equal to the ID that's mentioned over here. Now we are filtering it first so that we can check, is there any video present? And if there's video present, then we can update it. But if the video is not present, we can just raise an exception that, hey, some error occurred. The video is not over here. So if not video, we will raise an HTTP exception. Then let's import it from FastAPI. Then we have status code of 400. So let me just pass in 400 or 404 because it does not exist. And we can just say video not found. After that, what we're going to do is update the data. Then we can say video.processing, or let's just go to the video.py models. Here we'll see is processing. So we'll have video.isProcessing is equal to the processing status dot completed. Then we can do db.commit and then we can do db.refresh. And then we'll pass in the video over here. We'll return video. So with this, we are able to update a video. Now, all I need to do is access this route in our transcoder service. So here we are going to get the ID, right? Now, what is the ID? ID is just the S3 key that we get, remember? So we can just take the S3 key that we have in our environmental variable and use it over here. Now, how do we send a request to our URL? Well, for that, first we'll have to pass in a .env file. And that is our backend URL, which is equal to this. Let me get it from the terminal. Here we go. After that, we have to go to the secret keys, take this backend URL and have backend URL string is equal to this. Then we can just use requests. So we need to import requests. Make sure you do that at the top, because requests is the way you can send a request to wherever you want to, call .put on it. Then we'll pass in the URL, which is going to be secret keys.backend URL. We don't really have to give any data other than the video ID. So what I'm going to do is convert this into an F string, and then I can pass in the video ID. So we can just do $video_ID is equal to, and then we'll pass in the S3 key, and we can get that using secret keys again. So we have S3 key. If we do this much, we will get a response. We can put all of this in a try and catch block so that our entire application doesn't end with an error message. So we can just do except exception as E. Then we can go ahead and print this exception. What I would also like to do is return response.json from here. Also, I'm going to go ahead and print the response.json, just so that we have some reference of what just happened when we upload transcoder service to Docker or to ECR, sorry. Then I can call this function. So I'll take this update function and call it after uploading the file. So we have self.update video. We don't really have to pass it anything, and that's all. Now I would like to test this out. So I'm directly just going to upload the video transcoder service to our ECR and hope everything works out. So after this has been pushed, what I would like to do is just go to S3, because we currently don't have a way to generate a presigned URL and put an object. I'm pretty sure you can do that with curl and stuff, but I don't want to get into it. So what I'm going to do is here in the raw videos, just go ahead and upload my video. Then I'm going to go to my VS Code backend, and here I'm going to go ahead and upload a video with the title, description, and the same video ID and the same video S3 as what was uploaded in the raw videos. Okay, so let's do that. We are going to pass in the video of Ronaldo again. Then we can click on upload. So it has succeeded. Now what I want to do is get the S3 key to it, and it's actually the same S3 key. So we don't really have to worry. This is going to remain the same, but remember, when we are actually working with the app, which you'll see in the client side, we'll send a put request and the ID will not be this. It will be something else. It will be videos / the user ID / the randomly generated ID. Over here, it's just that. So since we already have this, our transcoder service should be able to find it out and update it. Even my Ngrok is running, so we'll get a live update of HTTP requests that are sent to it, and we'll figure it out if it works or not. So what I'm going to do is go to ECS and start looking at the logs. And well, we don't have a log because my consumer is not started. So just make sure everything has started. As you can see, a task came in. Now a task is going to be fired up. So now if you go to ECS again, it's running. So yeah, just make sure your consumer is also running. We'll go to tasks over here and let's look at the logs. Once all the logs are here, we'll figure out if it works or not. I'll see you after all the logs have completed. All right, so our ECS service is now up and it gives an error. No module named request. So we basically need to go to our transcoder service and here in our requirements.txt say that we need requests because it does not come with Python inbuilt. Now we have to run all of the commands again. So make sure you do that. So tag the image and then push the image. After the image is pushed, just make sure you upload the same video that's saved in your Postgres database. And after that is done, I'll see you where we look at the logs together. So our task has run and we again get an error, detail method not allowed. That's actually a good sign because even on our Ngrok thing, we are getting put / method not allowed. So basically what we have done is in the transcoder service made a big mistake. We have done secrets.backend URL. Backend URL refers to this thing, but on this particular route, we don't have a put request. What we have is a get request, but we don't want to send stuff over there. Where we want to send is if we go to main.py/videos ?video ID and then over here. So instead of just specifying backend URL, we'll do /videos ?video ID is equal to this. Then we'll again do this and I'll see you after I recomplete the entire process, re-upload the video, and hopefully this time we've not made any silly mistakes. Now we have another error, and that is another silly mistake, and that is location query ID field required. So basically an ID is missing. And the ID is missing because I've mentioned video ID over here instead of just ID. So I need to change that and re-upload it to ECR. So I'll again see you after I do this, and hopefully the next time we don't have any silly mistake. Alright, so we have an output displaying up over here, and over here is processing completed as shown. Now if I go back to my Docker container and here I do select star from videos, it also has completed. So that means the entire route, consumer, transcoder, and backend work together to make this work properly. And with this, I believe our entire backend process is also completed. Let me just recap what we went through and what exactly is happening. I'm going to clear this mess that I've created up and then I'll re-explain. If you've understood, skip it and move to how you can connect these APIs on the client side so that we have an app. Alright, so let's get through it. The first part is client sending a request of /upload. Now let me reference what routes I mean. So I'm going to go to the backend and through this I can explain what I mean. So first the client is going to send this route, this upload /URL of getting pre-signed URL to upload a video. Then the client is also going to send a request to get a pre-signed URL of thumbnail. Both of them will be fired up together. So the backend will get it. And after the backend gets it, it's executing all of the code that's mentioned inside of it. Then it will give us a pre-signed URL for the thumbnail, for the video. We'll upload both of them and it will be directly uploaded to S3 over here. Now, as soon as a raw video is uploaded to S3, it is going to be shifted to SQS. SQS is just a queue service. What it's going to do is just store those objects forever. Now, the consumer is constantly polling for that, and we already have our consumer microservices created. If we come over here, this is our consumer service. Just these 80 lines of code can do the task for us. And after it receives one object, the consumer is going to run a task on ECS, and ECS just handles these transcoder and segmentation service. What transcoder and segmentation service does is that it applies adaptive bitrate streaming. It applies dash for us, but we've also seen the command for HLS, and uploads those videos to processed videos bucket. And as soon as it does that, it's going to go to the Postgres database and update the data that was present inside of Postgres. Now, what was the data that was stored inside of Postgres? Well, when we got the pre-signed URL from here, we also got another thing, and that was the video ID, which is essentially the S3 key. So with that video ID, we are calling the /upload /video /metadata route, which is this thing. And what it does is just create a new object in our Postgres database. And now since we have an S3 key over here in raw videos, and that same S3 key is used in processed videos as well, what happens is that we can just tell Postgres to go to that particular ID, that particular video object, and update its progress or its processing to completed so that it can be shown to everyone. Now, since it's completed over here, it means that we'll be able to access all the videos when we want to show it on the home screen. So on the client side, when other users are trying to watch videos, well, all the videos will show up over here. And now that video will be fetched from the Postgres database. And the condition that we've put is this. If we go to /all, you'll notice that we've put in a condition of visibility being public and the processing status being completed. So we are able to view all the videos that have been processed. And when a user clicks on one video, it will open up a new tab, or let's say a new window or a new page where the video is shown. So we have that video ID. So we'll just call that particular video ID to get that particular video's information. And if we need a video's information, what we are doing is first going to Redis that, hey, do you have this data? If Redis has it, it's just going to return it. Now, if the Redis does not have it, we're going to go to the Postgres database and tell the Postgres database that, hey, we need this data. Postgres will give it to us. We'll store it in Redis and then we'll return it to the user. So it is now cached. If the user refreshes the web page, it will be fetched more quickly than ever before. And for the video playing, we have the URL, right? Because we have the S3 key with us. If the S3 key is used to play the video, it's going to be faster. How can we use the S3 key? Because this same S3 key was used to store the video in processed videos and also the raw videos. All we need to do is use this S3 key, also use the CloudFront distribution so that we have a CDN serving data to us. And then we finally need to attach master.mpd at the end so that it fetches the mpd master playlist. It does not fetch anything else. And if we are obviously doing HLS streams, then we'll have to use m3u8 file. So this is how the entire backend architecture goes, and I believe we are done with the entire video playing stuff. There are multiple more features that YouTube has to offer, like likes, dislikes, comments, replying to comments, just the recommendation algorithm. All of it is pretty vast. This is it for the backend video. I'll see you in the next video where we connect to the client side. So to get started, what we are going to do is cd into the desktop folder, and in this folder we have the YouTube clone tutorial folder where we are going to cd into. If we do ls, you'll notice we have these three folders: backend, consumer, and transcoder, that we created in the previous video. Now what we want to do is create a directory for Flutter. So I'm just going to go ahead and create Flutter client, and I'm just going to call my app Flutter client. If you want to call it YouTube clone, you can do that and then hit enter. Once you do that, the Flutter app will be created if it's installed on your system, and then you can just do cd Flutter client. Then I'm going to open it in Visual Studio Code, and once that's done, I can go to the lib folder main.dart, and here I can select my iPhone simulator. So I'm going to click on Start iOS Simulator. Then I'm going to click on Run without debugging, and let's see if the boilerplate code works. And while that is loading up, what we can do is remove the boilerplate code, but not save the file. So that saves us a bit of a time. So I'm just going to remove this. I'm also going to remove all of these comments and this thing as well. Once that's done, we can go to the lib folder, and in here we can have a pages folder. In this pages folder, we're going to have an auth folder, and in this auth folder, we're going to have our first file, which is signup_page.dart. Here we're going to define how our signup page is going to look like. So let's create a stateful widget, because we're going to add a text editing controller, and not just one, but three, because as we know in the backend part, whenever we are signing up the user, we have their name, email, and password. So we can just go ahead and call this sign up page. Then here we are going to return a scaffold. Then we can come back to our application because it's ready, and we see this particular thing. So the boilerplate code is working. Now what I want to see is the blank page, the sign up page, which is blank right now. So I can just replace the home page with sign up page. Make sure you import that, and we're all set. Now, if you're wondering how I got that hint, I just pressed command full stop on my Mac and I was able to get it. Also, one disclaimer, if you don't see an iPhone simulator option, that's because iOS simulator only works on Mac devices. It doesn't appear for Windows devices. So you can go ahead and switch into a virtual machine if you really want to try out an iPhone device. But with Windows, as far as I know, it's not possible. Now if we come back, yep, it is an empty page. The next thing I want to do is in the main.dart, let's change the title from Flutter demo to YouTube clone. And it's a very simple YouTube clone. We only have the video playing and uploading mechanism done. Now, how is this scaffold page going to look like? Well, our page is going to look something like this. Let's say we have our device over here. Well, the first thing that's going to appear over here is the sign up text, because really we have no reference of how YouTube clone sign up page looks like, because it directly redirects you to Google sign up, right? So we have to design our own custom sign up page. So it's not exactly a YouTube clone. We're making our own video streaming application. You can say that. Then we're going to have our name field, then the email field, and then finally the password field. So after we have all of this, we are going to have a button that allows us to sign up. Now it's not going to be this small of a button. Actually, it's going to be the same size as this one. Also, all of these are going to be pretty curved. None of them is going to have a strong edge, because curves just give a vibe of modern design. Also, we are going to already have an account text. So if we already have an account, login, and that login can be clicked on. So this is the rough diagram of what we want to build. So let's go ahead. We can have a body over here, and in this body we are going to have column, because we have multiple children that we want to lay out vertically. After that, we are going to have a constant text that says sign up, and actually const is no longer required. You can just keep it like this. Then we can just do style, text style, and then we'll pass in, let's say, a font size of 50, and then we'll pass in a font weight of fontweight.bold. Once we do that, come back to our application, we see sign up text, but it's right in the corner. We want it to be centered. Well, to do that, we can simply go ahead and tell our column that, hey, the main axis alignment should be main axis alignment.center. And if we go back to our application, there we go, sign up is there. Now we also want to center it over here in the horizontal direction, but that's fine. We can work on it later on, because we don't really have to work on it. We will have a text form field which will basically do the task. So let's go ahead and create a first text form field. Now the reason we are using text form field instead of a text field over here is because when you use text field, you don't have the option of validator, but when you have a text form field, you can pass in a validator over here, which will basically validate your widget. Basically, we are going to wrap our column with a form, and then we are going to ensure that everything over here works fine. Like, for example, the text present in email, password, or name is not empty. We can put that into the validator. That's going to help us a lot. That's why we are using text form field. But as of now, in the decoration, we just want to put in input decoration, the hint text, and the hint text is going to be email. Once we do that and come over here, we see our input box, but that looks quite terrible. We want to make it look good. So to make it look good, what we can do is go to the main.dart file, and here we are going to edit the main theme data. So instead of changing the properties over here for a text field, we're going to change it overall for the entire app. The benefit of this is that it will be reflected in the login page and even in the sign up page and wherever we use text field, because that's what I want my text fields to look like. So I'm setting the overall theme. So here what I'm going to do is remove this color scheme. I don't want this color scheme to be followed. Then what I'm going to do is go ahead and say the elevated button theme over here, that the input decoration theme over here should be input decoration theme. And then we're going to pass in some values, for example, content padding. So this thing over here looks very small. So what we want to do is pad it out. So we're going to have constant edge insets dot all. Let's pass in 27. Then we can save it. And yeah, this looks good. Now I want border to be all around this place. So I'm going to pass in enabled border. Then I can pass in an outline input border. Then we can pass in the border side, and the border side is just border side like that. Then we need to pass in the color, which is colors.gray.shade 300. Now, if you want, I would highly recommend you to take this color, put it in a separate file of its own called color palette, And that color palette file will be able to provide a centralized control place for all of your colors. So if anytime you want to change the border color, you can change it in that centralized place, the color palette space. But I'm not going into clean code that much. I just want to get my app working for the first version. So yeah. Now, as you can see, this border doesn't reflect, but if I restart the application, we do see it. Now, the reason it only shows up when we are not focused is because enabled border only enables when you're not focusing on an input. If I focus it, it will just default to the focused border. Now I want focused border as well. So what I'm going to do is copy this entire line, pass a focused border over here. Then I'm going to paste it over here, and then we're all set. But what I would like over here is the color to not be this gray thing. It would be good to have it black or something like that. So let me remove it. And as you can see, it's black, and that looks way better than what we had. When it's not selected, white looks good. And then when we click on it, yep, that looks solid. Now I would just like to create multiple versions of this text field. So what I'm going to do is copy this entire line, paste it again, and paste it again. So we have email, password, and name. Name is not generally the last field because you want to ask for the name, then email and password. It just looks better, and generally the convention I've seen signup pages follow. Now after we have this, what we're going to do is constant size box of height, let's say 30. So we are leaving some space from the text. So we have this gap. Now we want gaps between this text form fields as well. So we have a height of 15, and then we'll paste it again and again. So this way it's evenly spaced out. Now the next thing I want is the space from the left and the right hand side. Well, to do that, I can wrap the entire column widget with a padding widget. And once we do that, we can do constant edge insets.all, let's say 15. So from the left, right, top, bottom, everywhere, 15. And that looks good. Now, one thing I would like to change in this input decoration theme is the border radius. So in this outline input border itself, I can just specify a border radius, and it can be border radius.all, let's say 5. But as you can see, it expects me to pass in radius. So I'll pass in radius.circular 5, and that would work. Now I can copy this entire line and paste it for the second focus border as well. And there we go. This is now more curved, and I think that would give us a better look. After that, we can go back to our signup page and increase the height over here from 15 to 20. And that's because we are going to add a button over here. So there's more spacing after the text form fields. So this had little spacing and this has more, but still less than what we had from signup to this text field. I hope that's understandable. If not, what I'm trying to say is this. Let's say we had a screen that looked like this. The spacing present between the text and this is 30 pixels because they are not related to each other. But with this, we have, let's say, 15 pixel. Even between this, we have 15 pixel because now we are in the text field. It needs to be consistent. But after that, we are increasing the space because it's a button. But it's not increased by 30, it's increased by 20 because it is still a part of the form. The form is the button included. That's why we have only left a space of 20. After that, we are going to add in our elevated button. Then we're going to pass in an onPress, which is an empty function. Then we're going to have a child. Let's pass in a text of signup. And earlier you might have noticed that I've put in const everywhere. That's just because I have a habit of doing that. You don't really need to do that. And if anything, probably avoid it because who knows, it might be deprecated in the future. It's not as of now, but it can be. Then we have a style, text style of font size 16, and then we can save it. Now, if we come back over here, we see the sign up button. Now we need to style the sign up button. So again, we're going to do that in the main.dart file. Now we are again doing it in main.dart file in theme data because I want it to be a centralized theme. It should be consistent. So we have elevated button theme. Then we do elevated button dot style from, then we'll pass in a background color. The color is going to be colors dot black. And actually it shouldn't be elevated button.style from over here. Before doing all of this, we need to do elevated button theme data. And in that we can pass in a style property, and in that style property we can have elevated button.style from. And the background color is going to be black. So we have like a black button. After that, we have a minimum size, and the size is of the width of double infinity and 60. Let's save that much. Come over here and we see a black button that looks like this. Good. But the problem I have with this is that it's rounded like this. I want it to look more like the text fields. To change that, we can specify a shape property, which is a rounded rectangle border. And here, if you just do this much, it is a strict button. Like, it has no curves to it. So I want to add a border radius, and I'll do border radius dot circular, and then I'll pass in 15. Now, if I come back over here, as you can see, it's more curved. Maybe 15 is a little too much. We can do 10. Yeah, that looks good enough. If you want, you can also probably go for 5 so that it matches the theme of this entire text field, but that's fine. You can go for anything you want. After that's done, the last thing we need to do is change the sign up text to white. So I can just do that in text style. So we have colors.white. And with that, we have our sign up page created. Now, the last thing that's left over here is a text that I want to add at the bottom. And that text would be already have an account, sign up or login. And for that, we are not going to use a text, we are going to use a text span widget. And the reason we'll be using text span widget instead of text widget is that we need different styles within this text. So already have an account text would be of a certain type, but the sign in text is going to be bolded. That's why we'll be using a text span widget instead of using text, because text makes sure that your entire text is of one uniform type. We want it to be of two types, right? All right, so let's go over here. Let's add a size box of height 20 because it's still related to our form, not unrelated. And then we are going to have a rich text. Then we're going to pass in a text, which is a text span. And here we can specify the text. My text is already have an account ? And then I'm going to specify the style for it. So it's going to be theme.ofContext.texttheme.title medium. Once we do that, you can see already have an account text over here. After that, I'm going to specify the children, and in that children, we're going to have a text span again. And this text span is going to have a text of sign in or login, whatever you want. And then the style over here is going to be the same thing, theme.this, but other than just title medium, we're going to have .copywidth, and then we're going to have font weight as font weight.bold. Also, this title medium can be null. So let's put a question mark that if it's null, just keep it null. Otherwise, just give it a value of bold. And once we do that, there we go. Now we are also going to have a space in between over here, just so that, they're spaced out. And that's pretty much it. Now what I would like to do is just wrap this entire text with a gesture detector widget. And that's because on the on tab, we want to navigate from this page to the login page. And with this, sign up page is created. Now we can move on to designing the login page. So now let's go ahead and copy this entire thing. Then we can go to the file explorer, and here in the auth folder itself, we're going to have another page, and we're going to call this login page.dart. In this login page, I'm going to copy paste the entire sign up page, but change a few things. So instead of calling this a sign up page, I'm going to call this a login page. And once that's done, we can save the file. Now we have a login page. In the main.dart file, I'm going to go ahead and import login page instead of sign up page, just so that I can see what's happening. We'll not see any changes over here because the screen is basically the same as of now. So let's go ahead and call this login. There we go. Or if you want to call this sign in, I think sign in would look much better. So we can call it sign in. Then we'll remove the name field. That's not required. Only email and password is required. And that's it. Now at the bottom, we can say don't have an account. So we can have that. And we'll put a backslash over here because we have a single quote. Dart will think that this single quote and this single quote completes the string, but that's not right. So this is an escape character. Then we can say sign up over here. Then we can save it, and we don't have an account, sign up. Now when I click over here, I should be going to the sign up page. And if I click on the sign up page as gesture detector, I should be going to the login page. To do that, what I'm going to do is at the top of the login page, create a static route function. And what the static route function is going to do is define a material page route. And in this, we're going to have a builder with context, and it's going to return a sign up page. After that, we can save it. Now, the benefit of creating a function over here is that when I go to sign up page and do navigator dot of context dot push, I can simply pass in login page dot route. And when I do that, it's very easy. I don't have to write that long boilerplate code every single time I need to move to the login page. I can just pass in this. Now I can copy this exact same line and paste it for this one. But instead of login page, we're going to have sign up page. But another thing we'll have to do is copy this route and create it for sign up page as well. So it's basically a reusable function that we are creating. Oh, actually also this doesn't have to be sign up page. This has to be login page, my bad. And here it has to be sign up page. Basically, it's a function, a reusable function in fact, that will take us from one page to the sign up page. So now when I click over here, I go to sign up page and we're back to sign in. So with this, we have done the entire thing. Again, I'll go to the main.dart page, and here the starting page is going to be sign up page. Now the next thing we have to do is set up controllers for our sign up and login page, which we're going to do over here. So we'll have final name controller is equal to text editing controller. We also need to set up the form, okay? So we'll do that as well. Now after name controller, we have email controller and then password controller. After that, we're going to have a dispose function, and then we can implement dispose. Well, we're going to have name controller.dispose, then we're going to have password controller.dispose, and then we are going to have email controller.dispose. And then we can dispose of all the Flutter related things that the parent class is calling. Now we can copy all of these things and put it in the login page as well. But this time we are not going to have name controller. So let's remove that, only email and password controller. So we can take that and attach it to the text form field. So we have controller, email controller, then we have controller, password controller. Then we can save it. Now we can go back to the sign up page and do the same thing. We'll have controller, then we'll pass in name controller. Again, we'll have controller, then we'll have email controller. And finally, we are going to have another controller. Let's call this password controller. And I think I didn't call controller over here. I called content insertion. We just have to put controller. That's it. So with this, I don't think any visible changes would be there. But to see the changes, we can create a function that was called sign up page. And what it does is just call the text method or text attribute present inside each of these controllers. But before doing that, another thing I would do is set up the form. So to set up the form, what we need to do is wrap the column widget or the padding widget, whatever you want, with a form widget. Now, once we do that, we can specify a key over here, and key is very special because using the key, we can get the form validation state. So here we're going to have final form key is equal to global key. Then we'll pass in a form state. After that, we can take this form key and paste it over here. Now using this form key, we can get the validation state of the form. Basically, if the form is validated or not. And the way it works is that if the form is a parent widget of any widget that can have a validator function like text form field, it will call those methods. So this form key can call the validator function of these things. So to give you a demo, we can have form key.currentState.validate. If we call this, it will call the validator functions of all of the descending widgets. And the child widgets are text form field. So it will call the validator function if it's present. So we need to specify the validator function for each of them. So we can just have validator. It's going to be of the value of string. And then we can say if value.trim is empty, then we want to give an error because the value cannot be empty. And I'm sure the value cannot be empty over here, but if you want to add another condition, you can add if value is not equal to null and value.trim.is empty, Then we return field cannot be empty. And if the value is null or if it's not empty, then we can just do return null. That means there's no error. Now I can copy this function and put it everywhere. Now validator can be used for various other things. For example, for the email, if you want to check if it has @. If it has @, that's very good. If it has, let's say, .com, it's very good. For password, you can have stuff like the password length. Even though AWS Cognito does some password validations by itself, if you want it on the client side, you can have it. But for us, we just have this simple thing. Now what I'm going to do is create a function called void sign up, and all it's going to do is check if formKey.currentState.validate. So it will call all the descending widgets or like all the child widgets, and then we can go ahead and just print, let's say, name controller.text. And once we do that, I can open up my terminal or debug console. Then I can also attach this sign up function first. I forgot to do that. So there we go. And now I can have Revan test123, click on sign up, open up, and we see Revan over here. But what if we have one field empty? So if this is empty, we click on sign up, it says field cannot be empty, but the entire styling that I have for the text field goes away. So to fix that, we can go to the main.dart file again, and here instead of having focused border, enable border, and that's it, we can have error border as well. Now it's going to be the same thing. So I'll copy this, but instead of having the color as empty, we are going to specify the color of colors.red. And now, as you can see, it's fully empty. If the field is empty, it will just show up the error, and that's good for us. Now I can put in the same validations for other text fields as well, which is present in login page. So we can have a validation here, and we're all set. So if I go to sign in page, click on sign up, and actually we should not be able to call this sign up. It should be login or sign in. So let me do that. And also let me create a function that will have void sign up. So let me copy this, paste it over here, and we have log in. Then we need to create a form key, which I forgot about. Let's create a form key for login page as well. So we have global key, and then it is of the type of form state. Now I can take this form key and wrap my column with a form widget, pass in the key, the exact same thing. And this time we can go ahead and print the email controller.text. Now I can take this login function and put it over here. Once we do that, we can click on sign in and we see field cannot be empty error. Perfect. And if I want to go ahead and do the changes in email, as you can see, the style again disappears. And to fix that, what we can do is just copy this outline input border and add it as the border. Once we do that, as you can see, it's appearing back again. So yeah, the style wouldn't go away. And now we can just pass in, let's say, revan@gmail.com. Password can be text123. Sign in, and the error goes away. And we have revan@gmail.com printing out. Another thing I would like to do here is just obscure the text field of password so that it's not visible to everyone. We can have a property of obscure text true. It only exists for password. Now we can go back to the sign in page as well and do that for password. And with this, it's ready. As you can see, it's all obscured. Now, if you want to change the obscured character, you can do that as well by changing obscuring character. Maybe you want it X. So yeah, it changes everything to X. But anyways, I like the dot, so we'll keep that. I'll keep that. Once all of that is done, what we need to do is carry out the actual sign up and login processes. And as we know, we've created the backend before for it. If I go to my backend service, which should be running, as you can see, my Docker container is up and running. All I have to do is go and call the authentication routes, which is present over here. So I need to call /signup/login. Go to the file explorer, and in the lib, we're going to create a new folder called services. This services folder contains all the files related to HTTP calls to our backend API. And then we can just say auth_service.py. After that, we can have a class of auth service. And here we are first of all going to create a function for sign up. Now, if you want to go and write clean code, I would encourage the use of interfaces. So you can create an abstract interface class of auth service. Then this class can be auth service implementation, which implements that interface. And I've described all the benefits of doing that in my super base video, clean architecture videos. So if you want to do that, go ahead, but that's not what this video is about. So let's go ahead and just connect it as it is. So all we're going to do is future void as of now, and then we're going to have our sign up function or sign up user function, and that's it. Now we are not getting any syntax highlighting because I call this .py. It should be .dart. We're not writing any Python files over here. It's Dart. So that's a disadvantage of writing in multiple languages. You can get confused. But anyways, we have a sign up user over here. Now the details I require from that function is the name of the user, the password of the user, and finally the email of the user. Once we have all of that, I can send an HTTP request to the URL, to the backend URL specifically. So for that, I would require HTTP package in my application. And to do that, we can do Command Shift P, add dependency for Dart, and then we can just go ahead and do HTTP. Once that's done, we have a solid start. But what I would like to do is create a variable that's constant containing the URL. So we'll have a constant backend URL. I'll just call this backend URL like this. And actually, it's not a constant. Final backend URL is equal to, and let's figure out what this backend URL is going to be. Well, it's going to be http://localhost 8000/auth/signup. If we go back to our backend folder, I think we should be able to see this is /signup. And if we go to the main.py route, it is /auth. So /auth/signup. Now, if you want to get a better overview of what routes we have and what dependencies they require, you can go to localhost 8000/docs or /redoc to find the specific routes. I'm going to stay on the redoc one. So we have sign up user, name is required, email and password that we need to pass in as the body. And it can either give 200 or 422, meaning validation error. So yeah, let's go ahead and pass that in. So we're going to have HTTP. So let me import HTTP first. We have import package http://dart as HTTP, because what HTTP does is throw global functions to us, for example, get. But if we just have a get function, we might get confused. Where is it coming from? So we just prefix it with HTTP so that we can do http.get. Then we need to pass in a URI, which we can do using URI.parse. Then we pass in the backend URL, but that much is not enough, because this route is going to be /auth, not /signup. That's because we're going to have multiple functions in this auth service. We're going to have signup user, we're going to have login user, we're going to have refresh token, confirmation of signup, all of those things. So we'll just pass in the backend URL like that. And it's not even a GET request, it's a POST request, my bad. In the headers, we can go ahead and specify that the content type is application JSON. That's it. And then we are going to pass in the body of the request. And to pass in the body of the request, we'll have to first JSON encode it. So we'll just call the function JSON encode, and then we'll pass in the object, which is like this. Then we need to pass in the name, email, and password. Let me just copy this and paste it in over here. Now, what is the name? The name is what we are getting at the top. We are assuming that all the validations for name and everything is already done. Then we're going to pass in the password and finally the email. I think I interchanged the fields. Let me fix that quickly. All right, there we go. After this, I can call this function asynchronous. Then we're going to call await and we're going to get a response. Now, whatever response we get, we want to check if response.statuscode is equal to 200. That means it's all successful. But if it's not 200, then what we want to do is throw an exception. So we can just say throw exception, or just throw an error message like this with whatever the backend is giving us. So if we go to the 422 response, it's going to give us some detail. which might not really be useful to the user. But it can be useful in certain scenarios when the user already exists. For example, we need to tell that the user with the same email already exists. So what we can do is response.body. We can JSON decode that. So let's pass in response.body over here. And as of now, let's just keep it at detail. So there we go. Now we are also going to go ahead and print this response.body because frankly, I don't know what error message is going to come up. I've forgotten. So let me just refresh my memory through this. Now, if the status code is 200, we might want to tell the user that, hey, listen, your account is created. Go ahead and do whatever you wanted to do. If we go to the backend, what we are doing is returning a message of sign up successful. So let's just say that we are returning a string from here, and then we can just do return. Again, JSON decode response.body. If it's a success, we are going to get message and we're returning that. Now, if there's no thing like that, we can just say sign up successful. Please verify your email just in case it fails. And we can do the same thing for our backend so that it doesn't crash. So we have an error occurred or something like that. Okay. So with this, I'm just going to go ahead to my sign up page and here call the function directly. At the top, we're going to have final auth service. Generally, you might want to have a state management tool in between, which we're going to add in just a minute or in just a bit. And that will store the state and show it successfully for the user. So we're going to have auth service dot sign up user. Then we'll pass in the name, which is name controller dot text dot trim. Then we'll have password controller dot text dot trim. And then we'll have email controller dot text dot trim. Once all of that is done, I hope it works out. Also, I'm going to await this. So this function is going to be asynchronous. We're going to get some sort of result. It can be an error too. So we have to put in a try and catch block. The reason we need to put in a try and catch block is because over here we have thrown an exception in case of not 200 response. So we need to catch that error and display it to the user. Now, to display it to the user, either the success message or the error message, we need to create a snack bar. And for that, in the lib folder, I'm going to create a utils folder. And in that, I'm going to have a utils.dart file. Now in this utils.dart file, we are going to have a function of show snack bar. All this function does is display a snack bar, because to display a snack bar, it can be quite a bit of work. For example, you can see over here, we need to do scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar. Then we'll pass in a snack bar. Then the content is there. So we'll have a content text, and we need to take the content from the user as well. So we have string content as the first positional argument. Then we'll pass it in over here, and that's it. So it's a pretty big statement. You saw that, right? So instead of writing it again and again, I can just do this. Now, if you want to expand on this, there are multiple options you can add, like dot hide current snack bar, dot show snack bar. Basically, if you consecutively click on the snack bar, it will hide the previous one and show the next one. There won't be any delay of one snack bar appearing, second snack bar appearing after 2 seconds. It will just hide the previous one. After that, we can go ahead and do show snack bar. The content will be response dot, well, just response would be enough, I guess. And similarly, I can just take this snack bar and paste it over here, and then I can do e.toString. That's it. Now let's go ahead and try it out. I'm going to go to the sign up page. Here, let's just say password is test123. Click on sign up and it says not found. Detail not found. Well, why is that an error? Because probably it did not find that backend route. Let me open up the terminal. Yeah, /auth was not found. And that's right. I forgot to add /signup over here when we call the route. So what I need to do is wrap this in an interpolation string. Basically, we'll be able to add /signup over here. And if you have only one thing in your $curly bracket, for example, we only have one term, what you can do is remove it. There's no need for that. Just $backend URL is fine. If you have more than that, let's say we had $backend URL dot trim, then you have to use this curly bracket. Otherwise, it's redundant. So now I can go ahead and click on sign up again. and it says Cognito signup exception, an error occurred, invalid parameter exception. Well, the problem is the invalid email address, and that's cool, right? That means our stuff is working. Now I can just pass in a wrong email. I don't own this email. So yep, it says password did not confirm because password was not long enough. I'm just going to extend it now and let's call signup, and it says signup successful. Please verify your email if required. Now, whenever the user does that, if it's a 200, the user has to confirm their email, and to confirm their email, they need to verify their OTP, and for that we need a page. So we'll have to go ahead and create a new page in auth called confirm signup page dot. Now this page is going to be very simple actually. All we're going to do is remove everything. All we are going to have is a form key, an auth service, and instead of calling it name controller, we'll call it OTP controller, which we'll dispose of. So we'll have email and OTP. Now, one thing that we'll do is the email controller will be pre-filled from whatever we get from the constructor. So let's rename the signup page to confirm signup page. So look, I'm just going to add it at the end. Let's see if I can get it all correctly. Yep, I did. Congrats. After that, we are going to have a final string of email. Basically, when we shift from the signup page to the confirm signup page, we're going to pass in the email for the user. Now, if the user wants, they can edit their email if we got it incorrect, and they'll be saved. So here we can have required this dot email, and here we'll pass an email that we get from the function. So we have string email like this. Now in the init state, I can go ahead and say that the email controller is equal to text editing controller. Then I'll pass in an initial text, which is going to be of email that I'm getting from the constructor. So it's going to be widget dot email. But now I've already initialized email over here. The reason I'm not putting email like this over here, for example, text widget dot email, is because I can't access it because I'm initializing over here. We can only do that in init state function. So what I need to do is remove all of this, and instead of calling it final email controller, it would be late text editing controller email controller, and that's it. Now we'll go down and we'll say confirm sign up. Then the text form field would be removed from here. Then we'll have email, which is pre-filled. Then we have a password controller that will now be OTP controller because we want the obscure text to be present. And we can see OTP as the hint text, and we can then say confirm. We can also remove these things, or if you want, you can implement functions for resending the OTP over here. What I'm going to do is very simple of just remove it. Now what I want to do is create a function of confirm signup user in auth service. So I can go ahead and take this function. Then I'm going to call this confirm signup user. We'll get the email of the user. We'll get the OTP from the user. Then we can just say confirm -signup. Let me confirm the route over here. So we have /auth/confirm -signup. That's right. Then we're going to JSON encode the email, and we're also going to encode the password that we're going to get from here. Now let me confirm again. We have email and OTP. That's right. After that, it's going to be the same thing. But this time, if the message fails, what we want to say is OTP confirmed, login. And then we need to redirect them to the login page so that they can log in. So here I can just go ahead and say confirm signup user. The email is no longer there. What we want is OTP, and it's going to be OTP controller.text.trim. And the next thing I want to do is in the signup page, if all of it is successful, I want to navigate. So I'll have navigator.push, and I want to push to the confirm signup page. So I'll have to create a route for that. Let me copy this entire line, paste it at the top, and actually we've already done it. We don't need to do it. So we can do confirm signup page dot route. Then we need to pass in the email. So the email is simple, email controller.text.trim. You probably want to extract this into a variable of its own. For example, like string email and this. Just good code, because the benefit of that would be whenever you want to change this email controller, you can change it with one variable. But anyways, minor improvements. We can click on sign up and we should be getting an error message. User already exists. So let's go ahead and send it to revan1@gmail.com, and we are over here. As you can see, it's pre-filled, but the user can still edit it. If they edit it, it can be wrong. We're not guaranteeing that, but yeah. Now we can pass in the OTP. I obviously don't have the OTP with me because that's not my email. So I'm going to pass in an email I own and I've not used it yet. But if you're like me who doesn't have another email, what you can do is go to Cognito and start deleting the users. For example, this one, you'll have to first disable the user and then only you can delete it. So we have a user gone. As you can see, we have two other things that are not confirmed yet. So if you try to log in them, you'll get an error. But now I have an email that I can use, and then we can click on sign up. Now I can get the OTP. And once I get the OTP, what I should be able to do is, if it's a success, move from confirm sign up page to a login page. So if we are still over here after everything happened, that means we are successful. What we can do is navigate. We'll have navigator.push, and then we'll pass in the route as login page dot route. After that, we'll pass in the OTP. So we'll have 0389445. Actually, the real one is 44, but I want to see if it works. And it says invalid verification code. That's nice. I'll pass in 4 now. Click on confirm, and user confirmed successfully. Now we try to log in the user, and we haven't created a route for it. So let's quickly create that and log in our user. So just like sign up, we're going to have our login as well. So we have login user, then we'll get the name. Nope, we'll only get password and email. Remove the name field, and rest everything remains the same. Now this time we'll have login successful, and if login is successful, we should be going to the home page. We don't really have a home page yet, so that's fine. We can create it later on because we still need to add state management, the access token concept, and all of that. So after this, we still have loads of stuff to implement. So I'm not creating homepage just yet. Now what I'm going to do is go to the login page, and here we're going to have similar things as we had in confirmed sign up page as well. So we have final auth service. Let's do that. Then we're going to import auth service. After that, we're going to have our things over here, try and catch block. This has to be an asynchronous function. Then we need to pass in the password, which would be for login user. Then we'll pass in password controller.text.trim. We'll import show snack bar. And once that's done, we want to do this. So I'll just add it to do over here that, hey, listen, we want to navigate to home page whenever we are ready. So with this, we can go ahead and test it out. Well, first of all, we'll have no indication if it works or not. So what I'd like to do here is just position emailer@gmail.com, test@123, click on sign in, and it's saying email field is required. And that's because we have called the sign up route. We need to call the login route because sign up requires name, login doesn't. And when that's done, user logged in successfully. Just imagine you've been shifted to the home page. So that means everything's working fine. But here we also get the access token and the refresh token. If we go to our backend, in the response over here, we'll get the access and the refresh token. Now, how do we intercept that and add it as headers, or even store it locally in our system so that we can get access to it? Now, the thing with access and refresh tokens is that they're invisible when you use the web. So you can make sure that the JavaScript is not able to access it, but that's not the case with Flutter. So what we can do over here is that we can store it in shared preferences. So a basic local storage where we are storing our refresh and access token. And whenever the user tries to send a request, we take the shared preferences thing, and attach it to the future requests. And this access token and refresh token, if they are valid, which we'll figure out from this protected route, will also decide if the user is logged in or not. Because right now, if I refresh everything, I'm not logged in because I don't really have a condition in my main.dart file that, hey, if the user exists, we need to go to the login page, otherwise signup page. So how do we decide that? Well, to decide that, we'll have to send an HTTP request to this route /me so that we get the user's details. Now, if we get the user's details, that means the user is logged in, because the only way we can get the user's detail is based on this get current user middleware, and it's checking the access token. So what we need to do in short is, if I create a diagram, we have our client over here to the backend. We have sent a login request. It's giving us the access and the refresh token. So I can take that access and refresh token and store it in my client side local storage. And if I store it in the local storage, now whenever the user restarts the app, we can pull that access or refresh token. Then we can again send a request to our backend with the route of /auth/me, and that will return to us the user's objects. Once we get the user's objects or the user details, we can verify that, hey, yeah, the user exists. So we are going to display the home page, not the sign up page. So I hope that's clear. And to do all of that, we'll require some sort of state management. I mean, it can be done without state management, but it would just be easier with state management, because what we need to do is, once we get the user's details, we need to keep it with us, because user's details is going to contain the access token. It is also going to contain probably the refresh token, and then the user's name, ID, Cognito sub, all of those things. And those are very important things, because the access token or the Cognito sub ID would be required to send particular requests. The refresh token and the ID is required so that we can use both of them to get an access token. So it's very important for us to store this thing locally. And we need to transfer that data between the screens. For example, the main.dart file would require it. And then our home page would also require it. Our upload page is also going to require it. And then if we go to, let's say, a video page, that page is also going to require it, because all these routes are protected routes. By protected routes, I mean they require access token or the user to be logged in before you can access that data. So let's go ahead and introduce a state management tool now. The one we are going to use is Flutter Block. You can use any other state management tool of your choice. If you want, you can use Provider, Riverpod, anything, because I'll try to explain it in such a way that it's state management tool agnostic. All right, so let's get started. All right, so let's go ahead and add a dependency of flutter_block. And once we do that, what we can do is go to the file explorer. In the lib folder, we can go ahead and add a folder of qubits. Now we're going to specifically use qubits within the Flutter block package. We're not going to use block because that is kind of unnecessarily complicated. Qubits just makes our life easier. Then we can go ahead and install or add the package or add the folder of authentication. In that auth folder, we are going to have two files. The first one is auth_qubit.dart and the second one is auth_state.dart. Now in this auth state, the first thing I'm going to do is create a sealed class called auth state. After that, I'm going to do something that will make sure that auth qubit and auth state both are treated as one single unit. So to do that, we can do part of auth qubit. So this file is a part of auth qubit.dart, and here we can say part auth state.dart. Once we do that, we can go ahead and create a class called auth qubit that extends qubit, and this qubit is coming from the Flutter block package. Then we can go ahead and give the state over here, which is auth state. Now this class shows an error because it requires us to pass an initial state to this qubit. Now I'm going to rush through this block part because it was a prerequisite for the tutorial. If you don't know it, I would still encourage you to go ahead and watch the 2-hour tutorial I've made on block. It covers everything we're doing over here. Then we're going to call super, which is our parent class initialization for qubit. So here we need to pass in auth initial, and for that we'll have to go ahead and create a new state. So we'll have a final class auth initial state, and that is going to extend auth state. Then we can save this. And also what I would like to do is make this class immutable. And when I do immutable, we need to import stuff. And as you can see, the import is not done in auth state. All of the imports get shifted to Auth Cubit because they are treated as one single unit. After that, I can take this auth initial and pass it in over here. Auth initial state is basically that we don't know if the user is logged in, logged out, what. So we're just going to show the home page. Now we're going to introduce more states over here. The second one is auth loading. The third one is auth success, but we have 2 or 3 types of success, right? If the sign up is success, if the login is success, or the confirm sign up is success. So we're going to create 3 different success states. We're going to have auth sign up success. Then similarly, we're going to have auth login success. And after that, we're going to have auth confirm sign up success. Then finally, we are going to have an error message. So that's auth error. And this is going to take up a string message of error message. So what is the error message? And we're going to do auth error, this dot error. For confirm sign up and sign up successes, for each of these 3 things as well, we are going to get some data. So let's go ahead and have that final string message. And then we can create a constructor for that. So let's add a create constructor for final fields. Then we can copy paste that for auth login success and auth confirm signup success. Then we can replace the constructor with their respective classes. And there we go. Now each of them has a message of type string because when we sign up successfully, we have that message, right? That's coming from the server. You have signed in, please verify your email if required. And the same goes for login, same goes for confirm sign up success. So that's what we're doing. After that, we're going to create a function avoid sign up user. And that's going to be an asynchronous function. What this function does is what we have done on sign up page. So it's going to have a try and catch block, but wherever we see show snack bar, we're going to emit data out. So we are going to say emit result, and not just result like that. We have to wrap it with success. So we have auth sign up success, and then we'll pass in the result, which is our message. We also need to create an instance of auth service. So let me cut it out from here, paste it in over here. Let's also import auth service, and that's it. Now we need to get the name, password, and email. So we'll have required string name, required string email, and required string password. Also, let's capitalize this. Now I can take this name, paste it over here. Then we have email, paste it over here. And finally, the password over here. So with this, we can remove the navigator as well. All of those calls are going to come in sign up page. I'll show you how we can do that. And in catch block, if we get an error, we are going to emit auth error, and then we'll pass in e.toString. And that's pretty much it. Also, we would like to have a loading state. So what we can do is just add emit auth loading, and that's it. So initially we are in the loading state, and then we have either success or an error message. Now we can go to the sign up page, or actually let's go to the main.dart page first and wrap our my app with our Auth Cubit provider, because remember, block works that way. You need to register that block. And to register that block, we're going to wrap it with a block provider widget. And all of those options are given to us because of an extension called block. And that's created by Felix Angelov, the creator of block. So make sure you install that and you'll get that option. Now here we're going to pass in the Auth Cubit and also import block provider from Flutter block, and we're ready. Now we can go to the sign up page, and in here we are going to remove all of these things. We don't need the try and catch block, but we will need these 2 things. So let me cut it out. Then we can do context. So we'll use the build context dot read, basically how you would access a provider. And then we can call Auth Cubit and then call the sign up user function on it. Then we can pass in the name, which is namecontroller.text.trim, email controller.text.trim, and password controller.text.trim. So with this, we are all ready. Now what we want to do is wrap our padding or the form widget. You can wrap either one of them with a block consumer widget, because block consumer will help us listen to a particular thing and navigate from one page to another. So we can pass that in. Also, we need to pass in the state, which is auth state. So here we can implement stuff. For example, if the state is auth sign up success, then what are we going to do? Well, in that case, we are going to paste the two things that I had done earlier, showing the snack bar that, yeah, you're ready, and navigating to the confirm sign up page. And then we can say this is state.message. After that, we can have an else if condition saying state is auth error. And if it's an error, what we want to do is just show a snack bar, which is state.error. Now I also want to handle the loading indicator part. So here I can have an if condition in the builder, because builder will build widgets. Listener will only show stuff that are not widgets. For example, snack bar. What you're doing in snack bar is like not really replacing the widgets. So here we can just have if state is auth loading. And if it is state auth loading, then we want to return a centered child of circular progress indicator dot adaptive. So that's why it's builder, because we're returning a widget from here. Here we are just navigating, showing snack bar, or maybe showing some dialogue. All of that would go in listener, because we're not really returning a widget from here. We're just displaying some form of data or reacting to some form of data where widgets are not involved. So yeah. With this, I hope everything works out. So I'm going to go to the sign up page. I have my data pre-filled. Just click on sign up. We see a loading indicator and it says invalid email address. That's amazing. That means it's working properly as we expected. Let's do the same for confirm sign up page. So what we're going to do is copy this function and paste it again. It's going to be quite similar. So let's call this confirm sign up user. Then we're going to require the email and the OTP. Then we're going to call the function confirm sign up user. We're going to pass in email and OTP. Then we're going to emit auth confirm sign up success. We're going to pass in the result and then and an error message. So that's great. After that, we're going to go to the confirm sign up page, and here we have a function of sign up. We can change that to confirm sign up. I don't know why we didn't do it earlier. So let's just change it now. After that, we are going to remove all of this and we're just going to call context.read. But before that, let me just copy this snack bar and navigator again so that we don't have to rewrite it. Then we can have context.read. Then we're going to pass in the auth qubit over here. Then we're going to call the confirm sign up user function just like we did before. Then we're going to have email controller.text.trim and OTP controller.text.trim. And then doing this will have certain reactions because we are emitting states from here. So what we're going to do is wrap the padding widget with a block provider or block consumer widget. Then we're going to have auth qubit over here, auth state. And now we have certain states to listen to. Again, it's going to be the same thing. So we have if state is auth confirm sign up success, then we want to paste these two things, showing a snack bar pushing to the login page route. So we have state.message, and if that's not the case, then we have state of auth error. And in that case, I want to show a snack bar with the error message, so we can have state.error. Now, if you have not already noticed, a cool thing over here is that if we say state is auth confirm sign up, and if it's true, you could see that we have the autocomplete for state.message. Here, if state is auth error, we have an autocomplete for state.error. So that's something really cool I wanted to point out. Dart knows what your actual state over here is, and because of that, it can provide good autocomplete. Now in the builder, what we're going to do is check if state is auth loading, then we're going to return a centered child circular progress indicator dot adaptive and save it. Great. Now I assume it should work. So we need to go to the confirm signup page. So we need to basically give in an email. So I'll just do that. It's not a valid email from my end. Let's click on sign up. Password is not enough. Let's pass in a bigger password. And we go to the sign up page. That's amazing. That's really good. So now when we click on OTP confirm over here, we go to the login page, and then the login page part also needs to be in Qubit. So let's refactor that code as well. We're going to copy the sign up user, paste it down, and let's call this login user. We're going to require the email and password. Let's call the login user. Let's remove this, and we're going to emit auth login success. Now again, the same thing, we'll go to the login page. Here, we're going to remove this part. Let's just copy the show snack bar. Rest everything will be removed. All we need to do is context.read, and then we'll have auth qubit. We'll call login user function. Let's pass in the email, which is email controller.text.trim. Then we have password controller.text.trim. That's nice. After that, we can wrap the padding widget with a block consumer widget. It's going to be auth qubit and auth state. After that, we're going to have if state is auth login success, then we are going to show a snack bar, which is state.message. Otherwise, we're going to have state is auth error. Then we're going to do show snack bar again. This time we're going to pass in state.error. So we've been doing the same thing for a while now. So I think it would just be ingrained in your mind what I'm doing right now. So if auth loading, then I don't want to write the entire thing. Let me just find it and paste it. So let's go ahead, and there we are. So the login would also work that way. Let's say we have position emailer @gmail.com, test one, actually @123. Click on sign in, and it says user logged in successfully. The to do can be put in again over here. To do of navigate to home page, because we are now logged in. So with this, we have added state management to our app successfully. The entire state management job is, if you see, connecting the presentation layer to our repository or services layer. That's what it does. It acts like a middleman, and it's handling the state. That's why it's called state manager, right? It's managing the state over here. It's managing if it's loading, if it's success, if it's error. That's the job of state manager. So that's what we are done. Now the next thing I want to do is, as I mentioned before, when we send a request from the client to the backend of login, it is going to give us the access and the refresh token. If it was web, for example, React.js, the JavaScript would not be able to access the access or the refresh token. We could just use something like with credentials option, which is set to true, and the fetch or the Axios API itself would be able to get the access and the refresh token from the cookies. But in Flutter, things work differently. You get access to the access or the refresh token. It is attached to the headers. So what we want to do is, as soon as the user logins, take that access or refresh token, store it in our local storage. And for local storage, I had earlier told we're using shared preferences, but I thought for a while and decided that I've used shared preferences for many tutorials. What we're going to use instead is Flutter Secure Storage. If you want, you can go ahead and use shared preferences. I mean, I think it's the difference of the security, but yeah, let's try something new with Flutter Secure Storage. Both are well-maintained packages, so I could recommend both of them, but we are going to use Secure Storage. So what we want to do is, just to recap, when we log in, get that access or refresh token, store it in the local storage, and now whenever we want to send a request to /auth/me, which will give us the user Cognito sub and stuff like that, we can access the access or the refresh token from the Flutter Secure Storage service. So that's pretty cool, right? Also, we would have to save the Cognito sub that's given by auth/me route, because if you remember, if we want to refresh the auth access token, we would have to call the route of auth/refresh, and what it asks us to give is the user Cognito sub, and it also asks us to give the refresh token. So we need both of them, and that's why the user Cognito sub will also be stored in our local storage, which is Flutter Secure Storage, or if you want to use shared preferences. So 3 things being stored over here. Now we'll dive into code where we'll understand this better. Don't worry if you haven't already understood it. What we're going to do is go to our auth service and here start making the change. So the first thing that we need to do over here is install this package, Flutter Secure Storage. So let's go ahead and add that as a dependency. After that, we need to create an instance of this secure storage. So let's go ahead and have final Flutter Secure Storage. Flutter, let's just call it secure storage instead of Flutter Secure Storage, which is equal to Flutter Secure Storage. Now after that, I can take this secure storage, and even before doing that, let's go ahead and see if there's any other installation process that we need to follow. So we'll scroll down and it says configure web version, configure macOS version, but for Android, we just need to ensure minimum SDK version is 18. And for iOS, it doesn't seem like it wants anything. So yeah, that should be good enough. Let's go ahead and integrate it. So what we want to do is as soon as we get a sign up user, we just want to get the response so that we can analyze what the response is looking like. And more specifically, I want to get the headers because I know my cookie is going to arrive in headers. So let's go ahead and restart the entire application. Here, we're going to have test@gmail.com, test123, click on sign up. And it says invalid password. Let me add @ and a capital T. And yep, it's done. As you can see over here, content type application JSON and stuff. But yeah, so that means in sign up user, no cookies arriving as expected. So now what I want to do is go to the sign in and here properly log in a user whose email is verified. Because if we don't do that, it will anyways give an error. We want a valid response. So I'll click on sign in. It says user logged in successfully. Actually, I also wanted to go ahead and print the response.headers for login user. Now I can click on sign in again. And over here, what I see is access token within the set cookie parameter. So basically I need to use the set cookie to get the access token, and I'm sure I can get the refresh token from here as well. So it's essentially what we had in Thunder client before. Now to make it work, what we can do is create a function, a reusable function that takes in a response and extracts the access token, the refresh token, and stores it. So let's create a function of the type of future void, and all it does is store cookies. I'm marking this as underscore because I don't want it to be used outside of this class. So we'll have http.response, and then I'll take in a response, and then I want to extract the headers from here, and more specifically, I want to extract the set cookie header over here. So let's have a string cookies part, which is equal to response.headers, and then I'll access the set cookie attribute on it. Then I'll check if the cookies is not equal to null, then we want to do something on it, basically extract data from it. So what do we want to extract? Well, the access token. And if you look over here, access token is directly given at the beginning, but that's not what we are going to do because there can be multiple cookies attached, not just access token. As of now, there's only access token, but there can be more. So what we can do is use regex to extract the access token. So what we're going to do is final access token match, which is equal to regular expression. So I'll pass in over here. And then we need to match a particular pattern. Now, if you're not familiar with regex or regular expressions, it's just a way to find some pattern within a string. So we're going to write in a pattern that will get us the value of this access token. So if you see over here, access underscore token is equal to, and then we need to get the entire value. So we can just write a regular expression for that. So first we'll write R followed by a single inverted comma. And within that, we can write access underscore token equal to, so it will find an access token. So in the string, it will go ahead and match access token is equal to, and then return that. But what we need is not access underscore token equal to string. What we need is the thing that is present inside of access token. right? For example, the thing after access token, we want to get this particular data. And to do that, we can use bracket, this guy over here, semicolon, plus, and we also want to add this part over here. And now if we do that, our regex is done, but we want to match to something and get the value. So to do that, we can do .first match and then give it our input string. Basically in this cookie string, we need to go ahead and find out this pattern, and it will give us the first match that it gets. So I can now print the access token match, and yep, that's it. Let's also call this function asynchronous. If you're wondering why this is asynchronous, that's because we are going to use secure storage to store the cookies that we get from login. And now I can take this store cookies function and call it in the login user. So we're just going to have store cookies like this. Also, we can await it. So that's nice. Now we need to pass in the response, and we have that with us. So we can just pass in result. After that, we can go over here and, well, we can just open up our terminal. I'm going to press Command K so that it removes all the material inside of debug console. Click on sign in, and we get instance of regular expression match. So it does match something. Now I want to get the value out of this access token match, but I just can't access it like that. First, I need to check if this access token match is even valid. I mean, it is not null, because if I call a function on a null object, that's going to be a problem. So we can just do if access token match is not equal to null, then what we're going to do is print access token match dot group, and then we want to get the first group itself. Now I'm going to open up my terminal again, click on sign in, and this time we get Q. That's because what this part does is catch one character after access token that is not a semicolon. So if we only do that, we get one character. But if we put plus within this parenthesis itself, what we are getting is all the letters after access token until we find a semicolon, right? So think about it this way. Access token is equal to parenthesis. So we are defining how we want to catch the characters after this. And we've put in a condition that, hey, until we get a semicolon, we need to catch all characters. Then we can click on save. Again, let's retry it. Click on sign in. And this time we get the entire access token. Now I'm going to do the same thing, but for refresh token. So I'm going to copy this, and we'll have this over here. We'll call this refresh token match. Then it's going to be refresh underscore token. And then we'll have refresh token match is not equal to null. Then we want to find out refresh token match dot group 1. Okay, now that sounds solid. We're going to click on sign in, and hopefully we get two things back, and I'm unable to find anything. So I'm just going to remove everything from the console, and then I can go ahead and just print that, hey, this is refresh token below. So now let's go ahead and click sign in. So this time we get refresh token and we get access token. The first three letters might seem similar, but after that it changes. So yeah, we've gotten the right refresh and access token. Now what I'm going to do is store this access token and the refresh token both in secure storage. So first of all, let me cut this out. Then we'll remove the print statements, and then we can say secure storage dot write. Then we pass in the key, which is access underscore token. The value will just be this part. And then we also await it because write will give us a future void return. Then we can copy this and paste it again. But this time it's going to be refresh token dot match group 1 instead of access token. So let's remove that. And over here as well, we are going to have refresh underscore token. So now that we have the correct data, we need to read the correct data. And to read the data, what we can do is just call secure storage dot read. So similar to store cookies, I'm also going to create a function that does get cookie headers. So here I'm going to call a function or create a function called get cookie header. Now in this, we're not going to get anything, but what we're going to do instead is first access the token. So we have final access token, which is equal to await secure storage dot read, and then I'm going to read a key. Well, what's the key? access underscore token because that's how I had saved it in secure storage. Similarly, I'm going to get the refresh token. So here we go. Then we're going to call this refresh underscore token. Then we're going to create a map, which is going to be final headers is equal to, and here we're going to have first property, which is content type is application/JSON. So what this headers does is that it just tells it's a content type of application JSON. And as and when we get access or refresh token, so if access token is not null, that means we have stored some value, then we want to attach it to our header. And then we can just take this header. So we're not going to return a future void. Instead, we are going to have a future map string comma dynamic that's returned. So we'll be returning this headers and we'll call this function for every single one. So for example, we can call it for sign up user, even though I don't think that's applicable. But I mean, we can still do that because when the user is signing up, we need to be that sure that no other cookie is being passed in. And even if it's being passed in, I don't think it will cause any problem. But in the first place, it just shouldn't go. So we are going to have if cookie or if access token is not equal to null, then it's very, very simple. No questions. We're just going to do headers at access underscore token, or actually just cookie is equal to access underscore token equal to $access token. So in the cookie argument in the headers, we have added the access token just like we did in Thunder client in the backend section. So we just attached everything to the cookie. After this, we are going to check if refresh token is not equal to null. And if that's the case, we can copy this, paste it over here. But instead of just having access or refresh token, what we're going to do is call headers at cookie again. So we're going to have headers at cookie followed by a colon over here or a semicolon, because that's what we did in Thunder client as well. We need to separate both of them. So headers at cookie is already there. Then we just add a semicolon followed by the refresh token. So we have refresh underscore token equal to refresh token. I hope you understand why we did headers at cookie over here. And that's because we are overriding headers at cookie. So we still want the previous value to be there, but we also want the refresh token to be added. And after that, we can remove everything else. We can just go ahead and return our headers. After that, we can call this function get cookie header, which we're going to do in our sign up user, which we can do, but I'm not doing it. We can do it in confirm sign up user. Again, we're not doing it. I'm going to preserve this for all the protected routes. So when we call the get /route, which is protected route, an authenticated route, we can attach this headers. Or when we want to call refresh token, we can do that. So what I'd like to do over here is just create a function for refresh token. And then we can create a function to check if the user is authenticated or not. And we'll check that by just sending a get request to /auth/route. So this particular route, if we send a get request, we'll be able to know if the user is authenticated or not, because if we get the data, the user is authenticated. So first, let's create a function to refresh the token. I'm just going to copy paste this because it's going to look pretty much the same. We're going to have refresh token. No parameter is taken though. So there we go. After that, we're going to have http.post and then we'll call /refresh. Then our content type is going to be this particular function call because we need to attach cookies to access the refresh token. If I go to the backend folder, here's our refresh token. And as you can see, we need the refresh token, the user Cognito sub, and well, we'll notice a problem over here. But yeah, that's the two things we need. So let's attach them. We'll have get cookie headers. So we'll go down and here we'll have final cookies or cookie headers is equal to get cookie header. And then I can take this cookie headers and attach it over here. No body sent, but that's the headers we are getting. Also, I would like to await this, but then we get an error saying the argument type map of string comma dynamic can't be assigned to the parameter type this which can be null. So we are getting this error over here, map string comma dynamic can't be assigned to the type of map string comma string, and we get that error because this is dynamic, this is string. But if we go to our get cookie header function, what we are doing is adding strings all the time. So what I'd like to do is convert this to a string and it would still work. Now I can go back to where this function is called, and then we have attached our headers. But that header is not enough, because when we call the /refresh token function, what we need is a user Cognito sub as well. Now, how do we get the user Cognito sub? Well, my solution is that as soon as the user logs in, we're going to get the user's Cognito sub, right? So we can just go ahead and delete that. Just go ahead and extract that data. So here I can go ahead and print JSON decode response.body, and here we're going to pass in, let's say, a user, because user is going to contain the user details, and from there I can extract the Cognito sub. So if I click on sign in again, it says no implementation found for method, and that's because we installed a new plugin. We just need to restart our application, and I'll see you after the application's restarted. Alright, so we are back. Now I'm going to sign in again, position emailer at this. Then we have test@123, click on sign in, and it says user logged in successfully, but we get null for user. I think I misspelled something, so let me remove that user and just see what we get as a JSON decoded thing. Well, we only get message. And that's right. If we go to our login route, we're not returning the auth result from here that might contain the user's Cognito response. Now I'm not going to meddle with the backend. If you want, you can return the auth result from here, then get the data and you'll be fine. But what I'm going to do instead is extract it from get user data function. Now, if you don't understand this, don't worry, I'll explain in just a minute, but we'll write the code down. Here we're going to have a function of is authenticated. Then we're going to have a future of Boolean. Then we have no parameter required from here. What this function is going to do is send a get request. So we have /get to the auth route. The header is going to be whatever cookie header we had gotten above. So let me just copy and paste that in. Then we can take the cookie header and attach it here. Then no body is required. It's a get request. And if all of that works out, then I want to return response.status code. If it is equal to 200, we have a valid response. And what I'd like to do here as well is just go ahead and print response.body, which is JSON decoded. Okay. So with this, I think we'll get the Cognito sub, and then we can store it in our secure storage. Now to make this happen, we'll have to first call is authenticated. So my plan is to call this is authenticated route on the login function so that we can verify that the user details have been safely stored in Cognito, because that's what we're doing, right? I mean, if we go to our protected route, which is /me, actually it's not /, so I'll have to do /me over here. So if we call this route, you'll notice we're doing the get current user middleware. And if there's no access token, then we raise an exception. But if there is, then what we're saying is get me the user's Cognito sub over here. And that's what we have returned as the user. So it's pretty simple. We're just getting the response from here. And once we get the user, we're going to store the Cognito sub in our secure storage. And after that, whenever we want to get the cookie header, we can access it from the secure storage and attach it as a header. So if this plan sounds good, let's click on sign in. Or actually, first let me just call this function is authenticated in login user. So we have if is authenticated, and it should take place after storage cookies done, because until we store the cookies, we can't get the cookies, which is called an is authenticated route. So now let's click on sign in. As you can see, we get the email verified true, name and sub of the user. Now I want to extract the sub and store it in my local storage. So I'll go to this is authenticated function, and here I can just do secure storage dot write, and then I'll write the Cognito sub or user Cognito sub. Let's just call it user Cognito sub for consistency. and then I'll pass in this value followed by sub. And I think that should work out. Now it says the named key parameter should be passed in. So this is key, this is value. We're going to await this and we're all set. Now I can go to the get cookie header function, and in here, if the access token is not null, if refresh token is not null, and if the user sub, so I need to read the key of user sub. So we'll have user Cognito sub is equal to read this particular key, which is user Cognito sub. Then I'll just say if user Cognito sub is not equal to null, then we have headers at cookie is equal to headers at cookie, followed by user underscore Cognito underscore sub equal to $, and we have user Cognito sub again. Let's remove the brace from here, and that's it. So I hope you understand this. What I've done is headers at cookie equal to this, then headers at cookie is equal to whatever we had over here followed by refresh token. And finally, we had headers at cookie is equal to whatever we had over here plus user Cognito sub. And that's it. Now, let's say we call the refresh token. Now, how do we call the refresh token, or actually, where should we call the refresh token? We should call the refresh token when we have a status code other than 200. Because if we have a status code of 200, that means everything went well, the access token is working fine. But if we have some other error, let's say 500 or something like that, that means the user is not logged in, maybe because they have a wrong access token. So we can call the refresh token just in case, and then we can again call is authenticated over here. So the access token will be refreshed that time. So here I can just say if response.status code is not equal to 200, then we're going to say, well, just refresh the token, and then I will await it. And as you can see, it gives me a message for refresh token. I'm not sure if refresh token gives that to us. Well, it does, access token refreshed. That's fine. Or it will just give us an error. We're fine with either one of them. After the refresh token is called, what we can do is call this is authenticated again, because we don't want to return status code is equal to 200 over here, because it's obviously going to return false. The user is not authenticated. That's why we had called refresh token, just to ensure if everything's working fine or not. So what I'm going to do is take in int count over here, and if nothing is present, it's going to get a default value of 0. And then I can just do count plus 1 every single time we call refresh token. And as a base function of this recursive function, I can just say if count is equal to 1, or let's say it is greater than or equal to 1, that is the time we're going to return false. Or actually, let's do if count is greater than 1, return false. Why? Because think about it. If we are calling refresh token count plus 1, the count is 1. So if we do greater than equal to 1, it is obviously going to return false. We still haven't checked if it's proper or not, like if the valid access token is there or not. So what we need to do is if count is greater than 1, then return false. But for the first time when we call refresh token, it is 1. So it's going to continue with this part. Now let's take an example because it's getting too abstract. Let's say my access token is not refreshed now. So what I'm going to do is call this function get route. It's going to return some 500 exception or something. So what I'm going to do is, well, over here, I'll have to put a check because I just can't access the user at sub. So I'm going to take this and paste it in the else block, because only when the status code is 200 do I want the secure storage to be written to, because that's the only time I'll get the user and the sub. But let's say we had a 500 exception. We call refresh token count plus 1. So now the count is 1. Count is greater than 1. No, it is equal to 1. So we are again going to execute this. So we get the cookie header, and this time we'll get the valid information. We'll probably get 200 because now the access token is refreshed. And now we can write the new user to our Cognito sub and then return a 200, well, true return. Also over here, we are getting the error because count is now count plus 1. Oh, actually, we did not have to count refresh token. We had to call is authenticated. And then we pass in the count to be 1 or count plus 1, whatever you want. So that's my bad. I think it might have confused you, but we are going to go to the diagram and understand the entire authentication flow for once and for all. And then I think you'll understand it better. Now what I want to do is take this isAuthenticated function and call it over here. So we can have confirm sign up user, paste it. Then we're going to have isAuthenticated. Let's remove all of this. We don't need any of this. Then we're loading. Then we're going to call the isAuthenticated function. And then that's it. If we don't mention anything in the parameter of isAuthenticated, the count is taken to be 0. After that, we're going to have auth login success as the success, and we can just say logged in. Otherwise, we're going to have an error, and we can print that error if it's printed out, obviously. Now that result over here is a Boolean value if the user is authenticated or not. So we'll have if response. So if response is there, that means we have a user that's logged in. Otherwise, we again have an error. In case of error, we are on the auth initial page. So we can say it's not exactly an error. We are just auth initial. That means the user is not logged in. Let's get them authenticated, because that's what the initial state was over here, right? Auth initial signifies the user has not logged in. They're not logged in. Okay. After that, we can go to the main.dart file and call this function. So in the stateless widget itself, we're going to have convert to stateful widget. In the init state, I'll call the block provider function, and that's why we had created the block provider at the top. Because as you can see, Auth Cubit is over here. If we had initialized it above material app, not my app, we couldn't use this Auth Cubit in the init state of my app. It has to be in the main function so that we can use it in my app's init state. So now we can go ahead and do context.read. Then we're going to read the Auth Cubit, which is already imported, and then we can call isAuthenticated. Then we can have a block builder. So we'll wrap this with a block builder, and then we can have Auth Cubit. Now we're using a block builder over here instead of a block listener or a block consumer, because we don't want to listen at all. We just want to build based on the state we have. So we have if state is auth initial, then we're going to return the sign up page. Otherwise, we're going to have, let's say, a state which is auth success, login success. So we're going to have return constant homepage, and now I need to create homepage necessarily. So in the pages, let's just say home, and then we have a home page.dart. Then we have a stateful widget, or actually let's just create a stateless widget. We can change it later on. We have a scaffold body with a centered child text saying logged in, or let's just say, yeah, logged in is fine. After that, we can go to the main.dart again, and we have homepage returned. Now, if none of them is there, we can just check if the state is auth error message, because if it's an error, we want to display to the user what the error was. So we can just have a centered child of text widget saying, hey, this is your error message. And it cannot be a const. Let's remove that. And actually no const is required. I keep forgetting that. So just don't put it anytime you see it. And finally, if none of them match, we can just return a constant size box because something weird happened. Other than these three states, isAuthenticated does nothing. Go over there and verify. We have auth initial, login success, and auth error. And we have checked those out over here. Now we can restart the entire thing, and as you can see, we are logged in. Now, if you want, you can handle the loading state as well, because that would be quite an important thing. You want your user to, well, have a loading indicator. But yeah, this logged in looks great. We're logged in. Now, another thing you might want to do in this block is that go to the Auth Cubit, and yeah, whenever we get the data in isAuthenticated, let's just say we get the user data, we can return the user data. So this result, for example, contains the user, right? You can return that user from this function. Instead of returning a Boolean, you can just say we are returning this dictionary. And if that dictionary is null, that means the user is not authenticated. And if the dictionary is there, the user is logged in. And then what you can do is go to the Auth Cubit. And when you're calling this result, you can check if result is empty or result is null, then that means the dictionary is not present. That means the user is not logged in. So you just emit auth initial. Or if the dictionary is there, then you emit auth login success. But other than that, you can also emit auth user. Auth user would signify that the user data is present with us. We can access the user data anytime we want. So you can go to the auth state and over here have final class auth user, then take that auth user, paste it over here. So we'll have emit auth user, and then you'll return the dictionary from your whatever dictionary you had gotten as the response. And then that would also signify that the login is success. So you can probably completely remove this line. And then you can handle it in the main.dart file that, hey, if the state is auth user, that means we are returning the home page. Now the benefit of doing that is now auth user contains the actual user details. It contains the user's Cognito sub. It contains the user's email, name. So we have all the user's data with us, and that's very helpful. Because if anytime on the screen you need to write hello, comma, and then the user's name, well, you can just access it. You don't have to call this function again and again. You have a state management tool controlling your user's data. You only have to call the route once, and that's great, right? So yeah, that's one thing you can do. I've not done it, but that's a really good idea to implement. Now that we've completed all of these things, before going ahead, I'm just going to go and explain the entire authentication process. So if you've understood it, skip it. But here essentially what we're doing is that we have a client, our front end. We have called it, let's say, /login. In sign up and confirm sign up, nothing actually is happening to our routes, okay, to our storage, right? So we can just continue with login. So we have a login to our backend, and that backend is giving us the access token and the refresh token, but what it's not giving us is the Cognito sub, the user's Cognito sub, and we need that really nicely for us. So since it's not providing that Cognito sub to us, what do we do? Well, the backend can provide it. It's not like the backend is not able to provide it, but we had not implemented that in our backend code. So what we did is figured out a trick to implement it. What we did is that as soon as the user logs in, we send another request to our backend that, hey, listen, I also want to check now if the user is authenticated. This user is authenticated if we had all the credentials, and that's going to give us the user's details. And for that, we just use /me route. We didn't use is auth route, we use /me. Now, if the backend returned the data to us, it contained the message like you are authenticated, and then it also returned the user to us. And that user contained the user's Cognito sub. So we just took that Cognito sub and put it in our local storage using Flutter Secure Storage. So now we had the access token, the refresh token, both of them already stored in the local storage as soon as we did login. And now we also have the user Cognito sub with us. The reason we had to store user Cognito sub in the first place is that if we call /me after, let's say, 60 minutes when our access token expires, it's going to create problems for us because access token will expire. So what we need to do is call the /refresh route that will refresh our access token. I've explained all of this in the backend video. So I just need to take this. So now whenever the user's login fails, so now whenever the protected routes fail, that means me, or when we go to our YouTube thing, we'll have /upload/video, and all of that will require the access token, right? And access token just expires in 60 minutes. So if any of them fails, we can just call the refresh token function on it, and refresh token function will refresh our access token. And as we saw, to refresh our access token, we needed the user Cognito sub. We need to pass in the user's ID along with their refresh token. Both these things are important, and that's why we had to store Cognito sub in the first place. So everything that we did over here was mainly because we wanted Cognito sub and login route wasn't giving it to us. But that's one thing to remember as well. Now, whenever we want to implement a particular route, we'll have to call the refresh token function on it, because if it fails, obviously, if it passes, we don't have to call the refresh token. But if it fails, there is a possibility that happened because the access token had expired. Let's say the user is using the app for more than 1 hour. That's quite possible, right? Because YouTube's addictive. You've been watching this video for more than 1 hour. So you just can't log out the user or anything like that. What you need to do is refresh the token as soon as that happens. So yep, I hope you've understood the entire flow. So for the UI, what I'm going to do is in the app bar, I'm going to have a plus icon. And when I click on that plus icon, I'll go to a page that shows the upload page basically. And in that upload page, we're going to ask for the user's thumbnail, the actual video that we want to upload, the metadata like title, description, and all of that stuff. So let's go ahead to our Flutter client, and in here in the home page we're going to add an app bar property. In this app bar we're going to specify an app bar where we're going to have a title which is a text widget, and we're just going to say, well, this is home page of our video streaming app, so video stream, let's say. And after that we're going to add an actions property, and in this action property we are going to add an icon button. So we're going to have an icon button where the onPressed is an empty function and the icon is icons.add, or if you want to use Cupertino icons, that would be a good choice as well. Now here I have video stream, that is my application name, and when I click on this plus icon, I am able to go to a screen which is the upload page. So I'm going to create a new page here. Let's call this upload_page.dart. Then we're going to have a stateful widget, because I know in this upload page, I want to update the state of this page continuously, because I'm going to have a text editing controller that needs to be disposed of and an image and a video that can be selected. So yeah, now what I want to do is if I go to the home page and let's just say I create a route over here first of all. So we have static route, then I'm going to have material page route, then I pass in the builder where there's context, and then we can pass in the upload page. Cool. After that, here we can have an onPressed of navigator.push, and then I'm going to pass in the route as upload page.route. With that, we are done. So let's go back. If I click over here, well, nothing really happens. So let me just save this, restart everything. Then I can click on plus, and we get navigated to a page that's completely blank, which is the upload page. After that, we can just have an app bar over here. And in this app bar, we're just going to say that this is the upload page. So we have a title of text. Let's just call it upload page. Let's save it, and we're ready to go. There we go. After that, what I need to display is two places where we can add an image and we can add a video. And for that, we're going to make use of a package known as dotted border. What dotted border allows us to do is, well, have a dotted border, exactly what it says. So we are going to add a dependency of dotted_border. It will just give a cool effect in our body. So let me just go ahead and type in body, where we're going to have a single child scroll view first of all, because there are going to be many components in here. So I want it to be scrollable. After that, we're going to have a dotted border. And in this dotted border, we are going to have a child of sized box of height 150. Let's say a width of double.infinity, how much ever width we are getting on the screen. And then we are going to get a child of column, which is main axis alignment, or actually just pass in children, and then save it. Now in this children, what do we want? Well, first of all, I want an icon of folder.open. So I have icons.folder_open. It's all the designing part. Once we have this icon, I can explain what's going on over here. We'll come back, and as you can see, we have this thing over here. If you zoom in, you'll see a little bit of dotted border showing up, but we want to increase this. So to increase the border type that we have, what we need to do is in the dotted border, add a dash pattern property, and here we can pass in 10,4. Once we do that, you can see the border is more clearly visible. If you increase this part, let's say 10,9, and then save it, you can see the changes that are happening. If we do 15,9, you can again see the changes that are happening. I think 10,4 is the best one, so we're going to keep that. The default one, as you can see, is 3,1. Then we're going to have a border type of border type dot rect. There we go. But we're not able to see anything because there's no padding. It's all stuck to the right and the left hand side. So what I'm going to do is wrap this entire dotted border widget with a padding widget. And we'll have constant edge and search.all. Let's just pass in 20. And yep, that looks much better. Now you can also see the problem over here. Well, the border radius needs to be increased. So what we can do is add, first of all, a stroke cap, which is stroke cap dot round. And once you have that, you'll notice this is more curved now. It's not like a rectangle on the borders. And if you want to increase the radius, you can just do that. Radius is equal to radius.circular. Let's pass in 10. And yep, that's more curved. Amazing. After that, what I like to do is, well, we have a folder. I want to center it and also add an instruction that this is for the thumbnail or this is for the video. So I'm going to have a child over here in the column, and that's going to be text, select the thumbnail for your video. Okay. Then we can save it and there we go. It shows up. Now I just want to center both of them. So I'll have column as main axis alignment dot center, save it. There we go. Now I want to increase the style, the text style. So we'll have style, text style, the font size will be 15 and we save it. Now what I want to do is, well, this is for the thumbnail, right? Now I want another dotted border, but for the video so that the user can click on it and they have a video. So what I'd like to do is wrap this dotted border with a column widget so that we can have multiple children laid out vertically, and then we can pass in another dotted border. So let's wrap it with a column. Then we can take this dotted border, paste it again, and this time we're going to have, let's say, select your video file. And with this we have two things. Now what I like to do is leave a size box of height, let's say 10, and we can save it. If you want, you can also leave 15 and that should be good as well. Now if you want to change the border color, you can do it over here by passing in the color. And let's say if you want to pass in colors.black38, you can see this is more faded out, but what I like to do is keep the same thing for both of them. If you want to change this icon though, you can do that because it can get confusing. So you can just say video file outline. So yep, there we go. After that, we're going to leave a size box of height 15 again. And this time we require the user to pass in the title, description, and all the other stuff that's required of us in this upload route. So if we go here, we have the video, the thumbnail, and the metadata. For the metadata, we have title and description, and even the visibility. So we need these three things. So let's create a text form field for two of them, title and description. So I'm just going to go to our login page and from here, grab the text form field. Then I can paste it in over here. We won't require a validator, so it can just be text field. Then I can comment out the controller line. We're going to put it in just a minute. And again, we can have a size box of height 15 with another one. So this one is going to be title. This one is going to be password, or actually description. And then we can save it. Okay. Now, if we come over here, we are able to see title and description. Now, if you want the description box to be bigger, what you can do is set up the max lines property. So you have like max lines equal to null. Also, the obscure text needs to go away because the description is not obscure. And now if I press enter, as you can see, this gets bigger and bigger. That's the magic of max lines when it's set to null. If you don't set it, it is just having a length of 1. So if I just do this much, as you can see, when I hit enter, it's just submitted. But with max lines null, I can expand it, and that's cool. After that, we need a drop down that lets us select either private, public, or unlisted video. So for that also, we can go ahead and create a drop down. So we have a drop down in Flutter. What we need to do is drop down button, and then we can pass in the items. Well, the items that my drop down is going to consist of is, well, first of all, we need to pass in a drop down item. or drop down menu item, and then we need to pass in each item. Now, instead of manually typing in drop down menu item for each and every child, what I can do is mention a list of items. So we are going to have public, private, and unlisted. And then what I can do is map over every single one of them. So here I'll get each element, and from each element, I'm going to go ahead and return the drop down menu item. So we have drop down menu item return. Then we can pass in a child, where the child is just going to be the text with the value that's returned, which is element. Also, we can specify a value item to this, which is element as well. Then we can take this entire list and convert it into a list format, because when you map over it, you get an iterable. So you convert that entire mapped iterable to a list. And when you do that, it will work out. Now the onChanged is there, which is also a required field. So we can just pass in as empty now. So just to understand what I did here, I wanted a drop down list. So we need to mention items. Now, instead of passing in drop down menu item every single time, I just had public, private, and unlisted as the 3 items. Then I mapped over each one of them and returned a drop down menu item for each one of them. So if I come back over here, as you can see, we have our nice little drop down, but it looks terrible. We need to make this better. So first of all, we need to have a state for each one of them. So first of all, we're just going to create a state for the title controller. So we have title controller is equal to text editing controller. And similarly, we're going to have one for description controller. We're going to create states so that we can upload or get an image and get a video file. But as of now, I'm not implementing that. We'll get to it later on. Also over here, I'm going to implement the dispose method, which is description controller.dispose, title controller.dispose, and that's it. Now I can take these things. So I have title controller passed. There we go. And then we're going to have a description controller. We can pass that as well. Also, let's leave a size box of height 15 after this text field. Also, let's create a state so that we have unlisted selected by default, or I think private selected by default. Let's go to our backend and check it out. If we go to the backend folder and here we go to video.py db/models, here we'll notice that private is on by default. So I just need to have the first state as private. So string visibility is equal to private, and that's it. Now I can take this visibility and then I can do set state for whenever the onChanged is clicked on. So we have set state visibility is equal to val. And what is this val? This val is whatever the value of this drop down menu item is. So whatever drop down menu item you click on, maybe public, maybe private, maybe unlisted, that value is mentioned over here. So it will take that value and set it as the visibility. And then I can say it's not going to be null. So that's there. Now I can restart everything, or actually let me pass in the default value, which is going to be visibility, and we're all set. Now I can click on plus and private is selected by default. Now let's go ahead and style this a little bit. What I'd first like to get is the padding over here, and padding is going to be quite similar to what we had in the main.dart file for our borders. So as you can see, it was agentsets.all27. So let's try and see if that works. So I'll put that in. And yeah, that looks pretty big. Let's also remove the underline. So we'll have underline to a constant size box, which is nothing. So the underline is now gone. And if we look at the padding, it's a little too big now. So let's just change it to 15. And I think that would be better. Yeah. After this, what I'd like to do is add a border all around the drop down. So I'll just wrap my drop down button with a widget known as container. Then I'll pass in a decoration, which is box decoration. Then we can have a border, and let's just say this is border.all. And then that's pretty much it. If we leave it at that, we get a border over here. But I would like to change this border to be what this border for the text field is. So if I go to the main.dart file, here I'll notice this is the color. So I can just take that color, pass it in for the color of border. So there we go. And yeah, that looks good. Now I just need to increase the width. So I'll have width as 3, and that's looking good as well. Now I need to expand this drop down so that it takes the entire width available. So we're going to have width double dot infinity, let's say, and it takes the entire width as well. Now what I like to do is get the curve on for this. So I'll have border radius passed in the drop down button. You can pass it in container as well, but I'm going to pass it over here. We have border radius dot circular, and let's pass in 10, for example. Now after this, what I'd like to do is get the border radius. So I want a curve. So over here, we can just have border radius dot circular, pass in 10, and we're all set. So this is more curved than this one. So let's just put in 5 and see what happens. And yeah, now it matches. That's good. After this, we can add a button to upload. So let's just go to the login page and copy that elevated button, paste that in for our upload page as well. So we're going to have a container of sized box height 15, and then we can paste in the elevated button. The onPressed is going to be an empty function, and that's it. Now I'll change this to upload, and we're then done. Yep. So this page is now done. The designing is done. I mean, we have more stuff to go through. What we need to go through is, well, picking the file. And how do we do that? We want to get an image, and we want to allow it to pick a video. And to do that, you can go to pub.dev and find the image_picker plugin. So we're going to use this one. As you can see, it is a very popular package, 448,000 weekly downloads. I can copy this and add it to my pubspec.yaml. Then we can close all the save files. And then what we're going to do is the installation for iOS. For Android, no configuration is required. But for iOS, we need to add these 3 things. So let me copy this, go to the info.plist file in iOS/runner. And here we need to put in a key and a string. So I'll copy these 2 lines, copy it, paste it down. Then I'm going to replace this key with whatever we had over here, NS photo library usage description. What we are doing over here is telling that, hey, I need access to your gallery. So I can just say access to gallery for thumbnail. But obviously you need to write this better because this is the instruction that will be shown to the user. So if you don't put the right instruction over here in, your app can get rejected by App Store. So make sure of that. Then we can copy it, paste it again. Then we're going to have NS camera usage description if you want to allow the usage of camera in your app. Well, I'm just going to put it, but we won't require it in our application. So we can just say for thumbnail again or for video, but we're not going to have that in our application. Then finally, we're going to have one for microphone, and microphone is required if you want an audio or if you want a video. So we can say access to microphone for video, and that's it. After that, well, we are done with the iOS part. We can save this file, restart the entire application. Make sure you have installed image picker plugin in pubspec.yaml. Don't forget that. Then what we're going to do is restart the application, run without debugging. And while that is happening, I'll go to the utils.dart file that I had and create 2 functions. The first function is going to be to pick an image, and the second one is going to be to pick a video. So we have pick image and pick video. Now both of them are technically going to be future void. So let's just put that in. It's going to be an asynchronous function because that's what the API of image picker looks like. If you see over here, await picker dot whatever you want to do. So this can also be future void, and then we are all set. After this, we need to create an instance of image picker. So we are going to have final picker is equal to image picker. There we go. After that, I can just do picker dot pick image, pick media, pick multiple media, pick video. We're going to use pick image for this one, and then we need to provide the source. Where do we want to get the image from? As I said, we can either have camera or gallery. So we are going to use gallery for this one. So we have image source dot gallery, but you can also have camera, but you'll have to modify the UI based on whatever you have. So for example, if you want to allow both camera or video, you can take it from the parameter. And then in the UI, instead of this, you can have like an option to select from camera or to select from gallery. But we're going to take our life easier and just have this one. Then we can await it and we get the final X file. Then I can just say if X file is not equal to null, then we want to move ahead, because if it is null, that means we don't have an image. And now what I'm going to do is create a file based on this X file. So if I do X file dot, you'll notice that we have multiple things over here. What we are interested in is path. So if we just use xfile.path and wrap it in a file, which is imported from .io, by the way, and if you're using Flutter Web, don't use .io package, so you can't use this file option. What you'll have to do is xfile.read as bytes so that you can use a uint8 list to display everything. But our app only supports Android and iOS, so .io is fine for that. Then we can just pass in xfile.path. So we have created an image file that we can return from here. But as you can see, we cannot return because this is of the type of void, which I'm going to change. This is of the type of future file that can be null, because you can either select an image or you can't select an image. When can you not select an image? Well, let's just say the user did not give the permission that time, or let's say the user opened the gallery, did not find anything useful, so they just closed it. That time also we are returning null. Here I can just say return null and we're all set. Now a similar thing is going to happen in pick video. So let me just paste it, but instead of having pick image, we're going to have pick video. The source is again going to be the gallery one, but here instead of returning void, we are again going to do future file that can be null. And that's it. What a great API. We just had to change one function. Now what I can do is go to my upload page, and whenever the user clicks on this particular dotted border, I can call the video pick video, and when it is clicked on this dotted border, we can have pick thumbnail. So let's wrap it with a widget of gesture detector. Then we can have an on tab, and in the on tab, we can have pick video. But what I like to do is create a separate function for it. Let's just call it pick image or select image so that we don't get confused with what we have in utils. So select image, and what this is going to do is call the pick image function coming from utils.dart. Then we can just have await. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and then we can say this is an image file. Then we can do set state image file, but we have to set it to a certain value, right? So we are going to maintain a global state, which is going to contain the value of image file. And whenever we get image file over here, we are going to set it to that value. So in this global state, we are going to have file, which is again coming from .io, and we can say image file. So initially it is null. Then we can say that this image file that we are getting, which is underscore image file, so we can convert this, is equal to image file. And that's it. Very simple. Now I can take the select image and add it as the on type of gesture detector. And now if I click on it, I get to select a thumbnail. Now you might ask, why have we created a global state? Why don't we just use this image file? And that's because, well, if you have an image file over here, what do you do with that? Because you can't access it outside of this function. And that's why we've created a global state that will keep track of the file. And then you can use this file when the user clicks on this upload button, right? Because now we can access the state within the class. Because think about it, how can we use this underscore image file variable? Also, we're going to use this in a different manner as well, because what I'm going to do is here add a condition that if image file is not equal to null, then we want to return, well, an image, which will be image.file. And then we pass in the image file. That's it. And now if we look over here, nothing happens. Now if I select an image, we get an image displaying. Now if you want to style this and do your stuff, I would highly recommend you to do so. For example, wrap it with a container, then just set a fixed height and width to it. So let's just say it will take up a height of 150, a width of double.infinity, and that's it. You can say the fit of this image is boxfit.cover or contain or whatever you want. And yeah, as you can see, the output changes. Other than that, you can also have, let's say, decoration, which is box decoration, and then you pass in border and stuff like that. But I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just going to keep all of this. So size box will be used instead of container. I use container whenever I want to add some sort of decoration. But if I only want to mention the height and the width, I'll use size box. So yeah, we are set with that. Now we need to do the same thing for the video file. So at the top, I'm going to create a state of file, video file. Then we're going to have, well, a similar function. Then we have select video. Then we have underscore video file, which is equal to video file equal to underscore video file. Then we pick a video. And that's it. Now I can take this select video and call this in the gesture detector of the second dotted border. So let's add a widget of gesture detector on tap, and then we're going to do, well, just select video. So let me just remove this and pass in select video. Now I click over here. It says would like to access your photo library. Well, I'll just say allow full access, and it says no videos because I've not dropped any videos to my iPhone simulator. So if you want, go ahead and install some videos using Safari, or you can just open the Photos tab, and if you have any videos on your machine, which I do have, remember the Ronaldo.mp4 file, I'm just going to drop it in. So I have a Ronaldo file showing up over here. Now I'll try to do select your video file, and I do get access to it. Now, if you want to do further processing with the video, like allowing the user to trim the video or anything like that, you can find packages for it. There are a lot of them on Flutter pub.dev. So go ahead, use them. I'm just going to click on this choose. And as you can see, Flutter iPhone by itself just compresses the video, but we don't see any changes, and that's because if we go to upload page, we have not added any if condition. Well, the if condition I would like to add here is that if video file is not equal to null, well, I'm not going to play the entire video or let the user play the entire video. If you want, you can do that because we have an option of video underscore player. So if you search for the package of video underscore player, you're able to access the raw videos using this video player plugin. So if you have an MP4 file or anything like that, video player is pretty cool. It can work with that. But what I'm going to do is a simple text saying that this is your video file dot path. Just ensure you've selected the right one. So yeah. And as you can see, it shows the entire path. Not good from a user perspective or user experience perspective, but yeah, that gets our job done. So we have the states for all three of them stored. Now what we want to do is whenever the user clicks on upload, follow the entire process that we had described in the backend section. And we have most of the code written out for it, but what we are interested in doing is just this much. There's three tasks that we want to perform on the client side. The first one is that we get the pre-signed URL, and this is for the video. Then we want to get the pre-signed URL for the thumbnail. And the third thing that we want to do is upload the metadata for our video. So we have upload metadata. And we can also do another task, and that is uploading to S3 using the pre-signed URLs. So we have uploading S3 using pre-sign. Okay, so 4 tasks. So let's go ahead and create a new service. So we are going to have, let's say, upload video service .dart file. And in that file, we're going to have an upload video service class. And the first one is just to get the pre-signed URL for the video. So let's go ahead and create a function for that. So the first function we're going to have here is called, well, let's just call it void as of now, because, well, I don't know what's going to be returned. Then I'm just going to say upload or get pre-signed URL for thumbnail. And then we're also going to create a function so that we get a presigned URL for video. And as you can see, if we go to this one, it's just a GET request. We don't have to pass in anything other than the user's access tokens and stuff. So we can go to the auth service, and from here we can copy this function of storing and getting the cookies. I think we only need the get cookie header. So yep, we can just pass it in at the top. So we'll get all the cookie headers. Then we also need to get access to the Flutter Secure Storage. Let me paste that in. Let's import Flutter Secure Storage, and that's it. Now I can attach this as a header because we will need the access token most importantly. The user Cognito sub and stuff is not important, only the access token is. And since they're not important, I can completely remove them off as well. I can just say that, hey, if the access token is there, just give it to me. So let me remove it, and that's it. Now I can create an asynchronous function, and all it does is, well, call http.get. So first I'll need to import package http.dart as http, and then we can do http.get, and what I'm going to pass in is uri.parse and the actual URI. So first I'll have to create a function, or actually a string of backend URL, which is equal to http://localhost:8000. And here what we're going to do is, well, /upload/video, right? If we go to main.py, that's what we had prefixed it with, /upload/video. So I'm just going to have /upload/video as the backend URL for this upload video service. Then I can paste it in. Now I need to add the headers. So the header is going to be get cookie header. Then we can await it as well. And that's pretty much it. Now, just passing in backend URL is not enough, because other than backend URL, we also need to give it a route. So what is the route? Well, if we go to upload again, we'll have /URL. So we have /backend URL/URL, and that will give us the URL for video. Well, I want it for thumbnail, so we are going to do /URL/thumbnail. Then we are going to get a response from here, which I'm going to save. And then I can say if response.statuscode is equal to 200, then we have something good. And that is the two things this is returning. The first one is the actual URL, and the second one is the thumbnail ID. We need both of them. They are equally important, because using the URL, we'll be able to upload it, and using the video ID or the thumbnail ID, we'll be able to rename our file, because if we don't rename the file correctly, S3 is going to give us an error. So we can just do return JSON decode, and then I'll pass in response.body, and that's it. We can also say return JSON decode as map of string comma dynamic, because I'm pretty sure it's just going to return map string comma dynamic. And then I can add it as the return value, which is enclosed within future, because we have an asynchronous function, right? Now, if it is not 200, then we are going to throw an exception, and the exception is going to be JSON decode response.body. Let's just say detail is going to give us the error. And if it's not present, like the detail thing is null or something like that, we can just say unexpected error occurred. Okay, so that looks pretty solid. I'm just going to copy this and paste it again, because this time I need get presigned URL for video. I'm still going to require the cookie header, but we're going to remove /thumbnail. It's just /URL now. And yeah, pretty much the same thing. Now what I'm going to do is go to the block and create a block for uploading the video. And that's going to be very important, because when we upload the video, the block is going to contain two calls. In auth service, you noticed that what Auth Cubit was doing was just managing the state. It was calling this function and emitting auth login success. But in this other qubit that we're going to have, the upload video qubit, it's going to expose out one function, and that is the upload video. And in there, it's going to fire off the request to this one, get presigned URL for video. It's going to fire up the request for get presigned URL for thumbnail. Then when we get both of them, we are going to rename the file, and it will be done in the qubit itself. And after that, we are going to send a request to upload it to S3. So we're exposing one function out, but calling like 3 to 4 functions in it. That's why it's going to carry a lot of weight. The qubit is going to be very, very important for us. Now what we'll do over here is create a new folder and let's call this upload video. But other thing we can do is in qubits folder, right click, and we have the option to create a new qubit. So I'm just going to call this upload_video, hit enter, and it will create a new qubit, which is upload video qubit. Let's rename this as well because upload video sounds cooler than just qubit, you know? So yeah, now we can go in here and we have package block. We don't need that. Package meta, we don't need that. We'll import the Flutter block package and that's it. Now we can go to the state and we're going to have, well, @immutable. So let's import it from Flutter Foundation. Yep. And now we only have the initial state. We want to add another state and that is the state of success. And then we're going to have a state of error. And in the error state, it's explicitly going to say that, hey, listen, we have a final string error message. So I would like an upload video error, this dot error. Then we're going to have a const upload video state and that's it. Then we're going to have a const for this constructor as well. And we're all set. So an initial state, a success, whenever it's success at the end, then upload video error. And actually we also need another one, which is loading because it's going to load for quite a bit. So we have upload video loading. All right. So now that we are all set, let's create a function in upload video qubit. And this function will be called future void upload video. It's going to be an asynchronous function. And we need an instance of the upload video service. So we have upload video service, which is equal to the instance of the upload video service. Then we can take this function and call get presigned URL for thumbnail. So it's going to give us, well, the map of string comma dynamic containing the two actual values. And similarly, we are going to do get presigned URL for video and that's it. Await both of them. So we have final thumbnail data is equal to this. And similarly, we're going to have the video data. What I'm going to do is extract the thumbnail ID so that I can rename the file. So let me just put in a comment of rename the thumbnail file. So let me access the thumbnail file from here. We have required file. Let me import it from .io. Let's go at the top and add import.io. After that, I can say we have a video file with us. Then I can say we have a thumbnail file with us. Let's also get some other data like string of title, string of description. Then we're going to get a string of visibility and that's it. Now what I want to do is rename the thumbnail file. So to rename a file, it's very easy. What we can do is thumbnail file dot rename and then we get a new file. So what do we want to rename this to? Well, I want to rename it to thumbnail data at, and what is this thumbnail data giving us? The thumbnail ID, I would assume. Yep. So I'll take that thumbnail ID and rename the file to that. So we have a new thumbnail file now. So I'll have thumbnail file equal to await thumbnail file dot rename. Then we're going to do the same thing, but for the video file. So we'll rename the video file to video data at video underscore ID because that's what the backend is returning to us. It's very important so that we can store it in S3, and I'll keep repeating it so that you don't make that mistake. And let's call this video file. So after we have renamed the files, we want to upload this data to S3. If I go back to this part, we got the presigned URL. So 2 parts are done now. Now we want to upload the metadata. So we'll call that URL. And then we want to upload S3 using presigned URL. So we can create these 2 functions. So for this one, we have to create a put request. Remember that? So first, let's go ahead and create this first function uploading S3 using that presigned URLs. I'll go to this upload video service. And here, just like we have get presigned URL, I'm going to take this and call this upload video to S3. And similarly, we're going to create a function so that we can upload the thumbnail to S3. And if you want to create a reusable function, we can do that as well. We can just say upload file to S3, and from this argument, we can require 3 things. The first one is the actual URL. So what is the pre-signed URL we are sending the request to? What is the file that we are sending to? So we have file. It can be a video file, it can be a thumbnail file. Make sure you import .io. And the third thing we'll require is a boolean of isVideo, because we have to set the content type over here. If it's a thumbnail, we have to set up a correct type. Otherwise, we are going to have video/mp4. And now what we're going to do is, instead of http.get, we're going to search for put. So we have http.put, and then we can pass in the pre-signed URL. We're not going to require anything like cookie header, because we are sending the request to Amazon S3, not anywhere else. After that, we're going to add a headers part. So our headers is going to be, well, content type. And if it's a video, the content type is going to be different. But if it's a thumbnail, the content type is going to be different. So I'll just check over here. If it is a video, then we are going to return video/mp4. Otherwise, it is not a video. And in that case, I want to store image/jpeg. Or if you want image/png, whatever your image is, I'm going to store JPEG. And if all of that is true, well, this function is just going to return a Boolean value, that whether the thing was successful or not. So we can just return response.statuscode is equal to 200. So if it is true, then it's going to return 200. So a file is uploaded. Otherwise, it's false. So the file is not uploaded. Now I can take this entire function and repaste it. Now I want to create upload metadata to our Postgres database, and that is going to require quite a lot of details. The first one is going to be the title. The second one is going to be the description. So let's have a string over here. Then the third one is going to be the visibility. The fourth one is going to be the S3 key. So what is the S3 key that we are saving? And I just realized we made a certain mistake in our backend code, and that was that the thumbnail is giving us a different S3 key, but we are not storing it in our Postgres database. If you expand the backend code, the thumbnail ID is creating a new UUID. It is not taking anything from the first request. And since it's a unique thumbnail ID, we need to store a different thumbnail S3 key in our videos table in Postgres. And we're not doing that. Alternatively, what we can do is, in the GET request, ask for the thumbnails ID from the user themselves. And that is going to come from this pre-signed URL. So the S3 key of this pre-signed URL is going to be the same thing as this one. And I'm going to take that route. I'm going to remove the thumbnail ID from here. Instead, take it as a parameter. So we have thumbnail_ID that is being asked as the query parameter. Then in our code also, we'll have to make certain changes, because now when we get the pre-signed URL for a thumbnail, we need to add in $thumbnail_ID is equal to, and then we need to give it a thumbnail ID. So I need to get that from the parenthesis. So I have string thumbnail ID passed over here. Okay. And now if we go to upload video qubit, it has an error. So what we need to do is take it from here, call it after video data is done, because here we'll pass in video data at video ID, because both of them are going to have the same ID now. So whatever ID this had, video/user sub uuid.uuid4, which was the S3 key, it is going to have the same thing for this pre-signed URL as well. But we can also make a certain change over here, and that is, when we get the thumbnail ID, we can do thumbnail ID is equal to thumbnail ID.replace, and we're going to replace the entire thumbnail ID or entire videos part. So if you go back to this video ID where we are getting the videos, we can replace this part with thumbnails/. So whenever we encounter video/, we're going to replace it by thumbnails/. And with that, thumbnail has its own unique ID. And we know how to distinguish between the thumbnail ID and the video ID. all we need to do is call this line, replacing videos / with thumbnails /. And now we can go back over here. We are getting the S3 key, which we can store, and we're going to send a post request. So let's have the backend URL here, /, and if we scroll down, we have just upload video / metadata. So let's have metadata, and that's it. Now we can pass in the headers, and it's going to be the get cookie headers, because this is our FastAPI route that we're calling, not the actual S3 route, because at the top we were calling S3. Now we are to our FastAPI application. Then we're going to send in the body to this request, which is going to be JSON encoded. And now what do we want to pass in? So if we go to upload metadata, it's asking for the title, description, video ID, video S3 key, and visibility. Now, if we go to our Docker container and just do select star from videos, you'll notice that the ID and the video S3 key are the same thing. So what we can do here is specify the title, which is title. Then we're going to specify the description, which is description. Then we're going to specify the visibility. So these three things are straightforward. Then we're going to specify the ID, and the ID is the S3 key. And that S3 key is going to be the video's S3 key. Remember that. We can convert from video's S3 key to thumbnail's S3 key really quickly by just calling the replace line, because that's the change we made in backend. And now we can also specify the S3 key. Let me make sure I get it right. So if we go over here, it is video S3 key, not S3 key. Let's change that over here, and we can pass in the S3 key. So we are all set. Now what the upload metadata function returns to us is the new video details. So I don't really care about that. So I can probably just have a Boolean value of if it was successful or not, so that I know if the video metadata was uploaded or not. Also, let's rename this to S3 key properly, because, well, we can. So we'll just do that. And now we have two files ready. Now we can go to the upload video qubit. And then what we're going to do is take this thumbnail file, the video file, and upload it to S3. So we're going to call two functions from S3. So we're going to do upload video service dot upload file to S3. The first one is going to be for the thumbnail file. So we're going to pass in the presigned URL of thumbnail data at URL, because that's what it's returning to us. If we scroll up, we have URL returned to us, and then we can have a file, which is the thumbnail file. Then we can have video, which is video or not? Well, it is not a video, so it's false. And actually, I just realized if we go to upload file to S3, we've passed in the headers and the URL, but we've not passed in the file itself. So let's just pass in the file. That's very important, I would assume. So we can just have file.read as bytes sync. So we are uploading uint8 list. Ultimately, it is just a bytes list that we are uploading. And I think it should work after that. So let's try it out. We're going to have await, which is going to contain a value of is uploaded, or let's just say is thumbnail uploaded. Then we're going to copy this, paste it again. Then we can have is video uploaded, which is equal to upload file to S3. Then we can have a video file returned, and this time it is a video. And also over here, we're going to have video data at URL, because both of them are going to have separate presigned URLs. The first presigned URL is going to reference the AWS S3 bucket for thumbnails, and the second one is going to reference the presigned URL for videos bucket. Okay. Now, if both of them are done, then we can go forward. If is thumbnail uploaded and is video is also uploaded, then we're going to say that, hey, listen, upload video service, you need to upload the metadata. Then we pass in the title, description, visibility, and S3 key. What is the S3 key? It is just the video data at video ID. We know that is going to be the S3 key, a very important part of our application. So we can await this as well. And if you want to print it out, you can, but that's it. Now what I'm going to do is add the emit states and stuff. So we are going to have emit auth loading, or actually not auth loading, sorry, upload video loading. Then we're going to emit the state of error in case it's not uploaded properly. So we can just say upload video error, and we can just say files not uploaded to S3. And if everything works out, then we can just say upload video success. And this will be emitted in case this one is true. If this is also not true, then we have to return an error. So we can just say final is metadata uploaded equal to this. Then we can have an if condition again. If is metadata uploaded, emit upload video success. Otherwise, again, we're going to have an upload video error, which was metadata not uploaded to backend. Then I'm going to wrap everything in try and catch block. The reason is, let's just say in upload video service, some error occurred. So we don't want our application to crash out. Instead, it will just say there's an entire error that happened. So we can just emit the upload video error again, but this time we're going to have e.toString. So yeah, that is our entire function. We're just going to expose one function, but it does a lot. It calls many things and uploads the entire video. Now this function will be bound to the upload video page. But before we do that, we have to go to main.dart file and register this qubit. So instead of just using block provider, we're going to wrap it with a multi-block provider. So we can call convert to multi-block provider. Well, for some reason it's not working, so I can manually convert this. We have multi-block provider. Within that, we're going to have a block provider. Let's add a parenthesis towards the end. Now this multi-block provider is going to contain multiple providers. And in that, the first one is this block provider. Okay, so let's copy it, paste it. Then I think we've added additional thing. We don't need to add that. Then we need to add a parenthesis for block provider so that it gets over, and we have one provider of Auth Cubit. Now the next provider I need is our second qubit. And then we can just say this is upload video qubit, and that's it. What I need to do is go to upload page, and here we're going to create a function for void upload video. We're going to have asynchronous, but this time what we're going to do is context.read, and here we can pass in the video qubit or upload video qubit. And then we call the upload video function. It requires a lot of fields. So the first one is video file. We can just say it's going to be null. The second one is thumbnail file. So let's just say it is image file. Then we have title. So we have title controller.text.trim. Then we have description, which is description controller.text.trim. And then we have visibility, and that's it. Now this upload video is of the type of future. So let's await it. And then I can have an if condition saying if the title controller.text.trim is not empty and description controller.title or .text.trim is not empty and video file is not equal to null and image file is not equal to null, in that case, I want to upload every single thing you see over here. So yep, that is the entire function. Let's bind it to our button. So we'll scroll down. There we go. And let's hope everything works out. Now, another thing I'm going to do is also set up the block consumer and stuff that we saw in authentication route. We're going to wrap this entire thing with a block consumer. And the first part is going to be upload video qubit. And the second one is upload video state. Then the state is going to be if state is upload video success, then well, it was a success. So we are going to navigator pop out of this. So we have navigator.pop context. Now, otherwise, if the state is upload video error, then again, what we're going to do is show snack bar. The content is going to be state.error, but that's fine. And that's pretty much it. Also over here, let's go ahead and show a snack bar. The snack bar that we're going to show is video uploaded successfully. I don't think in the first try we'll be able to get it. We're not that lucky. So let's keep our fingers crossed and see if it works out. Well, over here, it's saying the provider you're trying to read is in a different route. Well, I think if we just restart it, the things will look much different. So if I come over here, click on this plus icon, let's select a thumbnail. Well, a leaf would be a great thumbnail. A video file would be, well, the only one I have. Then we're going to have the title. Let's just say amazing. Actually, this does not need to be obscured. So let's go to our upload page, and here, wherever we see obscure text, we need to remove it. This cannot be obscure, right? Then we can make the title as Ronaldo with the leaf. I think that's a pretty catchy title. The description can be leaf is the thumbnail, but Ronaldo is in the video. I'm not sure why anyone would watch it with a leaf thumbnail. Absolute brain dead description as it should be. Then we can call it public and click on upload. Well, actually, I forgot to do one thing before I click upload. I would like to handle the state of loading as well. So if state is upload video loading, then what we're going to do is return a centered child circular progress indicator dot adaptive, and that sounds good. Now we can click on upload. So yeah, we have that, and it gives us a long ass error. Cannot rename file to thumbnails at this. Why? No such file or directory. So I was debugging behind the scenes and I found that this error occurs, cannot rename file to whatever we have over here, is because when we pick an image or pick a video using image picker, what it does is store the uploaded file that we got into a temporary location. It's not a persistent location, it's just a temporary location. So what we need to do is take the file and move it into a permanent directory. And how do we do that? Well, if you go to pub.dev path provider, it gives us certain things that will give us the permanent directory. For example, as you can see, if we use this particular line, we'll get access to a permanent directory. So we're going to install this package. Let's have path provider in our application. After that, we're going to copy this entire line and paste it in our upload video qubit. So before we rename the file, what we're going to do is get an app directory. So we'll have final app directory is equal to get application documents directory and import the path provider package. After that, we can just say that, hey, we have a new path now. So our new path is going to be whatever app directory is followed by the thumbnail data, thumbnail ID. But before that, we need to ensure that the directory exists, the app directory exists. So we're going to do if app directory dot exists sync. So exist sync just converts it into a synchronous operation because exist by itself is asynchronous. Now, if app directory does not exist, then what we're going to do is app directory. So let's have app directory dot create sync, and then we can pass in recursive to true. So it will go ahead and create all the files and folders that are required. And this way we are ensuring that the directory exists. Now, after doing that, what we need to do is copy the file from wherever it was earlier to the new path. So I can just do thumbnail file dot copy, and here I'm going to pass in our new path. Our new path is going to be something like this, and we can pass in a $. After that, we are also going to have app directory. So let's have app directory dot path over here. So that will be $ as well. And then we can put a / because that is our new file name. And we're copying to a new location now. Now I can copy this, paste it over here and do the same for video ID. So we are going to have video file, video data and video underscore ID. That's it. And now if we click on upload, you'll notice that we again get an error. Cannot copy file to whatever this is. So I went in the background and tried to debug this by myself. And here I have a solution with me. Well, basically, I'll take you through it. I've written the code down. So the first part remains the same. We are getting the presigned URL for videos and thumbnails. After that, we are getting the applications document directory, which is our permanent path using path provider. And then we are creating a directory recursively. Okay. Now after this, our new thing will start. So I've created a string which is new thumbnail path equal to this particular thing. So it's our app directory.path, and then we've added our new thumbnail ID, which should be the name of our file, because that's how we're going to upload it to our database, right? Or actually to our storage. After that, we're doing the same thing for the new video path. App directory.path followed by the video ID, which should be the video file name. Then we're creating a thumbnail directory using the directory class that is given by .io, and then we are passing in the directory name of this new thumbnail path. Now what is this directory name function? Well, to make that work, what we need to do is install a package called path. Path helps us configure paths in our application, so like file names and all those sorts of stuff. After we have added that, we can import directory name from path. So we do directory name, and then if you do command full stop, it will give you this particular line, import library package path with show. So do with show because we want to import only the directory name from this path.dart package. So here we've created a directory out of this new thumbnail path, and then we've created a directory for this video. So as of now, what we've done is gotten a permanent path, and then we are creating a thumbnail directory and a video directory. Now the reason we've created a thumbnail directory and video directory is earlier we were getting an error saying that this path does not exist. So what we are doing is creating a directory so that we have a path now. So the path now exists. So now we are saying that, hey, if the thumbnail directory does not exist, we are going to create that one. And if the video directory does not exist, we are going to create that one. So that's what we have done. Earlier, we were just doing this much that, hey, we have created the app directory. So now we can just copy the thumbnail file to this new app directory followed by the name of it. But here's the thing. If we copy the file from a temporary location that image picker gives us to app directory followed by this particular path, well, we don't know if that path was created or not, because think about it. Our thumbnail ID and a video ID go like this. So we have thumbnails, let's say, followed by the name of a user. So we have the user sub over here, let's say whatever ID they have, followed by the random UID that we generated, right? So random UID. So we want to attach this thing to our file name or as a file name. Well, now whenever we have / over here, it's going to be treated as a new directory by itself. And this will be the name of our file. So now, since we want to attach this entire thing, so what we are doing is, well, we have a permanent directory using applications directory. Then we are attaching this particular path to it, then creating a directory out of this path that we have, and then saying that, hey, if this directory does not exist, we're going to create a new directory. And the same goes for video. So that's what we have done till now. Then what we're doing is that we have a new thumbnail file. So let's just copy the old thumbnail file from whatever place it was in to this new thumbnail path and the new video path. Okay. So I hope that's clear. The main issue exists because naming of a file is a bit weird. It's thumbnails / user sub / the random UID that we generated. That's why we have to create a new directory out of it. Otherwise the path will not exist. And then we are just copying the files to the new location, and then we are doing the same thing. We have our upload file to S3 for video and thumbnail. Then we are just saying if is thumbnail uploaded and video uploaded, we are going to upload the metadata, and that's all. Now there's another thing you will have to change over here, and that is if you go to the upload video service, here we have specified the content type as is video, then video MP4, otherwise image/JPEG. Well, we can't specify any other type. We have to specify JPG. Why? Because if we go to our backend code, here you'll notice that whenever we are generating the URL thumbnail, we are passing in the content type of image/JPG. So the content type also has to match. So you can't put image/PNG or JPEG, you need to pass in JPG. Video MP4 works because that's what we have mentioned as the content type over here. If you don't, you can see the error for yourself. The next error that I want to talk about is this part. where we are uploading the metadata over here. So we are uploading the metadata and we are passing in the body. In the body, I've passed in the ID, but there's no field as ID. There's video underscore ID that we need to change. So make sure this is video ID, not ID. If we go to our backend folder, you'll notice in metadata, we have upload metadata and we're asking for video ID and video S3 key. So just make sure you do that. Now we are going to restart the entire thing. Let's upload it. And hopefully this time, well, we get error fetching user because it's been 1 hour since I was debugging. So what I'm going to do is copy this entire thing because that's a sick description. Let's restart everything because now our access token will be refreshed. And as you can see, it is now logged in. Let's go ahead and make this work for ourselves. So we're going to have a leaf, or actually let's just try something else. Maybe we have a waterfall this time. Then the video file is the same. Sorry, I don't have any other video file. Then it is Ronaldo in waterfall, even though that's clickbait, obviously. Then the description and public. Let's upload it. Now let's see if it works out. What we are expecting is that it's given to S3. So we have a raw video uploaded to S3. And then the thumbnail is also uploaded, which is the waterfall. And the data also shows up in Postgres and video upload successfully. So that's nice. One thing I would like to see here is in my consumer, nothing shows up, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. But if we go to our Postgres database and do select star from videos, you'll notice this is what we have. Ronaldo in waterfall and the description, then the user ID, the video S3 key and video ID. So everything is present. That's amazing. Now, the only thing that's not working is the consumer part. And that's because the data that we uploaded to S3 did not get shifted to SQS, which is a simple queue service, if you remember from our diagram. And the reason it did not get uploaded to SQS, like a notification was not sent to SQS, is because in our S3, we had put a permission. So if I go to S3 over here, then I go to raw videos, properties, you can see a notification is sent anytime we have a .mp4 file. But when we are uploading to S3, we're not getting a .mp4 file. And that's why it's not getting triggered. And why is it not a .mp4 file? Well, because from our backend, we're not naming the file .mp4. If we go to our upload, then we go to Presigned URL, it's user sub UUID, but there's no mention of .mp4. So if you want, I can call this .mp4 and then we'll be all right. Or if you want, you can remove this filter. Well, let's try out this way. So let's select a new image. Well, I would like to keep this one. Then the same video file. After that, well, let's keep this, the title, the description would be this one. Well, this is a good enough description, right? And let's call this unlisted, right? Then we can click on upload and let's see if it works out. I'm going to go to my consumer and see if we get anything over here. And as you can see, our consumer does get it because .mp4 is added as the suffix. So yeah. Now the task will start running, and if I go to my Postgres database over here, select star from videos, we do have in progress. Now this in progress will shift to completed as soon as we're done. So for that, I would have to start my Ngrok service. So make sure your Ngrok service is also started, because then only the transcoder service would be able to talk to your Postgres database and update it. But also every time you run Ngrok service, the URL is going to change. So you'll have to update the URL in your transcoder service. So if you go to the .env, here my Ngrok backend URL is different from what we have over here. So we'll not be able to see the completed showing up over here for select star from videos. But if you just go to the ECS service where our data is being transcoded and segmented, you'll notice that a task is running. So if we go to tasks, click on this task, logs, we'll be able to see it, but the completed won't show up. Now, if you actually want to make it work and see it work, what you'll have to do is take this URL. Let me just get this entire URL. Well, I'll just copy this much. Then I can go to my transcoder service, change it. So we have this particular URL now, and now I can start pushing it. So we have docker build -t, then we'll tag the image, then we are going to push the image, and we get this unexpected forbidden error. And that's because first we will have to do AWS ECR get login stuff, because it's been some time. It might also have that access token, refresh token kind of thing, but more complicated. Let's just call this first. Once our login has succeeded, we can again push it, right? So we are going to have build is done, tag is done. Now we just have to push. So yep, we have pushed the new thing. Now, none of the changes are going to be reflected because the transcoder service is running behind the scenes using the previous version, not this current version, and it's not going to change in between. So now we'll have to upload a new video and see it all by ourselves, which I'm going to do, rerun the entire thing. Let's upload it. And now the video is uploaded. Again, I'll go to my Postgres database, but this time I have the intention of seeing completed over here. So as you can see, we have a fourth video of hello. Now I just want to see completed, and then I think we're all set to display the data and work on the final thing of video streaming. I'll see you after the task in ECS gets over. So as you can see, we have a second task. Once it gets over, we'll see together if the Postgres database was updated or not. All right, so our task is now completed. And as you can see, this data message also shows up. And now if I just go back to my Postgres database to do select star from videos, we see completed over here. So a video was uploaded from my mobile and it went through all the processes just to ensure that this was completed and private. So we'll not be able to see this video, but yeah, it is now private. So that means the video uploading process is done. Now the next thing I want to do is just design a simple homepage where we'll be able to see the thumbnail for a video, and we'll be able to click on that and see the video running. So we just need to access that MPD playlist and the video will run for us. We'll see how we can do that. But first, let's just go ahead and design this simple homepage. Just a thumbnail, a title will be displayed, nothing else, because we don't have views, likes, or any of those features. So yeah, let's just do that, and then we can figure out how to play videos. But before we go any further, there's one important thing that we forgot about, and that's the thumbnail. So we saw the video getting uploaded, but what about the thumbnail? Is everything going well over there? And the answer is no. There's one thing we forgot to do, and that is if we go to the Revan Ranat video thumbnails bucket, and in here we go to the thumbnails folder, click over here, you'll notice that we have 4 files. Well, 2 of them are probably when I was debugging on my own, and the rest of the 2 are after we added .mp4 file. Now, since we've added .mp4 at the end of the URL when we are uploading, so if we go to /URL, we have added .mp4 over here, and the URL thumbnail is similar to what we have for the main URL, the video URL. We're using that only, but replacing this thing. It has added .mp4 at the end. And because of that, the type of the thumbnail has become .mp4 instead of image/jpg. We want image/.jpg. So what we are going to do here is replace all the mp4 that we have. So we'll remove .mp4 and well, we'll replace it with just an empty string. So with that, we won't have the type of .mp4 and it will be an actual image. Another thing I would like to do here is make the content type visible. So basically when you upload that image, you won't be able to see that image. And the reason for that is we have not told our application that we want it to be visible to everyone. So if we go to uploading the video from Transcoder, so over here, if we just go to the main.py and search for upload files, you'll notice we had ACL public read over here, but we did not put that when we had to pass in over here for the thumbnail or for the presigned URL for the video. And we did not do that because raw videos don't have to be public made. But thumbnails do have to be public because we're not really doing any processing on thumbnails, which you can do by the way, but we're not doing that. And so we have to make sure that whatever thumbnail we upload is public read. So just make sure you pass this as the parameter and then we can move forward. You don't have to put that for this one because the raw videos are not used outside of AWS. They are processed and done within AWS when we have our AWS credentials, right? Now we can go ahead and upload another video, which I'll do. And after it's been processed, we are going to design the home screen. Or actually, while it's happening, we can go ahead and design the home screen. Okay. So let me just put in a title, a description, and after that, I'm going to make it public so that I can see something on the main screen. All right. So the video is now uploading, and while it's uploading, we can go to our Flutter client, close all the save files. And here in the pages, we are going to go to the home page. And in here, we want to display data. So first we need to get the data. So we can create another service, and that service will be called video service. What it does is everything related to video, it will just pull it up. So we'll have a class of video service. The first function is going to be to fetch all the videos. So we are going to have a future, and it is going to return a map of string comma dynamic. Well, we're not converting to any models or anything. If you've seen my previous videos, this is not about writing clean code. It's just to get something working. You can write the clean code on your own. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, it's just that this map can be converted to a class model so that it can be used in a better and efficient manner. Because map is very prone to error. We continuously have to see that the key is available or not and do all the error handling every single time. So we can just create a class that is a model which converts the map to a class, and then you can use that class which has, let's say, autocomplete features. You can also call it models. So basically you would have a model of video. But I'm not doing any of that. It's just going to get all the videos. After that, we need to create again another service that will call the cookie header. So just like our previous service, which was the upload video service, we are going to have a file or a class, or actually a function, which is going to have all these three things. So let's paste it, not in the function, but at the top. The first one is Flutter Secure Storage, because we are going to be getting the cookie header. And what are we getting? Access token. And that's it. We don't need anything else. Now we can go ahead and call this function asynchronous. Then we can have a try and catch block if you want. If there's any error, we can just throw e.toString. And yep. Now in the try block, what we're going to do is, well, call the function of HTTP. So just like we had in upload video service, we're going to go at the top, import the package of HTTP, and then we're going to call the http.post function. So let's just find a function that is post. Well, here it is, the metadata one. We're going to copy this and paste it out. Well, we do need to remove certain things from it. For example, the return will be removed because we need to return something else, and the function header will be removed. But this thing will remain the same. We're doing await http.post, and in the backend URL, so we need to change the backend URL because that's upload/video. All we need is /videos, because if we go to our video.py route, not video.py model, you'll notice over here we have /all to get all the videos. And if we go to main.py, we have the prefix, so we have /videos. So we can just do /videos, and here we can do /all to get all the videos. And once we do that, we can call the get route. So we have http.get, not post, and that's it. Now what we can do is return JSON decode. So let me JSON decode this response.body, which will be returned as map of string comma dynamic, because, well, we're getting all the videos. And actually, since we're getting all the videos, it shouldn't be a map, right? Because if we get a map, it's one video. If we are getting multiple videos, it's going to be a list of map of string comma dynamic. So we are returning a list, and we can just say list of map string comma dynamic. There we go. Now once that's done, we can first add a condition of if response.status code is not equal to 200. If that's not the case, then we are going to throw an exception saying JSON decode response.body add detail, and then we can just say error fetching videos. Maybe there's some reason we are not getting the video. Now what I can do is call the video service in my home page. I'm not going to use a block for this. Although if you want, you can use it, but I'm directly going to call the video service. It's not clean code at all because your service and your presentation layer, the UI layer, should not be mixed. There should be a middleman talking to it, but I'm going to skip all of that. And instead of creating a new block and stuff, what I'm going to do is go to the home page. In here, we are going to create a future builder. So in the body, we're going to have a widget of future builder. And I can't see that future builder. So instead of future builder, I'll wrap it with stream builder. And then I'll remove that stream and put future builder. We'll remove this type annotation that it has. Then we'll have future as well. And then I need to pass in the future. Well, I'll convert this to a stateful widget, and then I'll instantiate my auth service class. So we have, or actually video service class. So we have video service equal to the video service. After that, I can take this video service and call the future method on it, right? So we have video service dot get videos. That will give us the future, but that's a wrong way of going about things. Because every time this widget is rebuilt, let's say we call set state somewhere or the other, this future builder is going to rebuild. And when this future builder rebuilds, this future will be called again because it's a function. This function will be recalled. We don't want to do that. Instead, what we're going to do is create a future at the top. So we have final video future, which is equal to video service dot, and here we'll call the get videos function. So it contains the videos future. I can remove this instantiation of video service. Then I can take this videos future and paste it in the future builder. The difference is that we have a calculated value of the future over here, and every time this widget rebuilds, we're not rebuilding the future, and that's good code because it actually affects the performance of our application. After that, we can go ahead and add if snapshot.connection state is equal to connection state.waiting, because, well, if it's waiting, then we want to display a centered child circular progress indicator dot adaptive. And let's say once we have data, what we're going to do is snapshot dot data. So let's just print it out as of now and see what we get. So I'm going to restart the entire thing, and actually our video upload did not work over here because earlier I had checked. After uploading the video, we should have popped up out of the screen, but we were still over here, so we weren't able to upload the video. And the main error over here was that the file was not uploaded to S3. And earlier when we saw the video file and the thumbnail file were being uploaded to S3, now they're not. And if they're not being uploaded to S3, the reason for that would be the ACL thing that we added. And so we are going to go ahead and investigate that issue in just a minute, but now I would like to see if there's any data, and we get null. Why are we getting null? Because if we go to our get/videos all HTTP 1.1, I would like to investigate this issue. So I can just say print all videos, and let's see if we get any data from here. Again, I'm going to restart my entire application. So hopefully this time we have some data, and it says db.models.video object at this. So it had one video, but none of them come to the user. So let's investigate this more. What we're going to do is in our Flutter client, we're going to go ahead to our video service, and here we're going to print the response.body. Let's see if we get any data from here. Now let's restart our application, open up our terminal, and we do see a thing coming out, which is one object in a list. If we go to our Postgres database and rerun the select star from videos, we have one completed, which is public, and we have another completed, which is private. So we should be getting one video for our user, and we do get that. So the correct logic had been put in, and we are getting the right thing in our video service, but the error occurs somewhere over here when we do JSON decode response.body as list of map string comma dynamic. So as an experiment, what I like to do is just remove this line as list of map string comma dynamic. I'll just keep this and restart the application. Well, that didn't have any effect. So what if I do JSON decode response.body? If that works out and gives us the correct output, then I think we're on to something. And as you can see, the print over here also works fine. Now I'll go one step further and just do at 0 dot, or actually video underscore s3 underscore key. So what we are doing is accessing the first element of this list and accessing the video s3 key object on that. And if we are able to get access to that, then yeah, JSON decode is also working fine then. So even if the JSON decode works over here, why are we getting an error? So that means the error lies somewhere over here. So now what I'm going to do is instead of printing out snapshot.data, I can print out snapshot.hasError, because data will generally be null whenever we have an error. And as you can see, it was true over here. So that means there is an error. Well, what is the error? So we can just print out the error, and it says type of list dynamic is not a subtype of future or list map string comma dynamic. And to fix this, what you can do is instead of JSON decoding and returning directly, you can simply do return and remove this part or cut it. And then you can do list of map of string comma dynamic dot from, and then you can pass in this particular thing. Then I think it should work out. And if we restart the entire thing and we wait for the response, it's null. If it's null, that means there's no error. That means there's data. So I can print out the snapshot.data and we do get it. So the error was that we need to construct a new list from this thing instead of just returning the list that the backend is giving us. Because what the backend is giving us is a JSON array. It's not returning like a list that exists in Flutter. It's giving a JSON array. So you want to convert that into a list format. And that's what we have done over here. After that, I think we are ready to display stuff. But before moving forward, because we already have the data, now it's UI designing part, I would like to work on this upload video part, because as we saw, there's an error over here. And the error, if you go to upload video page or upload page, upload video service exists because if we go to upload file to S3, here we have the headers of content type as video and nothing else. But we have added a new header in our backend. If we go back to upload.py route, you'll notice we have added a new parameter of ACL public read. And if we've added that, we need to send that as a header to our S3 bucket. Well, to fix that, what you'll have to do is when you send a put request from your upload file to S3 function in our client-side application, here you can specify a new content type, and that is X-Amazon or just AMZ-ACL, and then we can have public-read. And once we do that, we can save it. So this is how you can send an ACL header to your S3 bucket. And now if you upload a video, it will still give you an error. So for safety purposes, I'm going to go ahead and print this response.body. Now I will upload a nice image, a nice video file. Then we can have a title, description, and it will be public because I need another video so that it looks good on the home page. Then let's click on upload and let's wait for the error message in our terminal. And as you can see, it gives me an error message which is code access control list not supported. Access denied. There were headers present in the request which were not signed. So basically, our thumbnail bucket does not allow ACLs, and actually even our video does not allow ACLs. So first we'll have to add a condition that, hey, if it's a video, we don't want to add this line. But if it is not a video, like it is an image, I want the ACL to be enabled, because think about it, raw videos does not need public read, only thumbnail needs. So we can just add an if condition over here. If it is not a video, then we are going to have this particular line added. And yes, you can add if conditions within your maps. You can also add it within a list, I believe, quite similar to Python. And after this, we are getting rid of this message. There were headers present in the request which were not signed because our video bucket does not authorize ACLs. But the second message that we have over here, access control list not supported, and that's because the bucket of thumbnails does not allow ACL. So we need to go to our video thumbnails bucket. So we'll click over here. Then we can go to permissions. And in this permission, we are going to enable ACL. So we can edit the object ownership part, we can enable ACLs, then we can save the changes, also acknowledge that ACLs will be restored. And now we can edit the ACL list and grant everyone, well, the read access, but I guess our thumbnails object, when we upload it, will do the task. Now I can click on upload again. Let me clear off the terminal so that if there's any error message, we can see it. And as you can see, video was uploaded successfully. If I go back to my Postgres database, I should be able to see a new video. And as we can see, we have 5 rows. It is in progress. All right. Now, while the transcoding and stuff is happening, I'm going to go ahead and create my home page. So I'm going to close all the save files and go to my home page. Here, we're going to design a very simple page that displays the thumbnail and it displays the title of the video. Nothing crazy. So here, instead of returning this thing, we can return a list view builder. So we'll have list view builder. Then we can have item builder, which is context, index. Okay. After that, we're going to have an item count. And what is the item count going to be? Well, first of all, let's just create a variable called snapshot.data at the top. And we are sure that this is not going to be null. How can we be sure? Because first we are going to have an if condition of if snapshot.has error. If it has error, then we are just going to do return center child text snapshot.error.toString. So whatever error message is there will be displayed. So with this, we are assuring that the data is going to be there because we have handled the loading state, we have handled the error state, and now we are just handling the data state, the 3 states your app can have. Then I'm having an item count, which is video.length because it's a list, right? So yeah, that's what we're doing. After that, we need to render something out on the screen. So well, what are we going to render? We're going to render a simple return column. And in this column, there's going to be children, and the first child is going to be the image network because I want to display the thumbnail of the video. So I'll have image.network. And how do I access the thumbnail? Well, for that, I can just use the video S3 key or the ID because both of them are the same thing and replace the videos with thumbnails and replace the .mp4 with an empty string, and then we get a thumbnail. But actually this is not a valid video ID because I believe we have deleted the Ronaldo video that we uploaded. So it's not going to give out the right thing. It will give us an error. So this is something we'll have to avoid, or alternatively, we can just go to our buckets of video and upload that Ronaldo.mp4 file. So in videos we had, actually we do have Ronaldo.mp4 file. So I guess it should work fine. But we don't have a thumbnail for it, so we'll have to live with that. So anyways, let's go ahead and have image.network. So in the image.network, we need to pass in a video. And actually, let me rename the naming over here. This is final videos because it's a videos list. And now we're going to get access to a particular video by accessing its index. So we're going to have final video is equal to videos at index. Then we can pass in the video and pass in the image network, which is, well, this thing, video S3 key. And then we're going to replace all the .mp4 that you see with just an empty string. And we're also going to replace all the videos / with thumbnails / exactly what we did on the server side. And that's why it might be a better choice just to store the thumbnails in our Postgres database. So if we go over here, we had replaced videos / with thumbnails / and .mp4 with empty string, exactly what we did over here. And it says class string has no instance method replace. So I believe it's replace all. Let me try that. And yeah, it does work. But as you can see, no host specified file thumbnail / Ronaldo. So it does work out, but we don't really have a host specified. And that's to be expected because we are just getting access to video / Ronaldo mp4, but we have not specified the domain name. For example, if you're using CloudFront, we'll have to add that. If you're using S3 bucket, you'll have to add that. So what I'm going to do is go to the bucket, video thumbnails, and here go to one particular thumbnail to find the domain name it's using and manually add that. So here we can copy this object URL I can paste it over here and extract certain data out of it. What I need is HTTPS this entire thing. So I'll take it out and remove this entire line. Then we can just create thumbnail is equal to, then we're going to have a string concatenation done where first I pass in the host name followed by slash, because even over here, after we have this host name, the domain, we have / and then the key. So I'm passing in the key that I have, which is this particular part. And with this, we would have a thumbnail that we can use over here. Let's put a semicolon too. And yeah, that's cool. And now it says HTTP request failed 403, and 403 error occurs when we don't have the permission to access a particular object. But by now, I believe our second video that we uploaded directly through our phone would be here. Now let's restart our application and see. So over here, we still get an error for Ronaldo thumbnail because we don't have access to it, but the second thumbnail also doesn't show up. Now you might say that, hey, the video probably isn't showing up over here because it's not uploaded to Postgres. Well, I'm just going to print out videos and see if the data is coming up. And as you can see, our second video does come up over here with the correct video S3 key and stuff. So that means even that is not rendered correctly. And that is an issue. We need to fix that. Now, why are we not getting access to it? Well, one thing I think might be true is that if we go to processed videos in the permissions, you remember we had specified the cors thing over here so that it allows the get method on each one of the objects. I think that might be the issue again. So what I'm going to do is add the same thing as the permission for our video thumbnails. So let's pass in the cors error over here, click on save changes. And now maybe we can restart and hopefully we are able to see something else. Well, we are not able to because we are still stuck on that thumbnail of Ronaldo. So if you want, you can go ahead in our Postgres database, just delete this row. To delete, what you can do is delete from videos where the ID is equal to video/ronaldo.mp4. Once you do that and do select star from videos, well, it gives you an error message. Let me try again. Well, the Ronaldo part is not deleted. Let me try again. We're going to have delete from videos where ID is equal to video/ronaldo.mp4, put a semicolon, hit enter, and it says missing from clause entry for table Ronaldo. And that occurs because our ID has a / over here, which confuses the SQL. To fix it, what we need to do is put an inverted comma over here. So let's pass it in both the places. Then we can hit on enter and it says delete one. Now, if I do select star from videos, we only have one row. One thing is removed. And now if I restart my thing, open up my terminal, and if you see over here, well, that data disappeared, but we still don't get our image displaying over here. And the image is not displayed because this object that we had earlier, not Ronaldo.png, but like the other one, none of them have a type given to them. So when you're sending a GET request, basically when image.network is done, behind the scenes, a GET request is sent to the URL that you've mentioned. In the URL, the response is given to us and that response is displayed on our screen. Well, the response that's displayed on our screen doesn't know that this is like an actual image. Like, yeah, we did the GET request and it is an image, but it's still not able to do it because it clearly doesn't know the content type. Well, to fix it, we can specify the headers over here, which is content-type. And then we can pass in image/jpg. And once we do that, as you can see, the thumbnail appears bright and clear. So this headers is required because image.network otherwise doesn't know what the content type of that image is. Otherwise, you would just have to name this file .jpg instead of what we had done earlier. Because in raw videos, if you remember, we are doing .mp4 and storing it. So the file has a type. Over here also, when we by mistake uploaded the type of mp4 for a thumbnail, this was the issue. We need to have .jpg, or what you can do is add a header in image.network. Doing either one of them, appending .jpg at the end or adding a header will work. Now let's design this properly. So we are going to wrap this with a container. And in this container, first I'm going to pass in a decoration, which is going to be box decoration. Then I'm going to pass in a border radius, which is border radius dot circular, then 10. And let's see how it looks. Well, we're not able to see anything because we need to add a padding widget. So we'll wrap this entire column with a padding widget, and we're still not able to see any effect on the image. Well, to enforce that border radius, what we can do is wrap the container widget with a clip rect widget. Then we can take the border radius and pass it in over here. Then this decoration can go away. And yeah, as you can see, this image shows up. Well, let's leave a border. Now this padding is not enough. Let's leave a padding of, let's say 15, and then I think it works properly. That looks way better. Then we can remove this container, and instead of that, we can have an aspect ratio, and then we can pass in an aspect ratio of 16:9. And once we do that, you'll notice that our border radius does not have any effect, and the image just shrinks. Like, it doesn't take this entire thing. Now let me explain why that happens. So here, if I paste the image and explain this. So let me paste the image over here and then I can explain. So what we have done over here is mentioned an aspect ratio of 16:9. An aspect ratio of 16:9 means that the ratio between the width and the height is going to be 16:9. So it's like a proportional relationship that's been established. So it's very important because it will determine how the video will appear over here. And when we shifted to 16:9, instead of taking this entire thing that it was taking, it just shifted like this. And the border radius is mentioned over here. So the border radius still exists, but it is somewhere over here. So what we need to tell it is that, hey, take this entire width that you have, just contain or cover this entire space, and then we'll be able to see the border radius again with the aspect ratio maintained. So if we go to our front-end code, and here just pass in a fit of box fit dot cover, not contain, cover. What cover does is that it is as small as possible while still covering the entire target box. And if we do that, as you can see, the 16:by ratio is kind of maintained, and we also get our nice clips showing up. Now, if you want to do more, you can increase the border radius to 15 and you'll have a more curved thing looking. Now, after that, I'm going to mention the title of the video, which is a text. So I'll have text, and the title is just going to be very simple, video at, and let's see what the title is called, just title. And we see title appearing. Well, that's because the name of my video is title. Then I can improve the styling on this. So I have text style. Then the font size is first of all going to increase. So let's pass in, let's say 18. That might not be enough. Let's say 20. That might be enough. And then we can mention the weight, which will be font weight dot bold. And let's save it. Also, I would like to shift this title to the left-hand side. So we'll have a column return where the cross-axis alignment is cross-axis alignment dot start. And there we go. Now this looks very annoying, I will agree, because that's only one word. There will be very less cases where you'll see a title that has one word. It's generally going to have many words. Let's put a padding over here, let's say of 8, and I think we'll have more space. And if you want, you can only do it for symmetric, so you'll have horizontal 8 or let's say 10, and yeah, that should be good. So with this, basically our thing is done. That's how the designing part goes. Let's upload another video and see if we can see it properly. Let's use another image, this leaf image. The video file is unfortunately going to remain the same. If you want to try another video, the title is going to be Ronaldo versus Mr. Beast, who will win? A bigger title. Also, the description, I can't think of anything, so let me just put it again and again. Then we are going to make it public again. Click on upload, and it says error fetching the user. It's been over 1 hour since I'm recording. So I'll see you after I upload the video, after I'm able to see it on my homepage. Alright, so our second video is also up now and we can see it. Now, if it takes some time for you to load the thumbnail, that's totally fine because, well, it's a 3 megabyte file that it's loading and it can take some time to load it up. If you want the thumbnail to load up instantly, it would be a good idea to create a Cloudfront distribution for our thumbnails as well. So feel free to do that. What I'm gonna do is whenever we click on a video over here, we get redirected to a new page where we can start playing the videos. And for that, I'm gonna go ahead and create a new page. Let's call this video player page dot. It's going to be a very simple page where we're going to have a stateful widget. Let's call this video player page. What it's going to get is the final string, or actually final map of string comma dynamic video. So we're getting the entire video's details over here because we will require that, because we have description to display, we have the video title to display, and if you decide to implement likes, dislikes, all of those features, you also want to display that. Now what we want to do is first we'll just focus on the main thing, and our main thing over here is going to be the video playing part. How do we do that? Now we know that we need to get the manifest.mpd file along with the CloudFront distribution domain. We've seen all of that in the backend part of this video. So how can we take that URL, because we are assuming we'll get that URL, and display it? Well, to do that, you can use this package better_player. It allows us to pass in an MPD file and it will play nicely. I'm not sure if the official video player plugin allows us to do that. If you want to take a chance and do that, go ahead. I've not seen any examples of MPD files, but I've seen Better Player allow that, so I'm going to use that. Let's take it and add it as a dependency. Then we can scroll and see if there's any further installation required. So we'll go to the official documentation. Here we can click on install. And the only thing is the optional additional iOS configuration. Add this to your info.plist file to support full screen rotation. So if you want, add it. And what that will do is when you tilt your application, just like you do in YouTube to view the video, it will allow that. But as of now, let's just get done with it. What we're going to do is first go to the home page. In the home page where we have this part, we're going to wrap with a widget called gesture detector. Then in the on tab, we're going to specify that, hey, whenever the user clicks on it, we can do navigator.push, and then we need to pass in the route. Well, the route is going to be static route of video player page. So we have material page route returned from here. Then builder is going to get some context, and there we're going to return the video player page. Then we can pass in a video. Well, that video is going to be this part, map string comma dynamic video, and then we can pass it in. Now over here we can simply do video player page, and we can call the .route function on it. So we have .route, and we pass in the exact video we got over here. Let's also remove the print of thumbnail because that's off-putting because it's giving us a warning. Then we can come over here and initialize our better player package. So if you go to the general player usage, you'll notice how we can use the better player package. Well, that's just that we need to do better player.network and pass in the URL configuration usage part where we can pass in an M3U8 file, and M3U8 was for HLS live streaming that we talked about, but we are interested in MPD and we can do the same thing over here. Note that video player, the video_player package also allows us to pass in an M3U8 playlist. So if you want to do HLS, it will work fine with the video player package as well. But MPD, I'm not too sure. So let's go ahead and initialize certain things. So to use better player first, we need to create a controller for it. So we're going to have late better player controller. Once we have the controller, make sure you import the package as well. After that, let's just call better player controller. The reason why we've called it late is because I want to do init state. And in this init state, what I want to do is better player controller is equal to better player controller. And then we need to pass in the better player configuration. What is that? Well, this configuration can describe what our video is able to do and what configurations we have switched on for it. So for example, do we want the aspect ratio to be 16:9 or 4:3 or whatever? So we can describe everything in this better player configuration class. So let's go ahead and set the aspect ratio to 16:9. After that, now this aspect ratio will probably suck for our video because our video was a short, a YouTube short. So, well, we'll figure that out. Then we are going to have a fit where the fit is going to be boxfit.contain. Now, if you want to allow autoplay, you can do that. So autoplay is true. Then there's multiple other things you can specify over here. For example, the control configuration. So do you want to enable the play and pause thing? Do you want to enable the progress bar? Do you want to enable full screen? All those sorts of stuff. There's a lot of configuration you can do over here. So let's just switch on a few. We will enable full screen. We are going to enable play pause to be true. After that, we are going to enable the progress bar to be true. And we'll also enable the playback speed to be true. And if you want, you can also enable the qualities to be true. Let's see what all of this gives us. So let's put a semicolon at the end. And yeah, now we've defined all the configuration of how our video player should look like. But what we have not done is pass in the data source. So what exactly is the data source that we're going to play? Because we need to pass in the URL of what the guy is going to play, right? So for that, we can get out of this better player configuration and here specify better player data source. Then we can pass in better player data source.network and then we have a URL. We just have to mention a URL, and the way we get the URL is if we go to our AWS part, here click on S3 or actually CloudFront first because we want to get the CDN domain name. So we can click over here, get the domain name, then we can construct the URL over here. So we'll have this thing, this URL followed by /, then we're going to get the video S3 key. So we can pass in a $ curly bracket. So we are doing string interpolation and then we get video underscore S3 underscore key. And I think that should help us out. Now let's put this at the top so that it stops giving us errors. And we might still be having an error because video might not be defined. That's right, because we need to pass in widget.video because it's coming from the stateful widgets constructor. So we access it using widget dot. Now, if you want, you can also specify the video format over here, which is going to be better player video format dot. And as you can see, it has dash HLS SS. We know what dash is, we know what HLS is, but we don't know what SS is. SS is basically a format that allows you to play HLS videos. But as we know, HLS cannot be played. On the non-Apple devices. So SS was made specifically for Android devices. What we are interested in is dash. So yep, there we go. But this is not enough. Why? Because, well, S3 key is not enough. If we just go to our S3 storage for our processed videos, here you'll notice that we have all the folders and stuff. But when we go to a particular folder, let's say this one, and we go to the folder, well, that is our S3 key, right? This particular part is our S3 key, videos /this/this. But this is a folder. We want to actually get the file and get it playing. So we also need to specify the manifest.mpd file after this S3 key. So we'll do /manifest.mpd and then I think it should be able to play it well. So now in the scaffold, I can go ahead and have a body. In the body, we are going to have a simple better player. Then we can pass in the controller, which is better player controller. And that's pretty much it. So if I click on a video, I go over here, I see nothing. And if I go to the debug console, it says, well, it just gives us a lot of errors. Well, I guess I can get rid of it if I restart my app's execution because I did not restart it after installing a package. And I guess if I do that, it should work fine. If not, we'll figure it out. So, well, no, that wasn't a caching issue. It is an issue with the better player package and there's no fix for it. Well, there are fixes for it, but what you'll have to do is fork better player package from GitHub. Then you'll have to change this class of DARM init data and change the hash values function for it because starting Flutter like 3.25, hash values has been deprecated. So we can't use that. So that's one option. The other option is to go inside of this manually and update the file on our own. And that's not a good choice either. Well, the other option is to use a package that's given by the Flutter community. So if you go to pubspec.yaml, here instead of using the Better Player's official package because it was last updated 8 months ago and there has been no fix for this thing. So if you go to their GitHub of better_player, you'll notice there's an issues tab, and in that issues, you have this issue that was opened last month ago. But I don't believe the package is being maintained actively anymore, so we can't use this. Well, there was a fix given by another person here, so thanks to this guy. We can just copy this line and then paste it over here instead of the official Better Player package. What they did is fork the package and make the changes necessary that were giving this error, and now it works. And they've not uploaded to pub.dev, it is just their Git repository, so you can go ahead and show some love to them by going on the repository and starring it. And once that's done and this flutter pub get is done, I can start running my application, and I'll see you after we either get a success message or we just run into another error. So see you after that. So our app is now working. Now if I click on it, you can see video can't be played shows up. And now if I go for another video, well, that can't be played either. Well, what's the issue? Alright, so I went behind the scenes to figure out why it was not working on our iOS devices, and it turns out that none of this should change. Actually, the problem is with the iOS simulator. If you try to play this on an iOS simulator, it will never load. You have to try it on either an iOS physical device or you need to try it out on an Android device, and it can work on an Android emulator too. So what I did is went ahead and loaded up the Android emulator, but then I faced some errors. And one of the errors I faced was about the connection not establishing, because if we go to our auth service, here I have mentioned localhost, but when we try to use this on an Android emulator, it will not work because Android is not able to figure out what localhost is. So what you need to do is specify your IP address for it to work on both Android and iOS. So I figured out my IP address by going to the network tab and there specifying, and from there getting the IP address for the Wi-Fi I'm on. If I switch the Wi-Fi, it will not work. So make sure whatever Wi-Fi you are on, just get the IP address of that. So I'm going to paste this in, and even for the video service, I'm going to do the same. And even for the upload video service, I'm going to do the same. At the top, just replace localhost with your IP address. Once that's done, you can close all the save files and then restart. But even if you do that, it will not work. And the reason it will not work is because if you go to your backend folder, here, what's happening is that you're calling this particular route, the refresh token route. How? Because if you go to your backend folder and you're not authenticated, so what's going to happen in that case is that the auth service is going to call this function first, right? It wants to see if you're authenticated or not. So once it gets to know that you're not authenticated, it will call the refresh token. Then in the refresh token, we'll pass in all the things. So it works fine over here. But then when we go to the refresh token route in our backend folder or the backend code, here we are trying to create a secret hash based on the refresh token and user cognito sub, which is none. And in get secret hash, you know what we did. We added username and client ID. Well, the username is none. So none plus the ID is not anything. Like you can't add both of them. Null cannot be added. So we need to add a condition first over here, and that is if not refresh token or not user cognito sub, then well, you can just return an error of status code 400 saying cookies cannot be null. And once you do that, well, even this much is not enough, because if you refresh it, you will be thrown to an error page. Because in the main.dart file, what we have done is that if state is auth error, then we are returning an error message. Well, we don't want to do that. Instead, if it's error, then we're just going to display the sign up message, because if there's an error, the user is probably not logged in, which is why the server is giving us an error. So we'll return a sign up page from here. Then we can restart the entire thing, and I'll land on this particular video stream homepage because I was logged in. But just in case you were not logged in, it is going to throw all of those errors. So fix them. After this is done, we can go ahead and click on one URL and it will keep loading and slowly give the video to us. And we're not interested in slow video, right? Well, to fix that, what we can do is go to video player page, and instead of referencing this processed videos, we can refer to CloudFront, the DNS. As you can see, this video is still not loading up. Like after 2 minutes, maybe the video will load up. So the video will load up, that's not the issue. The issue is that the video will not load fast, and that's why we're using CloudFront. So what we need to do is go to our AWS service, again get the distribution domain name of our CloudFront, then put it in, save it, then we can restart the entire application. And as you can see, the thumbnails are not loading up, and the reason thumbnails are not loading up is because of what I had said earlier. If you want to reference the S3 part, it can give the image really slowly. And if you use CloudFront, you can get the thumbnail really fast. So if you want, go ahead in the CloudFront distribution, create another distribution for thumbnails, and then use that domain name instead of the thumbnails S3 bucket that we had done in the home page. So over here, instead of this line, just use that CloudFront domain and we're all set. But now what I would like to show you is that, let's say I refresh again, no cheating done. I come over here and click on this video. As you can see, the video started loading instantly, and if you can hear the voice, well, there we go. And then I can pause the video, I can make it full screen. Then if I want to exit the full screen, I can do that. I can go 10 seconds ahead. I can go 5 seconds behind, whatever is going on. Then we can click on this 3 dots. Then I can have the subtitles. Well, it's none because I've not uploaded any subtitle file, but you can change the quality. And if you want to mention what qualities are there, you can simply pass in a map of qualities in the better player data source.network specifically. So you can pass in the qualities map, and yeah, then you can have the audio. If there are multiple audio tracks, then the playback speed, let's say 2.x. And if I go back, I can start playing again, and it goes really fast, as you can see. So yep, this is the video playing part. We have successfully finished that. Now the next thing I want to do is just display the details. So I want the title description to show up, and that's pretty easy. So we can wrap it with a column widget. After that, we are going to have the text, and that text is going to be very similar to what we have in the home page, specifically in this part. So what I can do is just copy this entire padding widget, paste it over here, and now I can just do widget.video at title, and we see this thing showing up. After that, I can again have cross-axis alignment to be cross-axis alignment dot start. So that's there. And as you can see, we also have an error over here because we need to dispose of the video controller before, well, we refresh it. Now the user won't be able to hot reload our application, so that's good, but still it's good practice to dispose of the better video player controller. So there we go. After that, what I like to do is display the description. Now the description is not going to be as strong as the video title. So probably I can just remove this text style and keep it as it is. Then I can pass in description, and there we go. Now we probably also need a padding for that. So what I can do is wrap this with a padding widget as well. And the padding is going to be very similar to what we had over here. But this time we can have all 10.0, and there we go. Now you can look into all sorts of styling by yourself, make it exactly like YouTube, or if you want, you can make it exactly like any other streaming service of your choice, or just design it for yourself. But the main thing of our application was done, and that is the video streaming part. Now I'm not comfortable with this thumbnail showing up like very late. So what I'm going to do is quickly set up the CloudFront distribution. So here I can specify that my origin is video thumbnails, then all of it is public, and yeah, I'm going to keep all the settings as it is. Then click on create distribution. Well, we enable the security protocol, create distribution. Now after this has been deployed, I can use this. So let me just copy this cloudfront.net thing. Then I'm going to go to my Flutter client. And here in the home page, instead of using this S3 thumbnail thing, I'm going to use the CloudFront distribution. So once it's deployed, we'll be able to see the data more quickly. And I think the Android connection stopped by itself. So I'm just going to restart my application and I'll see you after everything has been configured. So I think everything has been configured. So let me restart my application now. And when we come over here, the thumbnail is visible more quickly. Now, if you want to make this even faster, what you can do is make use of a package known as cached network image. So this time the cache will be done on the client side as well. And that will just be faster. But anyways, what I like to do is click over here and the video will start playing. I'll go back and then I can play another video and that should play quickly as well. As you can see, this video takes time because it was not cached, but now it has been cached. So if I quickly come over here again, the video will load super fast. So that's the beauty of a CDN. You can really see the difference between both of them. Now, one thing I would like to clarify, and you might be thinking about it too, is that if you go to video.py route, here we have /all. So we use this route, but we did not use this get video info route. Why? And that's because this will be really useful in a web application. For example, if you're using React framework, it would be really useful over there because how routing works in Flutter versus how routing works in React is quite different. In Flutter, we are just using navigator.push and passing off the data. But in React, what happens is that you navigate to a specific route. So when you navigate to a particular route, then the video page would load up. For example, let's say I'm on localhost 3000. Well, if I want to navigate from this page to, let's say, watching a video, I'll just do .push and I'll push to watch 12345. Let's say this is my video ID. So now I'm not explicitly navigating to a page. I'm changing the URL. And when I change the URL, the specific route will get triggered in React that, hey, this is the thing that you had been assigned, right? Watch 12345 is your responsibility. So that route will get triggered. And the only way to get data from one page to another is through these URL routes. That's why you'll see many times you have query parameters attached to the URL. For example, if you go to the real YouTube, you'll notice this $v is equal to this and the channel is equal to this. This is the way that the web application is sending data to this main page and the video is able to render because of that. So that's where this route will get triggered. In a Flutter application, it wasn't really useful because when we want to navigate from one page to another, we can specifically say that we want to navigate to this page and here's the data for that page. And that's why this wasn't really useful for us in the Flutter app. But be assured that this will be really useful when we work on a web application. And it will also be useful when we're not getting all the videos. For example, like YouTube does not get all the videos that are stored in the database, right? It first of all does the recommendation stuff and only bring out like 15 videos at a time. It does not bring out all the videos in its database. Otherwise it would take forever because there's like billions and trillions maybe videos. So yeah, anyways, this is how you can get the video streaming part in your application. You should just go ahead and design this app better because I know this is looking pretty trash. Then you can also play around with all the customization that you can do with Better Player because it provides tons of options. And if you do make a real YouTube clone with the actual UI, send it over to me. I would love to see it. But yeah, this is it for the tutorial. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in the next video.